if you do that on your off-stream playthrough. Yeah, no, it's the whole thing. So we're gonna go ahead and pick up where we left off. We're gonna resume our save for mostly ethical space agency. But yeah, no, it's that's kind of the thing. When you're playing like the sandbox mode with no money or science, you can just go willy-nilly. I've actually got a lot of money. We were pretty wasteful on our money at the end of yesterday's stream. I just fully upgraded my space hangar and just was like, cool, whatever. Okay, rescue from standard orbit around Kerbin. That should be a very easy one. We can make ourselves a cool almost 100,000 from that. And it'll literally just be launch, grab them. So one thing I've been holding off doing, and I'm gonna do it now, is we've been messing around with these space planes and all that, and they actually pay really well, but they're just taking up our log. If I decline this, I shouldn't take a big penalty. It'll be a little bit of reputation, which is going to hurt, but we've got all these survey things all over the place, and that just takes the space plane, and we've been messing around with the space plane a lot. But I am finding, like, the whole, like, going down and rocketing up again and again. I honestly think we're better off just doing space things. Plus, I think people don't want to watch me just fly around Kerbin all day. We're going to knock out this one, take the reputation hit. We're going to knock out this one, take the reputation hit. We're going to knock out this one, take the reputation hit. You get the idea. All of these are just doing orbits around the planet and then taking temperature surveys. That is how many surveys I had. All of this is what's left after I got rid of just the survey stuff. Okay, so now let's see what we've actually got here. So we've got one where you want me to ferry 2 tourists safely to their destination and back. Their destination is to orbit around Kerbin. We're already going to go up for a rescue mission, and that's for a lot of reputation, no money. I will take that. So we need to test a protective shell while splashed down on Kerbin. I'm more than likely going to splash down anyways. The pay on that one is negligible, but they will give me a little science. How long do I have to accept that? 1 year? You doing all right over there, Luxray? We did get shoutouts for Allison and Radamant already. Luxray and all that. Yes, this one should be fine. Just put a protective shell, land in the water, hit the button. Okay. So we want you to test the heat shield at the launch site. That's nice and easy. Does Luxray have a cat? Time to add "Are you sure" button. Yeah. You want me to test the Thud engine while landed? I mean, we're just gonna run a huge number of tests here. And also, you can check out Basette doing Star Ocean. Does a lot of like turn-based RPGs. So if you're looking at that kind of thing, Pokemon, Digimon, that kind of thing, you can find it over there as well. Let's see. Build an unmanned probe that has an antenna that can generate power. The probe must be fully assembled at launch. I'm gonna just let that one decay, I think. Science data from the surface of the moon. We do want to land on the surface of the moon, so we will grab that anyways. Test heat shield in flight over Kerbin. Perform a test using the run test option in the parts compartment. You need that at 50 to 260. I'm gonna probably leave that one alone. Some of those ones where you get like these really narrow things, they're not hard to do, but they are annoying to do. Build a new orbital station around the moon. And you are willing to pay a fortune for that thing. So you would want a station with 7,500 units of electrical charge, 6,000 units of liquid fuel, maintain stability. That's, can support 18 Kerbals. That's what there's things like, this is not a small project. I'm not going to say yes, I'm not going to say no. We only got a couple days till it expires, but we'll keep getting contracts, so we don't need to worry about that. Alright, so let's look at our list of contracts. So what do we've got on here? 14 years to build it? Yeah. No, absolutely. But then it's just taking up my mission log. So that's land on the moon. That's land on the moon. Unmanned probe to Eve. We actually have the probe out there waiting for its time. I've got an alarm set to go off to try and make a intercept orbit. We can save the person from around Kerbin. We need to get around Kerbin to have the travel itinerary for them. We need to test you splashed down, test you and you on the launch site. So let's do these bottom two because I can knock those out in 2 seconds. So, all we're going to do for those two, there is a robotic thing. I'm going to go ahead and add a battery onto it. We will put a parachute on the top of it. Okay, and the modules you want is you want the really small heat shield. There you go. And you want the Thud liquid engines. So I'm going to grab the smallest possible fuel tank I can find. Hey, Alana! Thanks so much for the raid. I hope you had fun. I believe I saw you playing Graveyard Keeper. Let me go ahead and get you a shout-out. I'm trying to use shout-out as if it's a username. Luxury, let me go ahead and take care of the shout-outs. That's 2 for 2. You've messed up at this point. I understand you're at the hospital and all that, and you know, I appreciate the effort, but, you know, you forgot your phone doesn't autofill? Yep. Alright, so we've got that. Alright, so, but welcome in, Raiders. And thank you so much for that raid, Alana. For those who don't know, Alana, absolutely fantastic content creator, fellow member of the House Yet Frequency stream team, the stream team that I'm on, was doing some Graveyard Keeper earlier. I believe, was that your first playthrough? I actually don't remember. Yeah. I think it was your first playthrough. But nevertheless, was playing some Graveyard Keeper, an absolutely fantastic game. It's like Stardew Valley with like a bit more grim humor, a little bit more on the grindy side than Stardew Valley. But the humor is like really solid. Right, and you also did Chef RPG. I missed that part. That was before I got up in the morning. But yeah, Chef RPG has been one of those ones I've been kind of waiting to see, like, checking it out later when it's, you know, more done. I think that's the smallest fuel tank we're gonna get. But, welcome in, Raiders, and all that good stuff. Again, check out Alanorama, absolutely fantastic. Alright, so we're gonna do the test here. We have our cursed little probe here. But it's just to do these 2 things on the launch site. We're just going to test the shield and all that stuff. You're pleased to see you're able to continue your run in Chef RPG? And all that good stuff? Yeah, let me go ahead and see if we can't get that shout-out command to go now. There you go. Yeah, so playing some Graveyard Keeper. Again, plays a lot of similar stuff where we've had, like, you know, Radamant and everyone else raiding in. Alanorama also has done a lot of Oxygen, not included in a bunch of these art games like RimWorld and all that. So very much all the people who've kind of raided in here, Radamant, Alice in Adventures, Alanorama, lots of overlap between all of them. So we have, for those popping in, we are doing Kerbal Space Program in the career mode, so I do have science and money and all these kinds of things to deal with. We're not doing the hardcore, no resets ever or anything like that, but we are just trying to work our way through, so if you don't see me immediately blasting off towards Pluto and everything, That's because I can't. We need the technology. So for this, I did not put that. Cool, we did our test on the heat shield on the landing pad. And we have done our test here of the fuel. Congratulations, mission successful. Good work, team. We set the rocket down, we clicked the switch, it didn't explode, and they said, here's your money. Which is entirely what we wanted. Alright. So you want me to take a VIP in orbit around Kerbin. Alright, don't give me these many VIPs. This is going to be a mess. Repair a satellite in orbit around Kerbin. I've got 2 years. That one's going to pay relatively well for what it is. Sure. Position a satellite on Minmus's orbit. Test the heat shield in flight. And then there's to make that gargantuan space station around the moon that will support 18 Kerbals and all that. And they're offering a bunch of money, but that's going to take a lot of effort. So, okay. We're going to have an interesting rocket to deal with here. First, get this out of here. Okay. So, I have 1 Kerbal I need to rescue for a contract. So, we're going to get a pod with 2 people in it. And Bill, get out. Because we got to leave that seed open for the rescue person. The next thing we're going to need to do is I have tourists to bring on here. So let's see. So this is Kurald wants to just orbit Kerbin. Fair enough. Let's go down here. This is going to be rough. This is not a thing I should be doing because there's going to be a lot of people on here. You know what? We're going to have 5 total. Let's just go for the regular old command thing so it's not cursed in size. Okay, so we have 1 here. 2 can go in there. So we have our pilot, 1 rescue, and that passenger. And then we have a second group wanting to orbit Kerbin. Where are you at? Yeah. We got a second group who wants to orbit Kerbin. So there we go. It is unlikely I'm going to be able to do any meaningful science around the planet right now. I'll bring the instrumentation because I've already got enough weight on here. Why not add a little bit more? So let's go ahead and we're going to start by going into our payload area. Oh, I forgot we got a bunch of other stuff things. So we're going to go and put the service module here and pop you open. And we're going to go down here and get the Science Junior because that gets us the experiment there. We get a storage container to store science in that's a little bit more durable. We'll get our goo. Get our thermometer. And our barometer. And a couple of batteries. Then we'll close that up. Put a couple of solar panels on here so that we can recharge our batteries. Alright, and this is where things are going to get a little rough because we are going to be doing stuff here. There was another thing I need to test while at splashdown. The Airstream Protector Shell. Okay, so what the heck are you? Airstream Protective Shell. Alright, we can do it this way. AE-FF1. You do not look the same. Okay. So we need to test that during splashdown. Huh. So it's just going to be on there, and we want to hit water, which I usually don't worry about. Okay, so this we are going to need a heat shield to protect this from going kaboom. If we don't land this in water, it'll be a real bad time, so we actually will care about where we come down, which I usually don't. Alright. So with that in mind, we are going to be adding more parachutes than normal. We'll start by putting some drag chutes on here. Trying to think of the best way to land it here. Because you can put the parachutes on one side. And that'll help us land, because I don't want it to go, like, straight down. I'm worried it'll just destroy the stuff below it. I'll put you on the tip. Alright, so it's probably way overkill on the parachutes. Build the fairing as a big... I mean, give it a torpedo shape. That should keep it pointing the right direction. Stop going. Stop. I don't need the fairing for here. Yeah, it's got a stage here, so I'm gonna actually do is drag that stage after the parachute and just not run it. Because we just want it to splash down. Okay, so my hope is that'll splash down alive, which is a pretty big hope. As a precaution, we are going to go ahead and add a couple of stairs here. That way when I go to pick up the person, it's a little bit easier for me to make sure we get them on the ladder. Okay, the other thing we'll go ahead... Do we want to add RCS? So we do have a person we're going to be rescuing in space, but they're already going to have their own RCS, so we probably don't need it here. We can just stop you. Alright, so now we need to do our actual in-space stage. So let's go with the coupler there. And this one we shouldn't need nearly as big of a fuel setup as we've done previously. So I'll have the one stage there, and the reason I'm saying that is literally we just need to get into orbit and then adjust our orbit and then deorbit. It's gonna be tough to keep vertical while coming in. Oh wait, you know what I'm forgetting? I'm forgetting something very important, which is to go on here. Stop trying to do things. Okay, so we got a reaction wheel, which should help. But yeah, no, I agree. It's going to be very hard to keep vertical.
Thank you, Sentient_Cookie, for subscribing for 51 months. Subby wubby
I understand. Thank you so much for the tier 3 sub, Sentient_Cookie. I really do appreciate it. It means a heck of a lot. Been sub the channel for 51 months, and I do really appreciate it. Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be hard to keep vertical. That's the reason I'm going to be putting all these parachutes on here. Is my expectation, as long as I can keep from burning up on the way in, then, because we just have to get through that part, but once we get past the burning up re-entry, we're just going to throw a ton of parachutes behind, and that'll probably be all we need. Okay, so that's the stage for actually doing the in-space stage, in-space things. So now we just need the get-to space stage. So we'll go down here. We'll do the same thing we've been doing. We put 2 of those. We get the swivel for steering. And then we grab our couplers. And put you there. And we grab the fuel tanks here. You are not centered on your clamps. There you go. And put that there. Grab a fuel line from the outside to the inside, so the outside tanks drain first. And then we'll use the Reliance because it gets slightly better fuel mileage than the swivel. And then we could chuck our cones on here. And then the last thing we do is we go here for another set of couplers. And we're gonna grab a really big solid rocket boosters. Toss cones on there. That'll work. Okay, so now I need to check our important information. Okay, so that's only gonna be 1 TWR. You want about 1.5, so we're actually not getting quite enough out of our solid rocket boosters for what we want. We can supplement that by using this and not quite running them at full. So then we pop off the solid rocket boosters, then the fuel tanks. You should also be down here. Then we'd stage. Yeah, so these should be 1 stage there. So you move down here. You move up here. And this whole fairing thing goes in the last stage because I'm just not going to use it. Alright, so all engines come on right at the beginning. We pop off the external tanks. We pop off the spare engines here once they run dry. Then when the main tank runs dry, we pop this off and kick in our little engine. That's when we'll do our rescue. And then after our rescue, we go ahead and get all that. So we're going to do a quick little save here. And let's see if we can rescue ourselves a Kerbal Kerbal stranded in space. I did not get them stranded there. RCS. I had debated RCS, and I was like, the thing I'm intercepting has RCS on it. Yeah, I've got a ladder. I got a ladder right here. So I'm kind of going with we'll make the Kerbal come to us, not the other way around. So there's our target, I believe. Now the important thing is we want to make sure we are going that way. I think we'll be good. Oh, the tourists. Thank you. That is actually important. I don't actually have my tourists on there. Well, it's a rescue mission plus tourists. Alright, so Tourist 1, Tourist 2, and Tourist 3. And then we got our spare seat here. Jebediah will have to do like a little rearranging, little shuffle in here. But we got our tourists on board. But yeah, no, that's the whole reason is I gotta move 3 people up, do an orbit, then come back down. And we're gonna grab grab you along the way. What we actually want to do... Ooh, you are barely out of atmosphere. So this might seem weird. We're going to sit on this pad until you're relatively above us. That should be about right. SAS on. Throttle up. Engine fires. That was a lot more jiggle than I wanted to see. Feather that down a bit. They're running the solid rocket boosters a bit more because I'm using my fuel faster than I really want to. That is a lot more flex than I want to see. Turn on the maneuvering chart because we need to get our apoapsis and periapsis to be over 70,000. Throttle up. Solid rocket boosters are gone and exploded. We need to start tipping the rocket over to the 45. Recover, please. Recover, please. Recover, please. Recover, please. Well, that's screwed. All right. Yeah, that's screwed. All right, let's try that again. I need to just wiggle it a little bit. I've done that before plenty of times. So did it reset back all the way there? Of course it did. Who rescues the rescuers? No one. Set as target. SAS on. Do this. Maneuvering. Throttle up. Go there. Throttle you back down to like 25%. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I need to like gradually bring it over, and I tend to bring it I think you launched a little late. You're probably behind the target. I'm okay with that a little bit. I just want to be at least relatively in the right area for the target. Because I don't have it like memorized where it's like, oh yeah, no, if they're at like 80,000, I want to start this far up. Oh yeah, you know, if you want to get on the moon, you need to be like a third of the rotation off. You can learn all that stuff. There's also ways you can like not math it out in the game, but you can kind of get a good feel for how long it'll take you. I did not throttle it at the right time. We'll just have to live with that. But you can sit there and get it figured out where it's like, okay, it takes this long to reach the moon. Okay, based on that. With it that close to atmosphere, it'll be hard to catch up, even if you're behind. Yeah, no, I understand. Just little baby steps over. Little baby steps over. Please get back. You are wibbling and wobbling a lot more than the other rockets we've messed with have done. I think it's because of fast forwarding on the landing pad. That we're getting so much of wibble wobble, because this is almost the same design we've used for a number of these rockets. They're just doing a very slow burn. Because step one is just getting to orbit. We can correct our orbit, a lot of stuff. Could also be the replace of the reaction wheel. This is true. I haven't put the reaction wheel that far back before. Usually I have it on the front. The problem with being behind the target is you need to orbit under the target to catch up. As you noted, it's pretty close. No, I'm aware. I am aware. That's the same thing Burning Sun was saying. What's the terminal velocity for losing orbit? Oh, the terminal velocity? I mean, terminal velocity has to go with aerodynamics and all that kind of stuff. I don't even think that there is a calculation for that that's, I guess, relevant in Kerbal Space Program. Because the alternative is I just go on a higher orbit, I just let it go, and then we cut back down. Orbit is 2,300 meters a second. Right, terminal velocity is like the maximum velocity you can get to, you know, basically under your own, like, without additional power usually going in against wind resistance. So, like, terminal velocity is when you drop something, what speed it will reach at its maximum. I'm sure there's a better definition for it, but that's my understanding. I need to be throttled all the way up. I am not paying attention. We're at our apoapsis. I was not focusing on the, I was more focusing on the altitude, not the time to the apoapsis. So we're going to be very inefficient on this burn. There's a chance we still might recover it, but that is me not paying attention. Okay. There's a pretty good chance that we have done goofed. Because we are well past the apoapsis, we are coming down. And while I am extending this to potentially reaching an orbit and all that, I think the delay was too much. I think real astronauts don't have to deal with chat distracting them yet. Yep, I don't think we're going to space today. Well, I mean, technically we're in space, but I don't think we're staying in space today. I think that late burn, we definitely had the fuel for it. But the problem is we're right about to start scraping atmosphere. There are like 40 people in the control room. Yeah, so the issue right now is I'm having to burn to keep us from hitting the planet, but it's moving our apoapsis way too far out. But the problem is if I don't keep thrusting, we're gonna go all the way in. Unintentionally slingshotting. And explode. Right there, it's exploding. It's right at the edge there. You all wanted to see, the tourists wanted to see, you know, orbit. Here, we're giving them orbit. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? I need to bring that apoapsis down a lot. Luckily, I've got a lot of Delta V. So I'm going to bring the apoapsis back down to like 100 kilometers maybe. Yeah, no, I see the periapsis is going down. We're going to burn in the direction we want to go when we get near our apoapsis. It's a very, very wasteful maneuver, but I need to like get myself closer to orbit for the intercept later. And I've got plenty of fuel for this close of a meeting. Okay, that'll be good enough. Switch to prograde. What is in the final stage? The final stage is go to planet. There's no engine. So, but I mean, we have 110. We have 110 Delta V left to meet up with the stranded ship. Oh, that is just a fairing that we're using for a test contract. It's not there to do anything, it's just there for me to push the button to satisfy a contract. Alright, let's get to about 70k, and that's satisfactory enough. Alright, with that, so we are a good ways behind. Which is not super shocking, all things considered. Let's bring your height up. So we're just significantly slower. We're not going to try and catch up to them. We're just going to go ahead and put ourselves way behind it. We already did both of the test missions on landing. I have one where I need to do one splashdown. So we're deliberately increasing our orbit here, so that both our periapsis and our apoapsis are well above their plane. So we should be just a lot slower. So you're at 518. It does the thing where everything lands varies whether I'm fast forwarded or not. 800. So we're gonna have to go around a bunch of times. Okay. So we're at 953. Yeah, no, that's what we're doing. It's fine. Still, technically, we've only done a number of hours. $684. $372. And so we should be getting pretty close to the point where I need to adjust the orbits to have the intersection. Okay. So not this pass. But next pass... It's so weird to me that when you speed up and slow down, it changes that. Okay, so the next pass will only be leading by about 37.8 kilometers. So what we'll probably do is when we get over to this side, I'm going to start trying to tweak our maneuvering a little bit to bring these together. So retrograde relative to the target. Well, actually, you're already slowing down the rate of change between us. So let's bring you around again. Because down here, we're going to need to slow down to make these not really awful so far as their distance from each other. Okay. So this is the spot where we get our closest. Let's get over here real quick. That's not going to help us much. So I corrected this part, but this part's way out here still. Burn towards the planet? Yeah, I should have. I'm gonna fall quite a bit of ways behind. What I'm gonna do is try to buy a little bit farther here. So I'm gonna lose a little bit of speed due to atmospheric drag here. I'm going to be okay with that. Let's go past the PE real fast. Because I don't want to actually drag myself too low in atmosphere. No, so at this high of altitude, we're not going to hit much resistance on the atmosphere. We will be getting some drag, but you know it's just barely. Not enough that we're going to burn up the rocket. Let's keep it above 65 kilometers. We're just going to keep on scraping that atmosphere to reduce our speed on the other side without actually using fuel. Because we are catching up to it, just not as fast as I'd like. And it's also slowly rotating the periapsis to align with that one, and the apoapsis to align with that one. So as long as we keep this going, we will eventually catch up with it. I mean, at the moment, if we keep it going, I'll just keep dragging atmosphere the whole way around, and that'll become its own issue. Because it is slowly coming down on its front. Okay, our periapsis and our apoapsis are lined up pretty much perfectly to each other. We are on the inside, scraping the atmosphere on every pass. Okay. Yeah, and it's slowly moving the periapsis along just because the atmospheric drag we're experiencing. Yeah, so we're technically on the inside the whole way around. I'm going to have to watch. When we get to the apoapsis, I'm going to want to nudge things along. I have to turn and boost ourselves up a little. Okay, so problem I'm going to run into now is if we let it go much lower, I am going to drag atmosphere the whole way, which will eventually be a big problem. I might already have gone too far with it. Because I have to keep burning all my fuel just to try and drag myself out from being inside atmosphere. So I need my apoapsis to stay above 70k. And then get to that side. Yours is up to 83k.
Thank you Pretty Pictures for subscribing for 40 months. Doc with this give PLZ.
Hey, Pretty Pictures, thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month. You used it here. And that is 40 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that continued support. It means a heck of a lot. Alright, so let's get over here. I'm probably getting pretty close to no longer being in atmosphere. And then we'll just need to peek ourselves to be over 70k. And then we should catch up to this thing painfully slowly. As everything has an ominous quiet. Cool. We are no longer considered dragging atmosphere. So let's get to our apoapsis over here. When we reach our apoapsis, then we'll just barely drag that up to 70. And so while we're catching up, it ain't fast. We just need the periapsis to be above 70 in the apoapsis. Select orbit, not target. This is fair. Okay. Get right aligned to this before we do it, because I don't want to take any more off of this than I absolutely need, because we don't have a lot of fuel left. Let's line it up. And 71. Alright, so you'll be at 184, 180. So intersect 2 puts us farther away. We should be getting closer though, because I think we spend literally the entirety of the orbit on the inside, so we should just be catching up. So we are catching up. Yeah, so they are getting closer with each pass. In theory, we've only been doing this for one in-game day. Okay, next pass will be even closer. Alright. That's even closer. So I basically want to pass until they're relatively close. Our orbits are very, very similar at this point. So what I would want to do when we get around there, and I should have SAS turned off for the moment, so I'm not just wasting power for no reason. Even though I do have solar panels. 200 kilometers. Alright, we're at 90, 88, 85, 80, 76, 70, 65, 60 kilometers, Still hovering at about 60 kilometers. It's one spot that we ever so slightly go farther out than it does. $62 kilometers. 32 kilometers. 27 kilometers on that spot over there. So it'll be one of these next passes. I'll have to start trying to equalize my speed with it. We still have 251 Delta V, which should be plenty. We just need to get within a kilometer or two, and then we can have the person jump out of the airship and meet us. I'm basically waiting till these are so close, like within a couple kilometers of each other, or we see that arrow overtake. In either scenario, we need to adjust our speed. We care about relative to target now. 3 kilometers. Okay. And we'll be ever so slightly ahead. And you're still ahead here. So let's get over to that point and let's tweak the speed to get where we need to be for that side to line up. Because somewhere along there we overtake it. Alright, so SAS, retrograde relative to the target. And we retrograde to seize up a little bit of our momentum towards each other. That's got us going back towards that. That puts us at 3 kilometers here. Turn off the SAS. And warp to that spot. And this is where we should be able to get our orbits equalized. We're within 3 kilometers of each other. SAS, retrograde. We're only moving 25 meters per second relative to each other. Okay. So 3 kilometers, is that close enough? So let's bring this around to where we're pointing at the other ship. So not to intercept course, but like straight at it. Into the retrograde relative to each other again. So it brings in 2, 1.9, 1.8, 1.7, 1.5, 1.4, 3, 2, 1, 0.9, 0.8, 0.7, 0.5, 0.4. Okay, so we're basically going to be directly on top of each other at this point. So let's warp to there. Let's try and get ourselves to not have any real differences in momentum towards each other. 3, 2, 1. 0. Alright. Quick save here. We are basically as close as we're going to get to each other. So I want to, at this stage, not do a maneuver. I want to switch vehicles. Please let me switch vehicles and stop navigating. Come on, I'm clicking on you. You're wasting precious time. Let's try going out here. Oh, actually, you know what I probably can do is if we turn off this. Can we turn off this, please? There we go. Find the other ship. I might be able to switch to it through the UI here. Okay, well, we got another way we can do this, which is we go to the Space Center. We go to Tracking Station. And we go to your ship here. Jeb fly over? Jeb shouldn't need to fly over. What'll end up needing to happen is we'll have this person fly over to the other ship. Says target. Okay, so you go EVA. Why did it lose target? That's fine. So what we'll need to do is a little bit of shenanigans. Most likely, Jeb will have to get out. This person will have to get in. Then, you know, transfer them into the middle area. Then Jeb gets back in. As we slowly drift over. Okay. Okay. So EVAU. Trying to figure out how to switch people here. Okay, so they're both holding on, but I do not know how to switch people. Alright, we're gonna have to go to controls. Actually, as I recall, I don't think you can get into the controls while in flight. What is a control to switch people? And before everyone's like, it's this button. Is it tab? If it's tab, that might actually be what it is. No. Because I was going to say if it's not, because I don't use a QWERTY keyboard. So I had to change my keys a long time ago. It's really weird that you cannot change controls or check the controls in flight. It's a very, very weird decision. Like, that's just not here anywhere. Try backspace. You know what? That did work. Okay, so now, transfer crew, transfer, there. Alright. Everyone is all on board. Quick save her up because this is still not going to be necessarily the greatest. We are going to retrograde. And luckily we're already scraping the atmosphere, like just barely in it. So it honestly doesn't matter which side we do this from. So we full throttle now. We can pretty much guarantee ourselves a water landing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that'll be a water landing as is. Alright. So stage that. Alright, Jebediah. Everyone's lives are in your hands. We definitely don't take any accountability for any engineering faults or anything. We're just going to assume your piloting skills will get us through that regardless of what engineering, you know, snafus we might have. You're a capable pilot, right? You can overcome some bad design. That's fine. Oh, before I forget. Probably nothing to see here. Yeah, didn't think so. I didn't think we were going to be able to do any science up here anyways. Let's go an aggressive dive into the atmosphere. Yeah, it's fine. We'll more than likely burn off all of our speed well before there. We'll either die going into the atmosphere to begin with, or we'll get there. And I did quick save just beforehand, just in case. I just want to make sure we hit the water. But yeah, no, it's, we're gonna hit and drop pretty quick. The big things I wanted to make sure we hit water. I'm not super worried. I haven't had too much trouble landing on Kerbin other than if you start tumbling, which is very credible threat. Now, granted, I do have a pretty big gyro here that might be able to, keep us where we want to be. Alright, we're hitting atmosphere now. And we've got the status of our heat shield. You'd usually purposely tumble to bleed off more speed and spread the heat out around a bit. Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely fair. For me, I've just found once it starts to tumble, my heat shield doesn't do me any good. I end up tumbling and just ripping stuff off the outside from the heat. Versus I can, manage to stay behind the heat shield, it usually goes better for me. Not so when you got like landing legs and all that, they tend to get hurt a little bit here and there. It triggers by events, so the reason the music stopped there is we dropped below 70,000 kilometers. Sorry, 70 kilometers. And at that point, you're in atmosphere. So you do have, like, friction on here that's slowing you down. You won't see it quite yet, but once we get to this threshold here, which we're about to hit, we're going to start getting real hot. First time? No, not even close. Granted, it's been a long time since I played on any real amount. So you'll probably see mistakes and all that from 1, not being caught up on the latest versions, and 2, just being that I haven't played heavily in a long time. Yeah, I don't have 1,000 hours, nowhere near that. But I've got a couple hundred or so hours. So we get roasty toasty in here. And I want to say it's right around here is the most dangerous spot when you do the switch over. So right before you stop burning up. Because the atmosphere is getting thicker, so we are getting hotter as we're going down, but we're also slowing down. So it's kind of a matter of once you slow down to the point you are starting to cool off as opposed to increasing heat. It's kind of like in real life, usually some of the most dangerous parts of launch and drop-off is like, not right when you leave the pad, obviously there's danger there, but it's kind of like when you're starting to get your arc and all that, where there's the most things that can kind of go wrong. And just the same in landing, it's like right when you're doing the re-entry and you're getting to that, oh, we're tumbling. Yep, we're going full aero. We do not want to go full aero. Full aero means going full speed. So we want to try and twist and spin anything to bleed off speed as much as possible. As long as we can keep twisting to make ourselves less aerodynamic, the more friction we cause, the better. Just until the chutes come out. Once the chutes come out, I did overcompensate in the chutes department. I don't know what's going on with the camera, but this is deeply unsettling. Jeff is like, yep, another textbook re-entry. Pretty much. Yeah, no, that was the thing. When I knew how much I was going to be chucking in there, I was like, we're putting more parachutes than I need. I didn't feel super great about the whole thing. So I just was like, you know what? More parachutes is perfect. Because I knew this was going to be a pretty heavy landing piece, and we're going to be splashing down. So what should happen is when the big chutes open, it should turn sideways. And in real life, these parachutes would do nothing but tangle up on each other. There's zero chance you can keep this many parachutes not a tangled mess. There we go. Put the less important parts down first. So if anything does take damage from the landing, it's stuff I don't care about. Alright, Basset, you have a good one. Thank you again for tuning in. Normally I don't put nearly this many parachutes on here, but with 5 Kerbals on here, or, you know, and all that, and then needing to successfully splash down to test that thing, I was like, you know what? Parachutes aren't that expensive, and if we recover them, it doesn't matter. Yep, nope, we'll be doing that. Water is too fine? I don't know what you mean by that. Okay. Speed it up just a little bit till we get closer. You want to fall a bit faster here to not take forever? I mean, we could just fast forward. Because considering all the things you do in this game that takes time, waiting an extra 30 seconds for a rocket to hit the water is not that big a deal. If that's the kind of thing that's going to drive you up the wall with impatience, there's probably, like, all the reaching the far destinations are going to drive you up the wall because of how much fast forwarding. Alright, and a nice little cozy little tippy-tappy in the water. Knocking a right button test. So you're happy, you're happy, you're happy. You're happy. And test concluded. Alright, so that means we've got everything happy so far as the missions we were doing. So done, 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 done. 4 missions for the price of 1 with a textbook recovery. Yep. So, no science from it worth mentioning, but a whole lot of money and reputation. So you want a new orbital station around Kerbin that supports 5 Kerbals. But you don't require it to have power or anything. So, like, do you just want me to launch... Oh, it has to have a docking port and can generate power. Yeah, so what? That'd just be like 3 of the passenger rooms with a docking port on it, and I could just ditch it in space with a solar panel on it and be like, okay. Yeah, no, that's the thing. The only catch there is I would need to well, I mean, I could just put the robot up there to control it, and that would work. All right, so we can literally just take that as it is. VIP wants to go to safety. You want to orbit the moon. We can certainly make that happen in the next 10 years. We can rescue someone from orbit around Kerbin. I've got 4 years to sort that out. The heat shield while landed on the pad. Okay. Gather surface deployed mystery goo observations on there. Collect 50% of surface deployed mystery goo observations on the moon. If I'm not mistaken by what that means landing on the moon and going to each and every one of the different biomes with the mystery goo and going to each and every one of those, like half of those. I don't know how many biomes there are on the moon. Test heat shield there. That's the one. Needs to be able to support, was it 18 Kerbals? Well, Stoka, they're going to tell me a specific orbit they want it. I won't get to choose the orbit. Okay, how many different... So research and development, archives, Kerbin, the moon, goo observations. Okay. So, well, it's actually, there's only mentioning the high and low. This isn't mentioning on the moon, so I think the ones on the moon are not getting included here. So I still don't have an answer to that. I'm scared to accept the goo thing, because that might be driving a rover around to the goo thing. There's like a dozen. Yeah, I'm assuming, well, a dozen wouldn't be that terrible, as long as you can get to them relatively quickly. But that's those ones I'm really kind of like, okay, that could be a massive, massive project or not that big of a project. All depending on how frequently the different ones happen. And thank you, Morgan, for the 120 stream streak. Wiki says, like, 17. Yeah, no, my thought is, like, where you land, how easy would it be for me to just drive and grab them? Because obviously, well, even then, I would need to have a scientist down there resetting the goo each and every step of the way kind of thing, which we tried to do that earlier, like yesterday, and it wouldn't let me reset them. So, I don't know what to do about that. Alright, so, meanwhile, for this station that we had going on, why does my rocket not exist? Isn't one of them a specific crater of planes? I don't know. We can go to... Contains locked or invalid parts. Load. Yes. So what I need to do here is yoink you and squish you up there. Because you're not coming home. Actually. Pods. There you go. And then we can go ahead and put the docking thing on here. And the rest of all you can just stay up there. So let's check our staging. So you're good, 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 good. These technically don't matter. Oh, these parachutes are going away. Alright. And then we just need the antenna. I shouldn't need anything fancy for the antenna. Any antenna should do. Oh, heck with it. Alright. I believe that'll satisfy everything. The important thing is it needs to be able to handle stuff. Everybody off. It's robot controlled. Because it's going up and not coming home. So let's see. Build a new space station that has an antenna, has a docking port, and can generate power. Power, antenna, docking port. Please note that this must be a new station built for Winter Owl Aircraft Emporium after the contract is accepted. Have a facility supporting at least 5 Kerbals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maintain stability for 10 seconds. Put the station in orbit around Kerbin. Alright, that should accommodate everything it needs. Yeah, Nuts is thinking, old Mr. Frodo is just very realistically, it's probably easier for doing the goo to just make a bunch of different things and go to the different areas, which is not really what I'd be hoping for. So this should be a little bit better. We did ditch a bunch of weight. We are a bunch of Kerbal, we're several Kerbals short. We got rid of a bunch of parachutes and a bunch of other nonsense. So this should work a bit better than the last attempt. And one thing I should have checked. Oh, it just says an orbit in general. Oh no, is this the orbit we need? Oh, no, that's a damaged one we promised to repair. I guess they don't care. They just want it in orbit at all. Alright. Crap. Crap. Come on, recover, 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 recover. Oh, come on. Spin around the other way. See? It's fine. Yeah, no, I didn't put fins in on it. I'm paying for it. Retrograde orbit? Probably what's happening now, because I've lost track of which way we're pointing. Yeah, no, it's fine. Maybe. I actually might not have enough oomph in this tank to get us around, unfortunately. That tumble may have just cost it. Because we're getting pretty close. Yeah, no, I don't think we're going to get to stay in orbit. The issue I'm running into is I'm running into the apoapsis, which is still in atmosphere. We are full burn at this point, and this engine doesn't have enough, and we're not going to bring our periapsis up to the point of orbit before we start coming back down. So, unfortunately, this is going to have to be a mulligan, because it's just going to come back down. We don't need to wait the next, like, 3 minutes for that to happen. Let's fix those fins. What's the mission? Right now I just need to put a space station in orbit. That's a glorified can that you can put people in. To make sure that they didn't put Jebediah in there. that we can put some people in. So the space station is just that. But I'm getting paid, so I mean, whatever. If they don't want to commission something nice for people, that's a them problem. No struts? Honestly, weirdly, this one's been having more issues. I haven't needed struts. Keep in mind, the needs for struts is not the way it used to be. It used to be you just desperately needed struts for anything to work in Kerbal Space Program. These days, it's mostly okay. Like, you can see I'm getting a little flex here, so I honestly probably could use struts on this one. But this has been, like, the first rocket we've had that exception to. And it's partly because I just have so much on the outside. But yeah, the need for struts to prevent the cracking and the wiggle isn't like it used to be. Again, not perfect, but it's not like it used to be where things were just, like, wiggle and wobble all over there. Okay. Please stop corkscrewing. It's a little top-heavy, in case you hadn't noticed. Yeah, I know it's just a lot of weight just on the end. Why are you fighting me so much? Like, this high up, we should not be having much of a fight with this thing. Yeah, no, I need to tone it down. I've been being pretty aggressive on it. Why do you keep having orbits slowed down when I'm not in atmosphere? That's some fun emotes. And I'm just doing a little bit of a slow burn until we get closer to apoapsis. They'll rocket back up. And I'm not too picky. If they just want this thing in orbit, I don't care if it's a good orbit or not. We can just back it off again. I've got 2,000 Delta V just to try and keep me up here, which is fine. We're just gonna let this go until we hit about, again, 1 minute, 30 seconds from the apoapsis, then we'll throttle up. Just so I'm putting more of that in. Hey man, you're so excited to see you back in KSP today. Trying to learn as much as you can before jumping into the game yourself. No problem. Yeah, we did a lot of plane shenanigans last night. Which, we went from a plane that worked relatively well to trying to do this giant, like, wing sail plane, which it did eventually get to the point where we could get it up to almost 24,000 feet. But it didn't do the steering very well. And for those who missed the beginning, I did just dump all the survey contracts. Because even with a ship that can do it, it's a lot of like go up, grab the thing, turn, lose your altitude, go up, grab the thing, turn, lose the altitude. And they pay relatively well. But it is just a thing from like the content creator standpoint, I'm like, okay, but do I really want to subject everyone to have to sit here? Okay, so with this, just needs to be here for 10 seconds. Okay. Space Center. Because that's all I had to do, is now we have our space station in orbit. And so with that, we've got all that there. Let's go to our... I mean, it's fine. We'll probably have to clean up stuff later. Do you have any tips for docking rendezvous? You can only get 200 kilometers from separation, no closer. One of the big ones is make sure you target where you're trying to go. And then once you get yourself in a similar orbital plane, switch in the middle there where there's the ball where you can click on, say, like surface, orbit, switch it to target, and retrograde from the other ship every so often. That'll gradually start making it so wherever your relative movement is towards a ship, you can start bringing that orbit to be similar. So one of the things you can do is you can keep retrograding to bring that down, and then you switch from the retrograde to the little pink circle, which is to go directly towards it, as opposed to that. So this is kind of those things of like slow yourself down, go towards it, slow yourself down, go towards it, slow yourself down, go towards it. It can be inefficient to do it that way, but you will eventually get lined up with it. All right. So you want to go around the moon. Okay, so we got this one to test a heat shield on the ground. Let's get that one ready. You're wondering if you bought the game, it were best to buy just the base game, or should you get the game plus the DLC? The DLC are all additive to the game. So it's one of those things you don't need them right from the get-go. Like, you're not going to, like, miss out on anything. So I don't think it's, like, dire that you get those right away. And then we need to test the heat shield for a contract. Actually, before we do that, let's go over here real quickly. So, position a satellite in polar orbit. Hey, Inns, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all good stuff. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. That is not the right person. The underscore Inns. I'm trying to do the wrong thing. Don't mind me. Alright. So check out the Inns, playing some Slime Rancher 2. Also does like a lot of Slice of Life, Life Sim, those kind of games, or Stardew Valleys, Coral Islands, those kind of things. So if you enjoy any of that, you can find it over there. Does stream in German, just as a heads up. Does understand English if you want to talk to him in English, but does stream primarily in German, just so you're aware. Let's see. Gathered, surface deploy, so that's on the moon, that's polar orbit. So doing a satellite polar orbit, what do you even want me to do? You need to build a satellite following our specifications and put it on polar orbit around Kerbin. Must be a new unmanned probe, yada yada. It has to be like way out there at a 90-degree orbit. Reach designated polar orbit within a reasonable deviation. Complete stability. It doesn't... You don't specify at all what you need your satellite to do. Like, you're not having any science or power or any requirements here whatsoever. Okay. Sure. I mean, I have 5 years to do it, so why not? Alright, meanwhile, we do have a contract to test something on the landing pad, so I'm just going to grab it. I'm going to sit on the landing pad, and I'm going to push test. Need an antenna solar panel? I missed that. Oh, can do power generation. Yeah. There we go. Alright, but first of all, you want me to test the heat shield on the ground. There you go, the battery power. And there's the heat shield there. And you want the one that is the, what size? 2.5 meter. Alright. Check out our brand new, fully functional space probe. And run test. Congratulations, we have accomplished our mission. Good hustle, team. Science data from around the moon. We want you to send us science data from the space around the moon. Transmit or recover scientific data from space. I mean, I'm definitely going to be doing that at some point. We got 10 years, let's grab that. Those are all the same ones we've been seeing. We're going to ignore all those. Because, like, this space station thing here, that's 18 Kerbals it wants me to make a space station capable of handling. 18 Kerbals around the moon. That is going to be a lot of separate rockets going up, moving one thing up after the other. That'd be taking that previous rocket I did with the room for 5 of that, and sending that up 4 separate times, and then docking them all together. That is a monstrosity. And then on top of that, they also want me to have 6,000 units of fuel and 7,500 units of electrical charge in the station as well. It's cool that they're offering this. Oh, it must be fully assembled at launch? Oh, man. Fully assembled at launch, capable of 18 Kerbals. Oh, man. That is going to be tremendously large. That is going to be just your classic Kerbal. How are we solving this? How are we launching this? More rockets. Just keep adding rockets until it slowly can make its way up. Do you have the triple connector? I don't believe so. Yeah, no, I don't think we have the tech to do that one. Where it's like, you could do that. It's like, nah. And then we have this one. This one's not as bad. It's a satellite around Minmus. Which wouldn't be the end of the world. I think I'm not going to worry about that right this second. Did I not already grab you? 10 years to get us data from the... Oh, that's data from the surface of the moon? Yeah, I'm still going to accept that. We're definitely going... Oh, right, that's the 50% of the goo. Right. That's why I didn't accept it, because it was goo from 50% of the different land areas on the moon. And so it's like, okay, hang on. Yeah, we're not going to be doing any R&D. So looking at our contracts for this one, we could do the probe relatively easily. Do they want the... I don't know that station off the top of my head. We can do the probe easily enough. So grab you. Actually, we'll just chuck these away. So give me this one. That one can do SAS. There's your battery. Congratulations. We'll go to power. Go here. Oh, no idea then. I'm probably just not recognizing the name reading it versus hearing it. Okay, so we've got our stuff there. We are going to need a communication satellite. Not that many of them. Okay, so double checking our requirements. Build an unmanned probe that has an antenna and can generate power. Boom. Battery. Done this. Antenna. Cool. Reach the destination around polar orbit of Kerbal within a reasonable deviation.
Thank you Silas Genovese for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, Silas Genovese, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that, and I do hope you're enjoying the stream, as well as enjoying your advertisement previewing, as well as access to the emote. Probably butchered the name horribly too. Gotcha. Either way, I don't recognize it, so it doesn't really do us a whole lot of good. So I'm gonna put like the tiniest little fuel tank. We can. Can I get a variation that has like rocket fuel in there? No. I was trying to find like the tiniest little fuel tank, so you can just put like a little itty bitty baby fuel tank, just so this kind of thing could zip around what it needs. All right. So what we can do here. Put a pair of the RCS things. And all that. The Kerbaling's going pretty well. So yeah, so we got our tiny little probe here. And we'll go ahead and put a little cone on the top of it. And that's the tippy top of our rocket. And we can go here for the stack splitter. Have we been anywhere near, besides the moon with Kerbals? Not really. Again, keep in mind we're doing career mode, so if you're looking for fast progress, it's just not going to be the thing that happens. And that's just to get around this planet. Like, when you're not playing career mode, it's definitely one of those things that you can very quickly, like, you know, mash in the next thing. Trying to gauge how far you are? Yeah, no, we're spending a lot of time on, like, kind of side projects and all that. Oh, don't do a pair of these. Okay, we can go here to the rotate tool. Turn off snapping. Okay, so we got that not cowling, but we got that piece there. Alright, like before, we got our space stage. Got our Terrier here. That's not actually attached, apparently. Got our Terrier here. We're going to want our gyro for controlling things. So cool, there's the probe they want. This is my get it in, you know, get it where we need it in orbit around Kerbal. Kerbin. And then we can go down here to the coupler. Same basic design we've been using. It works. Could it be more efficient? Almost certainly. But at the same time, it works, so why change? Oh, snap. Okay. Grab you. Grab the Reliance, because they're more fuel efficient. Or I shouldn't say fuel efficient, they're just more efficient is the important part. Alright. So this stage goes up here. And then we'll want to go down here, and just like we did before, we'll get our solid rocket boosters.
Hey, most handsome man of all time.
I don't know who you're talking about. I'm dubious of this.
Oh, you're the most handsome man of all time.
I don't know that's true. Okay. Then go here. Put the cone on there. Alright, so for that stage, we don't get quite as much as we need. You go up there. You are all part of one stage now. And that should be able to achieve all of our goals. You need to be together, make sure it's the right one. Yep. Okay, so pretty much 1 second, we almost made a goof. Fuel line. There we go. Cool. That should be enough to get us into polar orbit. Last time we saw you had a contract to make 2 vessels meet each other in orbit. Yeah, well we had the one to do it in over Kerbin to actually dock them up. And we had the one here for that. Let's check on the orbit it actually wants me to do. That is a beefy heck out there orbit. Okay, hopefully we have enough for that. That is out there. Alright. We'll see. I'm a little concerned that I didn't give myself enough fuel for our space stage. I think I need an extra fuel tank up here. Because it's not only the fact that we're going that far out in orbit, but we're doing that polar not with the equator, but like the other way around. And I also didn't check. So I want to go up and down. I'm honestly probably still better off going for... I'm probably still better off going for the regular orbit this way, and then rotating it around and going up. But yeah, but the problem with even going north is I could be not lined up correctly. Because it could be, like, not fully north. We can figure it out. I can try it. Like I said, I'm a little concerned we don't have enough delta V for that wide of an orbit. Oh, come on. Alright. I need to not tip it that hard that fast. And I keep doing it with this rocket. With this style of rocket. I need to just tip it a little bit at a time and just bring it over gradually. No fins and extra tanks? I would need to have the fins probably on this area here, not on these tanks. These tanks will actually come off pretty quick. But yeah, no, I should have fins on it. Like, these I should probably be having over here. Okay. No, stop it, stop. That's my fault. I hit the button on accident. Alright, let's fix this. So what we're gonna do is, first of all, to make room for some fins, we're gonna go ahead and grab you. And do that. We've got some pins back there. And I'm just going to assume I'm going to need that more fuel. We won't put it off. Because I'd hate to get all the effort put in there, get out there, and then just come up short. Okay, so everything still looks fine stage-wise. It is going to hurt our Delta V, or our TWR and all that a lot. The Delta V will be better overall, but that's the whole thing. And that's just because I'm sitting there looking, going, crap, I have to do more fuel lines? No, I don't need more fuel lines. I'm connecting the existing fuel tank to another fuel tank. The only fuel lines I need is the outside tanks going to the center. Okay, we really need to research the better rocketry stuff. I could be taking advantage of some of the larger liquid fuel rockets and all that kind of stuff to make this not quite so inefficient. Okay. Let it cook down there. Yeah, so as you can see, our last stage will have over 5,000 Delta V, but I gotta get it into orbit. That's the catch here. Okay, so just tip it a little bit. Little bit of tip at a time. Little baby itty bitty tips at a time. Slowly bring it up and over. Stop resisting. Slowly bringing it up. Start backing off the throttle a little bit. That's south. Come on. They can't be that mad about that orbit. Who cares if it's going the wrong way around? Thank you, Infinity Simplex, for the 350 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. You should share this before it slips away again. Hey, 350 is a ridiculously long stream streak. But thanks so much for that stream streak. Yeah, no, we've had some pretty high ones. The highest ones we've got, I think, are in the 700s. That Sentient Cookie and the Very Last Lardine had theirs. Sadly, the Very Last Lardine just lost theirs like a week ago. Something bugged out. It didn't count it for them, unfortunately. But, yeah, basically from the very moment that stream streaks came into play, they've been, the two of them have gotten it every single day without a single failure, like from the creation of stream streaks. And thank you, Dark Strider, for the 285 stream streak. I appreciate that. Alright, so now we're going this way. No, Cookie's stream is still good. Very Lars Lardine's stream streak broke. Cookie's the only one who's got a stream streak that's from, like, the very beginning. Like, eventually it will break, just because it is Twitch after all. Yeah, Street Streak is around 35. My highest is around 300 something. I had that with FG squared for a while, and then I had mine bug out and lost it. Okay. We had a 200 stream streak break here once. I was really sick that weekend and simply didn't care. Yeah, no, that's probably honestly the good way of doing it. Is genuinely don't worry about it. That's one of the things that makes me a bit happy is a few of the people have had really high stream streaks have had them get broken. They didn't get that upset about it. They're like, yeah, I was waiting for it. Like, you know, it's a bummer, but was waiting for it. Yeah, so this is my concern, is we are going to have a north orbit, but it's still going to be wrong. Because going north, it's going to have to be there. That's fine, though. I think if we do fail this one or whatever, we'll go horizontally and we'll rotate it. Because regardless and all that stuff. If it breaks, it breaks. Yeah, no, and I think a lot of people are in that same thing where they've seen everyone else's stream streak break over the time. They're like, yeah, it's coming. It's fine. Okay. You tend to watch streams of the games played, so you don't get very high stream streaks? Yeah. I tend to be more along the lines of, you know, there'll be which content creators that are on at certain times. I'll have a tendency to tune into a couple of favorites kind of deal. That's, we've had the conversation on the channel that, so why 6-7? Because 7-8-9? Yep. So good news, we're gonna get into orbit plenty fine here. You'll always show up for KSP though? Yeah, no, usually, like in the times I played KSP in the past, usually I can get a good couple of streams out of it before people are like, alright, we want to see the next thing. Because it is one of those things that like early to mid-game KSP, you've got a lot of stuff going on, like you're launching, trying to reach the new destination. It's kind of when you start breaking away from doing Kerbin and Minmus and the Moon, when you're out past that stage, that it's a lot tougher, because a lot of those missions are, you know, you set it up, and it takes like an in-game year or two to get everything sorted out. And you could do just the one mission, but it'd be a tremendous amount of fast-forwarding. Alright, so we are in orbit. So what we need to do is to get our orbit to match this one. And I have found personally... Actually, let me check one thing real fast. Before we go and start doing any changes of direction. Let me go to the Space Center here. And see if our tracking station can be upgraded such that I can tell it I want to meet this orbit. That kind of thing. You know, if they ever do make a sequel to this game, you hope they make it where the civilian cities... Kerbin that you have to miss. I don't think we're ever seeing another Kerbal Space Program ever again. We'll see the Kitten Space Agency. The Kerbal Space Program, you know, came out with a sequel that failed, and it's pretty much that's done with it. Why am I actually in here? I don't want to be in here. I want to right click and see if we upgrade the building, what new tracking stuff we can get. So we upgrade this. Places conics visible in map. Max DSN power. Unknown object tracking, maneuver tool available. Sure. That was a big spend for us. You like working space colonization? I think at that point you're talking a different game. Kerbal Space Program is by its nature intended to be a very kind of grounded game. Okay, so this is the one we were doing. Like, they do a little bit of kind of out there technologies that were more theoretical than practical. I think for a lot of like that kind of stuff, you'd be probably talking more of a sci-fi kind of game. Yeah, I was kind of hoping we could like target the orbit or something like that, just to have like the intercept on that. You make manned space station around every planet, though? You can. So we're off by 55 degrees. It's always meeting these orbits that's always a tricky one for me. Yeah, because if we move any of that over here, we're not in the right spot. So we want to go over the pole. Alright, that's a massive burn. Like a massive burn that gets us on the right plane. Like that is a massive, massive burn. I did remember... Okay, we do have solar panels on here. I mean, KSP2 is unsalvaged or abandoned. You never looked at... Oh, it's abandoned. You heard it was bad. Perhaps it could be fixed. No, it was unfortunately abandoned. Basically, it was kind of in a worse state than KSP1 was when it launched. And then other than the graphics looked a little bit prettier and there's a little bit better some UI elements, it was definitely a step back in pretty much every single other way. And they were charging, I think it was $50 for it. And so it's kind of one of those things that it's a mistake I see a lot of people, like a lot of game companies, especially those who have had a previous success, and in this case it's a new publisher and all that, which is kind of the bigger problem. But that you'll have a wild indie success and the next game will come out and they'll end up charging $40-50 because they've got the name recognition, but then release something that is of a similar quality of when they released their last early access at its beginning. And people be like, oh, but it's early access, it just launched, that's forgiveness. You know, like, let them cook. And my hard stance on that is, no, based on what they're charging is what they should be judged on. I feel like if Kerbal Space Program 2 launched and it was like $15-20, and they're like, yo, this is a very early version, it would probably still have gotten some flack, but there would have been a certain understanding justification of being like, hey, you know, it's early access, it's a very low price, you're getting in on the ground floor while it's still in its rough state, but you're getting a bargain for it. But they did charge $50-something, and you're like, that's a finished product, man. For $50, I'm expecting a completed game that I could play right now. the dev had zero experience with this kind of a game. Yeah, no, it definitely was, they switched to a different dev team, the publisher did and everything, switched the dev teams and everything, forbid them from talking to the old dev team, and a yada yada yada. It was one of those kind of things. A publisher bought the name, didn't care about the rest, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, my hard stance on early access is I will judge it based on their price tag. If the early access is $10-15, I'm going to be very, very sparing on my judgment. If they charge $40, $50, $60, I'm going to expect what's effectively a release quality product. And they're like, but that's not fair, it's early access. Like, you don't get to charge full price then. I didn't check out Gothic 4, so I don't know one way or the other on that one. But yeah, no, it's a whole thing. You never really looked at it because they switched devs. You mean they got rid of those who actually made KSP? Yeah, and the devs who made KSP, most, like a bunch of them are now working on KSA, Kitten Space Agency, to be effectively a spiritual successor to Kerbal Space Program. We're around Kerbin. We're just thrusting a lot because we're rotating our orbit for a mission. No, KSP2 is not charmingly clunky. It was, what if you took Kerbal Space Program 1? And other than, again, it had a little UI polish, like, we will give credit where it's due. They did polish up the UI, and they did include in the box some stuff that you used to have to get mods for. So there was some improvement, but it came at the expense of, like, everything else. Alright, so we didn't quite get the orbit we were aiming for. So we're only 15 degrees off. We can add another maneuver. Oh, wrong way. Okay. So we'll try that maneuver next. I'm so confused with what I'm looking at here. Why don't I have my buttons? Too much. There we go. But yeah, and that's one of the things. Now, also with, like, Kitten Space Agency, you definitely want to kind of, like... While it's good the devs will be back on, and I have very high very high hopes it'll end up being really good, it is also worth mentioning they are starting from scratch, and all that. So it is probably one of those temper your expectations until we see what we get. Hopefully it turns out extremely good, but you don't want to get yourself all hyped up and then disappointed. Game with larger corps, buy game IP. Just see the money and not the love put into creating the game and made money. Yeah. Yep. No, and it's a tough one. I very much... So it's different with, like, buying IP versus buying companies. I'm actually very much of the mindset that once a company reaches a certain, size, they're just not allowed to do mergers or acquisitions or anything. There's just a hard no. I understand people wouldn't go for that, all that kind of thing, and there's lots of negatives to that as well. I acknowledge this. But also, you know. Alright, so we're now only off by 3 degrees. So put our next maneuver there. And I think that'll match us up. So one tiny last little burn here. And then it's time to just make the circle bigger. Just a little tiny burn here. And then it'll be a matter of getting that there. The big corporations seem to forget that fame of games didn't come out of nowhere. Because the game was made with love and care, because contrary to what corpos are thinking, that matters. Yeah, no, it's very easy to get caught up in the, like, and this is, like, and honestly, it's a thing that's very difficult right now, is because of how difficult it's been for, bigger companies when it comes to, like, not only games, but movies and all that kind of stuff. How many of them don't land well. You do have a lot of companies that are scared to take chances with new IPs and all that kind of stuff. And so a lot of them are just taking their established IPs and then trying to produce the next thing on the cheap to kind of guarantee profit and all that. Which, of course, that, you know, quote-unquote safe bet creates truly uninspired products. And it's kind of one of those things. Okay, we are at 1 degree off of perfect. I'm down to keep that. So what we're going to go ahead and do here is I'm going to go to this side here. We're going to add a maneuver. Not quite that far. And we'll get to that stage there. Making things for profit is only part of the problem. Yeah, to be clear, you know, all things considered, as much as we, you know, want to meme on a lot of stuff, it is a thing when it comes to a lot of these that we do have to acknowledge that ultimately, you know, people want to eat and all that. Now, granted, the endless profit is a problem where it's like, oh yeah, infinite growth, blah, blah, blah. That's not even theoretically possible. But ultimately, the reason you do these things is partly so you can pay your bills and whatnot. Like, yeah, you want to do it for the passion of the art and all that. But at the same time, you hopefully can have the passion for the art and eat tonight. But at the same time, with a lot of the big companies, yeah, they get very nickel and dimey, price gougey, you know, cheaping out wherever that is. And it's not only the big ones. Like, if you look what's happening with generative AI going on, that ultimately generative AI, when I see a game using generative AI, it just tells me that they just wanted to cheap out and do stuff inexpensively, knowing that it's not going to be as good a quality and all that kind of stuff. And you do have people on the top of the pile and the bottom of the pile doing that. Alright. So we bring you out here. Bring it back slightly. All right. So I'll go to that spot. And we are almost at the point. Now, it doesn't need to be a perfect match. Let's bring this up. So we need to reach the designated orbit. So once we get that checkbox, then we're good for the next step. A little bit more. There we go. Or does it say pinata? You can only beat a pinata a certain amount of times before it stops giving you stuff? Yeah, no, absolutely. This is true. There's measured bookable financial values, much like technical debt and software code case. Yeah. But yeah, no, and it's been a big thing on a lot of that. It's also one of the things that I feel is a very short-sighted thing that we're getting more and more, is there's more and more stuff doing licensed IP. So, you know, like, people will license Star Trek, or license Star Wars, or license, you know, Harry Potter, whatever. And it's for, like, whatever the latest game is, that kind of deal. Oh, okay, so you're happy with that. We don't have to do any more adjustments. I was expecting to have to adjust this side again. So now we just wait 10 seconds, and mission complete. So with that, we can bring it back in, and you got yourself a nice little functional satellite out there, buddy. It'd be cool if there's a KSP community could buy KSP2 and finish it, or donate. Honestly, with a lot of the problems that KSP2 had, I think the better choice would be, instead of grabbing KSP2, would be grab KSP, and having, like, this is where we stopped supporting KSP, and then bring that forward. Didn't need to do science in orbit or anything? Nope. I've also done stuff in high orbit and all that already, so there's not really much science for me to gain out there. But that was for a contract. We got paid for just putting that there. Which is good, because I spent about $500,000 upgrading our tracking and everything. Okay, so we've got a person. Let's actually check our contracts here. Build a new space station around Kerbin. We just did this one. I'm gonna just move on. Ferry 4 passengers to their destination. Prestige significant. Where do you want to go? You want to orbit the moon. You want to orbit Kerbin. You want to fly by the moon. You want to fly by the moon. You want to... Huh. Haha. Alright. Is it feasible to make, like, a split mooncraft like the Apollo? Yeah, you can make it so you could land a lander, bring it back up, and grab it with the same thing. I usually just make something that lands on the moon and launches back up again, but you can make it so there is stuff like that. Alright, so that's a lot of prestige. Like, a lot of prestige. And decent money. Okay. And we do already have a passenger. Okay. I have bad ideas. Alright. You think it's only optional on the moon? Let's see. So, yeah, no, this one says orbit around the moon, so I do need to. Are you playing the full screen? Yeah, no, I'm playing it full screen. Alright. So, the issue we have here, and the reason I'm chuckling going, this is a bad idea, is if we look at our contracts here, we have a rescue mission here. We've got one passenger. So we have one passenger who has to come along with us. 2, 3, 4, 5 passengers. So we got 5 passengers we want to bring along with us. And potentially a rescue if it makes sense. Let's Let's actually go leave this for a moment. We've got a bunch of these different missions we've been going that there's just their escape pods or whatever just floating around. I can't remember those disappear on their own over time. Yeah, I think that's the one we still need to rescue. We've already rescued this person. Yeah, that's what I thought. I do wish it kind of only show the, like, it only show the warning being like, you're gonna kill the crew on board, if there was actually a crew. Because especially with the load times, I don't want to go through that loading each and every time. Okay. So we want to check which one is the actual person that needs to be rescued. Lyndon. So Lyndon we don't want to get rid of. But this one, it's just a pod. There's no one in it. Get rid of it. Mello, whatever it is, that's just a pod. We've already rescued a person. We don't get there. Untitled ship. What is our untitled ship? Yeah, so this is one of our this is one of our vehicles that was like a satellite / research ship. There's no one on it. It's just got a robot to control it. It's just sitting there doing nothing. But I mean, it's up there. Right, that's the one they're like, we want you to build a space station that can handle 5 people. It is a little annoying that when we set those up, it does keep those on there. I kind of wish when you finished it, it would like gray it out or whatever. Because this is for one contract, we did that one. That's actually one that is sitting there waiting for its opportunity to go after Eve. Oh. I forgot we added the ability to track unknown objects. Cool. We'll worry about that later. This is a mission we have, which is to get an engineer to that to fix it. It actually wouldn't be too bad. That's one we have, which is a rescue mission we gotta do. This is the one we just looked at, and that's the one we just did. I'm gonna kick that off. Kick that off. Kick this off. And the orbiting the sun one is still getting ready for stuff. Okay, so basically I got rid of all the things we launched that I just did them for the art people, and we don't need to do them anymore. Okay, so all that stuff we don't care about right now. Alright. Research and development. Is this something like very soon we would have a much better ability to do stuff and I should hold off trying to go for the big setup or not? Those are better fuel tanks. Not really. Yeah, not really. We'd want to eventually get some fancier things, but for the heavy rocketry to really make sense. I can't remember. So you have a 290 ISP on the ground, 280 ISP. You have a 350 ISP in space, as opposed to if we go over here. You have a 345 in space. And you have a 265 on the ground. Were one of you better than 265 on the ground? Wait, 265 on the ground? Really? That's actually really good. Yeah, so you're 280. So if we can get ourselves up to the heavy rocketry, those will do that thing. Are we going to have a higher tier thrusters and tanks? Are we going to do like dollar store Saturn V? So unfortunately, I don't have the science yet, but I need to get that science going. So the issue is to get more science, I need to go someplace new, which means I probably need to land on the moon, or we need to get a ship out to like to solar orbit or something like that. Unfortunately, that's gonna be a whole thing. But all right. So let's see here. Do I think I can do a moon lander? Because we can do a moon lander, I do have the potential of being able to get a lot of science. Also, last question, is it possible to actually overuse your heat shield and run out of ablative? Technically, yes. I've never done it. We did unlock a space plane. Yeah, we actually got a space plane that we can get up to about 24,000 kilometers. Or sorry, 24 kilometers up. We did manage to get that. So if we do the landing on the moon, we can get a lot of science along the way. We aren't going to be doing the whole passenger thing plus the lander. I think that'll be one or the other. Okay. So, I'm gonna bring the two of you. And so on this one, you're out, Bill. You're in, Bob. So many tourists I've got ready. Okay. So those are the ones who are going to be landing on the planet. We're going to give them a parachute. We're going to give them the service bay. I always keep forgetting that this thing's larger. Of the service bay here. Actually, for that matter, before we do that, there's your beefy command wheel. So we can adjust as needed. Yeah, no, I'm gonna do the space bus, but I think we'll try and get a bunch of science first. I need to check the size. That is a big service module. It's fine. So I've got you. So open you up. And then with this, you're gonna want to go science. Get you in here. Thermometer. Goo. There's your goo. Barometer. Power. Batteries. Close you up. Okay. So, that's the essentials for being able to recover any of the science. So what I think we want to do from here is have a means of getting this thing back into space and hopefully back home. So, let's go ahead and start planning this. I'm going to pretend that this is our entire get home module. There's our heat shield. We need a couple of drag chutes and all that to make sure we can land safely. They're more than I need, but that should be plenty to get us on the ground alive. Okay, so that's the we land at home. So decouple here. Now the next thing we're gonna do is we need the stage to get us back into space. Now what I need to figure out here is how much thrust I'm going to need to get us off the surface of the moon and back home. So we took that fuel tank, and we took this little old booster here. That would give me a TWR of 0.4, which is probably enough to get off the moon, but a delta V of only 121, which sure ain't getting us home by itself. So that's gonna be a nope on that one. So let's go ahead and go up one size. So that gives me a delta V of 380, and that's on the fence of what might be able to get me off the moon. Needless to say, on the fence is not very encouraging. So I do think we're going to end up needing more rockets. Which of course means we would then in turn have the problem of, if I need more rocket, then we need more thrust and the whole thing gets wonky. Now I could do where we use the big fuel tank and we grab the swivel here, and that'd give me a ton. For our purposes, that's way more delta V than I need. So one thing that we could actually use to help us is to cut down your limiter a lot. So that would give me 1500 delta V. Are you waiting on the plebs to pay you to make a refueling station in space? No, but I don't usually worry about that. You can put infrastructure in where you can make a space station that you then ferry fuel over, top off the fuel there, come back, and then separately send a mission to go down, to come up, to dock, to refuel, to then go home. That's actually not even a terrible thing to do in the game, is to take the time to build all that infrastructure. Alright. So that's probably way more thrust than I actually need even. Yes, that would work. And that'd be way more than enough to get us home. Let's double check your stats, because I was trying to remember. So you have 310 ASL in space. You had 345. So honestly, it's not that significant a difference between the swivel and the Terrier for efficiency in space. It is there, but it's not tremendous, and this does give me more potential for keeping us from smashing into the ground and dying horrifically. Okay. Now, the big problem with this is the big, tall rocket of how on earth are you going to possibly stand up? If we look at the Thumper, so you're only at 305 in vacuum burn efficiency. So we might be able to make this work a little bit better on here. By having that thrust way more spread out. Yeah, and that'd still give me enough to land it. I am losing almost 200 delta V, though, doing that. But then what I can do here is ground, legs, and make a wider base there. Okay. So this is definitely going to need RCS. Probably just for this stage. So I'm gonna put the fuel pods back there. Because once we get this thing landed, we shouldn't need more RCS. So the RCS is going to be primarily get to the ground and get back up, and just not beef it and slap into a wall or whatever. Alright. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Okay, so you can go ahead and put some RCS there. And there, because like I said, this stage we're going to detach. We're going to leave the RCS behind it. I have no idea how that's going to go. I'm not super convinced we'll be able to land this elegantly, but I'm going to try. One thing I will do, though, is just for our own sake, is utility, grab you.
Thank you Zeslesall for subscribing for 6 months.
And thank you, Zalsall, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and I really do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream, because it'd be weird for you to continue subbing if you weren't. But thank you again so much for that. Continued support, it means a heck of a lot. Basically just putting a really tall ladder. That way the Kerbals only need to be able to get over these engines and all that, and then they could just climb up in here. We'll see how that goes. I don't know if that'll even work. Okay, so this all looks cursed, which is perfect. So let's go here, and we've got you. So that is our land and hopefully not commit die, and get us back home. This is going to be really bad. This is our... There is a smaller capsule, but I want a scientist and a pilot on here, which means I need a big enough capsule to support 2 people. Okay, that's simple enough. You connect here. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so that's our get to the moon and, you know, get us basically starting the landing operation. This is the actual landing operation. Yeah, it should all be fine there. We can go here, and this is where things are gonna get messy, because you see our rocket is just getting taller and taller. That's gonna cause us a lot of grief. So the next thing here is our actual get us to space. We're gonna do the same thing we've been doing. I hope the Kerbals are surviving. We're gonna see here. We're taking a mission I probably should best have left alone for... Well, I'm trying to do something. I should basically leave until we got better tech. But, you know, sometimes you do the things you should, and sometimes you don't. And this is one of those, and you don't. Okay. So we're going to go with the strategy of more rocket is better. What do you mean every bit of weight we add makes this worse? Alright, and we'll get the Reliance for the slightly better efficiency. Put the cones on there, grab our fuel line. And that's barely an appropriate TMR. Cool. So put those together. Because together, that's almost what we want for just a normal TMR. That's going to be terrible. And now for where we make even more mistakes. Because again, the problem we're running into here is the tyranny of rocketry, where every pound we add, the next pound costs us that much more to lift. And we are adding many, many pounds. And so we're adding more and more and more on here. What I'm getting out of that so far is actually being able to launch my rocket is less and less. So with that, I'm only getting about a 1 TMR. Alright. And we're going to want to squeeze in here some tail fins for some type of control. So, how do I feel about this rocket? Not good. I'm gonna be honest, I will be more shocked if this isn't a colossal failure than if it works. So, moon or bust? Probably bust. That is the official name of our rocket. So, it's got a very straightforward mission. It is going to land. Craft is too heavy. The launch pad cannot support vehicles of over 140 tons. This has a mass of 140.46 tons. You know what? Hang on a second. Do we not have that webbing to hold it together, more stability? Webbing. Launch pad. And now we can support 140. Just limit the solid rocket fuel? Well, we're already concerned about not being able to do that. Could reduce this fuel for space stage? I could. I'm not going to, but I could do that. Instead, we could just throw money at the problem and make it go away. Because I know I'm going to need a bigger launch pad someday anyways. Today is a someday. Oh, and we're stuck in an ad break for a moment. So bear with me. What I'm going to go ahead and do is, since we're in an ad break real fast, I'm going to quickly use the restroom and stretch my legs, and I'll be right back. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute. So see you in a few. All right. Oh, you're thinking struts. Struts are the things that you just put the bars between a bunch of pieces and then hold them together. They used to be absolutely critical to function at all. Luckily these days struts are not nearly as critical. They still have their uses, there's still times you want them, but like a rocket like this, back in the day, it would start undulating as it was going if you didn't just tether struts everywhere on it. So it'd undulate until stuff started smacking together and breaking, or you finished with that stage and kicked it off. It was a race to see which came true first. All right. Yeah, it's so strange seeing just decouplers holding it all together. Yeah, no, that's the thing. And it was a while. Oh, we're... Okay, this might be a case where we actually do need struts. We got the wobble. The Kraken is afoot. The Kraken is out here. We might be okay, though. We do have the wobble, but it is not escalating. The drunk Kraken? Oh, that's perfect. For those not in the know, in Kerbal Space Program, where the physics get wonky and things start wobbling until it disassembles, people refer to that as the Kraken. But that's perfect, having someone pop in with the name Kraken around then. But that's just KSP things. We're throttling down and slowly moving ourselves over to a horizontal so that we might continue to move this over. I still have a lot of fuel and a lot of thrust in this thing. Meanwhile, set our destination, which is the moon. You remember rocket engines, like someone stuck the some engines in the Eiffel Tower? Oh yeah, you could do stuff. You make so many stupid rockets that work only once. Oh, it's easy to get that where you just put like 5 stages just for the one part of the rocket that takes you off the pad. I remember doing the rockets that would like, you would start and would very slowly move off the pad because you just didn't have nearly enough TWR. But as they started to empty out, they would start getting to the amount you wanted to actually launch it up off the ground. And it was like, okay, that rocket, it got me 100 meters off the ground. Now it's for the next stage to get me the next like 500 meters. Because each one of those stages is going to get me a little bit higher before what was my rocket starts. I need to be throttling that up a lot. Okay. Ooh, my fuel lines weren't right. That should have had way more fuel in it. So we might be in trouble. We're like on that fence. I probably will get to orbit with this. It'll be a bit wasteful on the fuel side. But yeah, it seems like my fuel line's going from my external tanks to the center tank. Something wasn't right with that. Because my center tank was mostly empty when we staged, and it should have stayed full. The idea is I want to drain my outside tanks first. I did that for a rocket just for fun one time. It was one of the larger engines, like the Saturn V engine or whatever, in the middle. And I had the big tank in the middle and a bunch of the little tanks just all around the outside. So that my stage are just kicking off all these little teeny tiny small tanks. It was a dumb design, like that didn't have any reason to be. But it was fun to just kick off the tanks one after the other. We just kept kicking off all these like little fuel tanks here and there to just skim off a little bit more weight as you went along. Your lines might be reversed? No, if they were reversed, the middle tank would have run out first. I'll have to look. It might be, I believe if I set it on the top tank to the top tank, then it will still drain, like it'll drain the top tank, but it'll leave the bottom tank on the outside. I think I have to go from bottom tank to bottom tank, if I remember correctly. You remember doing onion staging? Yeah, no, it's fun to just kick them off. It's like, is this the right design? Probably not. But is it very satisfying to watch? Oh yeah. It's real satisfying to just be like, plunk the one things off the outside, plunk the next things off. I take that back. There is a place that the onion staging works really well. Your landers, like your little Mars or Mars and Moon landers and those, I have found using the onion staging on the actual lander to be good. So you land with like the external fuel tanks, you kick them off when you hit the ground, and then you go back up. I've done that. The made the rocket so big that everything starts running badly. But yeah, I don't have any good tanks for doing external, but yeah, I could, instead of having this really tall tank here, we could have gotten a tank like maybe half that size, and then there's these pod tanks I could put on the outside. And yeah, you'd land it when they're empty, you kick them off the sides onto the ground, then you go right back up. The good news is I only want about 800 or so Delta V in here, is about what I need for getting to the moon. We are wasting a lot of fuel inefficiently because I am on the downside from the apoapsis, so I'm being way less efficient. I just really messed up. Like, we messed up with our fuel lines was one problem, and then I messed up my timing on the second problem because I had anticipated my fuel tank in the middle lasting for like another 2 minutes or something. Is this game hard on RAM when you got so many ships orbiting everything? You had that in mind when you built your PC. Haven't played much, though. Ooh, that is an excellent question that I actually don't know the answer to. I know it can get computationally nasty when you start getting lots and lots of parts, but as far as RAM specifically, I actually don't know where it stands on that, unfortunately. Slight change to try and help out a little here. I'm trying to avoid skimming the atmosphere as much as possible. We're not actually trying to build up our orbit. I'm just trying to get this side as much up. This is very inefficient, but we're going to start scraping atmosphere here. So basically pointing directly at the planet. Just trying to like push us up on this side. The downside is I'm probably going to have to revert this one because I'm losing all of my go to the moon fuel trying to salvage this orbit because of timing. Let's revert because I'd hate to get all the way over to the moon and then realize I just can't do it. Let's figure out what's going on with our fuel lines. Because that was the thing that really hurt us. Okay, so let's go down here. So we got the fuel line from here over to there, and they're all connected. Alright, so let's try that. That should fix that problem. Which should make it a little bit more efficient for us doing the orbit. And then hopefully we'll have a less wobble going on takeoff. Okay. Yeah, no, we are just kind of ham-fisting, being like, throw more rockets at it. You need more boosters for boosters? So you laugh about that. I have put the hammers on there, because I believe 6 hammers will give this whole thing probably a little bit shy of, like, 1 TWR. So it can do a thing to, like, get you a little kick up before you kick on the other rockets, so it actually can help. It's definitely not the most efficient. Yeah, I was afraid of that. The moment I tried to adjust my course, we started the wobble. And the wobble will cost us some efficiency. Very slow tip over. Come on, very slow tip over. Just want to start redirecting that, being more of an orbit and less of a straight up and down. And part of the reason I keep cutting the thrust is the farther we are from the apoapsis, the less efficient it is at bringing up the periapsis. But we also don't want to wait till we're right at our apoapsis, because then, you know, I cross it and then I become more inefficient again. So I found I like to be around 1 minute and 30 seconds from it as best I can when trying to achieve orbit. That might be a little too short on time for what we should be doing. But when I'm trying to achieve orbit, I usually won't turn off the engines, I'll just turn them down. There we go. So now I shed all that weight. We've got full throttle. And gradually our direction of travel as we approach the apoapsis will flatten out to be right along the horizon line. One of your favorite KSP streamers, EJSA, he does magic with his designs beyond my understanding for KSP. Yeah, no, you would, KSP is as much learning about, like, the little nuance quirks of KSP. That KSP has a lot of physics that don't quite work the way they're supposed to be, and all that, and, like, learning to work around those, especially with the space planes. There's just lots of funkiness in there. Okay. That open note at the back. Killed you for so long. Open node at the back. On the space plane? Yeah, I'm missing what we're talking about there. It caused a lot of drag, you guess? Gotcha. So we're still overshot the apoapsis here, so not as efficient as we could be. But see, sometimes your rockets just spin and become missiles, or they loop to loop and crash to the ground at high speed. Yeah, no, if there's things that catch drag or the thrust isn't balanced, you can start corkscrewing and all that. Yeah, I remember Das Valdez. I haven't seen Das Valdez in forever. Okay, so I'm going to stop using the horizon line. We're going to try and balance this out a bit more early. We're going to go back up to 45. It's going to rob me a little bit on my apoapsis, but hopefully it'll give me more periapsis on the short term. Because we're still running into a little bit of problem where I don't quite have as much delta V as I want for this stage. I think we might be okay. We're going to start flattening it back out. Because otherwise my apoapsis will become too low as well. But we're getting there. Yeah, I think this one will be okay. Because all of this is getting into space. I'm pretty comfortable what I've got left in the rocket if I can just get us to the moon. I'm not sure how well the lander's going to work. It definitely has enough fuel to get to the ground and probably back to Kerbin. It's how well I can do about actually getting it to sit on the ground without tipping over and making everyone dead. Okay. And it also looks like I'll probably have around the amount of fuel we want to make it to the moon, because I want to say it's somewhere around 800 ms is what you're looking for to get from Kerbin to the moon and all that stuff. Tipping again to try and prevent us from, you know, hitting the atmosphere as much as we can. If we get over 70, we're good. Alright, that'll do it. We are officially in a stable orbit. Alright. So let's quick save that. So the next goal is to get over there, so it's somewhere around here. That, to me, looks really good. Alright. So that's 815. We might be able to get that to be less awful. I think that's just going to be what it is. Alright. Alright, that's going to be tricky. That's okay. That's annoying. But it's fine, we'll get it. For moon, best exit is the moon at 90 degrees, or 3 p.m. when burning. Yeah, which is about, not quite 90, but still. I still have 1300 Delta V on my lander takeoff stage. We'll worry about that when we get there. I do want to get to a stage where we can start dropping into orbit on the moon before I stage over to the lander stage. We did burn late on this one, so we'll see what happens. All right. Yeah, so what should happen is our apoapsis should get out here somewhere. We just need this to be on a moon intercept. Once that happens, the moment we get in here, we start thrusting the other way, and we should be able to drop it down on the moon relatively okay. And then from there, that'll be where we have to depend on those engines to try and land. We did put a pretty significant limiter on those engines to try and make it so it doesn't utterly cursed, but you know. We'll see how it actually ends up. All right. And luckily when approaching something with gravity, you can actually be off a little bit and it be fine, as long as you're not trying to land on a specific spot, which we aren't. We just want to get on the ground on the moon anywhere. Okay. I did not think to bring experimental kits with me. It is already too late. Because I should have brought the experimental kits, the things I could set down on the ground to run the experiments on the ground. Alright. Turn that off. We want to get all the way over here. Because then we need to use the rest of our Delta V here to start slowing down. Okay. We'll set you to SAS retroactive a little bit before we actually reach Periapsis. And we just want to get down on the ground. All right. Yeah, and this wasn't good because it's coming at such an angle around here. We have to kill a lot of speed just to get us on here. We might actually not be able to pull this maneuver off. It's not the right angle. We're going to try it anyways, though. But here goes this stage. Alright. So we move over here. And this is where things get tricky. Because I have a feeling we don't have enough fuel to finish what I want to do now. So... we want to go ahead and burn some of this. So that we can hopefully put down on the moon's surface. Let's see, you see this channel escaped to the only place that hasn't been tainted by capital piracy space? Everyone else is playing Windrose? Yeah, there's a lot of people playing Windrose, which makes sense, it did just drop. So, not feeling great about this so far as I think we'll be able to do the landing. I'm less confident on the takeoff. Do we have all the moon signs at this point? No, that's why we're trying to get down here. I had other missions I could do for better money, but if I can land here, we can get a bunch of science, which will let me unlock some more stuff to make it easier for me to get down here in the future. So we are trying to make it so that we are dropping straight down for landing. I'm trying to slow burn this, but we are getting rid of a lot of Delta V real quickly. And I'm sure other people have a better idea of how much Delta V you want to get off the planet. Technically, I have a little extra with the RCS, but you don't want to depend on that for deorbiting if you don't have to. I've done it before. We're just burning so much fuel here, we're not even on the last part of the landing. They don't have a docking port, so there is no docking to refuel them. If there's a rescue mission, it's someone picking them up and abandoning the... well, I mean, you could probably carry the science over. Okay. So it is gradually moving our momentum to be straight down, which is what we want. Gear out. You have to just try and flare near the end or we won't have fuel to do anything. Oh, we trying. People are spinning around that windrows, aren't they? There's zero chance we're getting back off here. There was a reason I didn't quick save before trying the landing and all that. Welp. They did technically survive the landing. But that is not what we're looking for. So let's load the save. 79. So year 179. Those don't look like my quick saves. I hate to revert the whole flight, because I thought I did a quick save when we made it to space. But I'm sure not seeing it. Because we are at... Oh no, 1 year 78. Okay, that looks right. Yeah, 1 year 78 should be right. Alright. So we're back to before we actually made the moon approach. Okay. So that looks quite a bit better. With that one, we're going to be about the same fuel use going in, but you can see where it's trying to like weirdly do an angle there. That means the gravity is catching it on its own. Did we just run out of fuel for the moon launch? Did we just run out of fuel for the moon launch back? No, we ran out of fuel landing and smashed into the ground because it's burning up all my fuel trying to reach the moon itself. Yeah, I think that's going to be much better. Yeah, we slowed down a bunch for the touchdown, but we didn't slow down enough in time. Because the catch here is it wants me to do a burn for 3 minutes and 30 seconds to do that. We want to avoid shoving ourselves in planet side. So we're just going to wait till like 320, like 330 or whatever, just slam the fuel up to full. And then we'll bring it down once we have a reasonable orbit. This will be a bit better than our last attempt so far as this, which will hopefully save us, you know, honestly, a couple hundred MS once we're orbiting the moon. Because part of the thing was I was at an angle with the moon, I was kind of slingshot, I had to burn so much fuel off to try and get into the actual proper lunar orbit. Where this one, because I'm coming in and you can see where it's bending there, it means I'm getting close enough that the moon is starting to pull me back in, kind of. So we're getting close enough to the moon to affect my orbit in a meaningful capacity. So with that, I should be able to slow down and not need to burn nearly as much fuel. Gotcha, yeah, no, I looked at Windrose, and it didn't immediately grab my attention. Like, I don't have a strong opinion here or there. I watched a couple people playing it, and I was like, okay, so it's pirate-themed and you got ships, and that's all cool. But it looked like the person I saw, and it was an earlier version, was, like, recrafting the same stuff again and again. I'm like, oh, you look really grindy and tedious. But again, I was only watching for a little bit. And so it was a first impression without actually playing, so who knows where it actually lands. But, it is one of those things that watching that, I'm like, yeah, there's a bunch of other stuff going on, I'll just do the other things instead. It's kind of been one of those things as content creators, and honestly as gamers as well, there's just been so many games coming out, they're just like, okay, I can't do them all. Which ones am I going to choose? Which is a good problem to have, very genuinely. Because the number of games that have come out, I'm like, oh, that looks really good, and then you pull up the Steam page with the big disclaimer on the bottom, generative AI, and you're like, never mind, close it out. I'm glad there's a lot to pick between, so I can just kick that out. Let's see, you're waiting for more dem time, probably 6 to 12 months to check again. But, just a concept area is nice to see. Yeah. Some of the grind is holdover from when they were planning for it to be an MMO, but they made it into a great survival game. Yeah, no, I know there's people who've been enjoying it a lot. Okay. It's always that waiting for that burn to see where it actually ends up timing-wise. That gets to be a whole thing. But yeah. No, it's one of those ones. Like, pirates is a good theme. I wouldn't say I'm someone who's like out of my way to be like, oh yeah, pirates. Super hyped. But pirates are generally good. And there we got the wiggle. That's what I was hoping to see. Not push our luck. Because we got the wiggle. then that means I should get caught by the gravity and it's bending my orbit that much. So it shouldn't be just me blasting past it. I should actually be going relatively slow compared to the moon when we get there. And thank you, Mohan Rai, for the 400 stream streak. Catch the last 400 streams, not miss a single one, so thank you. There you go. So there's a much better bend than the last one. So let's warp over here, because we want to use this near the top of the bend so we get the most efficiency out of it. Retrograde. I'll go just a little farther. So almost have the orbit before we head to stage. Okay, so we're just gonna bring this in, trying to be a little bit on the fuel efficient side. We're in a lot better shape than we were on the last attempt. Okay. Alright, with that, we are going to make contact with the ground. I'm going to warp over here again. I'm not going to try and bring that in. I'm hoping proximity to this will start sorting itself out on its own. Is it litho breaking time? Well, litho breaking time is when you smack into the ground. So I'm trying to avoid wasting nearly as much fuel fighting purely lateral motion. So I'm hoping we can jet closer to it, and that we'll actually start being able to settle down easier. Start trying to correct things at maybe 50,000. It's a very slow burn for right now. I say as I see, I'm still going a pretty obnoxious speed for the moment. Or just bring that apoapsis out and down. So eventually straight down is the direction we want to go. Okay. Because what should happen is it should slowly work its way over to that spot. That's so we're still getting way too much lateral motion. I need to shave off more orbital speed. But I don't want to go too aggressive. We have more fuel this time. Is it enough to get back? That I'm not sure of. I don't actually remember how much fuel you need to get off the moon. It's probably going to be skating a little bit close to not enough. Because they still gotta land, which is some work. Yeah, we're definitely not making it home on this. Okay. So we've got ourselves, so we don't have hardly any sideways movement now. So we just need to slowly get down here. Okay. And we are down. With 240 MS left. We're gonna open you. There's our research there. There's our goo there. There's our barometer here. These. Where's my science junior? Are you kidding me? Well, we don't have the science junior. I apparently forgot that. Cool. That's fine. Crew report. Meanwhile, Bob, you're going to go ahead and EVA. And you're going to do an EVA report. Cool. Take a surface sample. Cool. Inside the surface bay? No, the Science Junior is a really big thing. It's bigger than the service bay itself. It's fine. We can plant the flag. We're never getting home. Excellent. So this actually might be doable. This might actually be recoverable. I do have about 200 MS. I do have about 200 MS worth of fuel. I see. Is not what I was hoping for. That's what I was going to say, is I've got a lot of RCS. If I can break moon orbit in a decaying enough orbit to scrape the atmosphere, I can tweak my orbit a little bit with RCS. Okay, so we're going to do a save game. Are we doomed? Okay, so the plan here. We need... The good news, we're actually not at a bad angle where if we take off, we'll actually be leaving straight reverse of the moon's orbit. That should drop us in relatively okay if we just send it. So here we go. And no matter what happens from here, you keep going in that direction. I'm forgetting what button is the go button for RCS. H, you think? It's not very encouraging. We are technically increasing our apoapsis, but we are just gradually losing the fight. I'm honestly surprised at how far that monopropellan's taking us. Okay. I don't think the monopropellant is going to be enough. Yeah, no, to make the get out and push work, can we detach the engines? No. Like, I've got a detachment point here, but my RCS is on that part. In hindsight, if I would have put the RCS up here, that would have been way better. We also forgot our Science Junior thing. So we actually have multiple failures that I'm not even going to get all the science out of here in the first place. So it is tempting to go back, put in the Science Junior, and try and give myself a little bit more Delta V. Because, yeah, needless to say... Alright. I know this is a... Oh! You won't let me revert the flight. Okay. Let's switch back to Are We Doomed? And you won't let me revert the flight there. Yeah, I didn't put an antenna on it either. So I can drop back to that one. And see if we can revert the flight from here. Because I can't remember what the limitations of reverting the flight was. Ah. Okay, so we have... This one would be probably... So that's 3 days. So that'd be probably while we're still on the ground. Do we even get in orbit? No, we didn't get in orbit on the moon. We're just going to come right back down. The, there's things we could change to make that a lot better. I'm a little worried that we lost the entire rocket we built there. Because I don't mind having to do a rescue, but I'm not even getting all of the science. Let's see. And we did save it, thankfully. So let's fix our terrible flaws. So you, come down here. Same with you. No, actually, I take that back. We can leave the Science Junior there. So we got you connected here. We want the Science Junior. Because without the Science Junior, I'm not even getting all the science. And we can grab the RCS. A little worried about being like, you have the door blocked, you can't go through it. That's fine. Yep, that's exactly what I was doing. Moving the mono tanks and all that up here. So that we can launch that off. Grab you, drop you back down to 1. And I know some people be like, you're just resetting and all that stuff. If we weren't resetting, we would just never do anything. Because we would be busy trying to reset everything again and again. Okay, so we came up short on the amount of stuff to reach the moon. Now, we could definitely just fix it by being a little bit more efficient. VTMV... Okay, I have no idea what that is. So let's go ahead. Oh yeah. The Vampire Masquerade Bloodlines. Gotcha. The classic, when you use acronyms, unless they're like universally understood acronyms, you're probably better off not using acronyms, because you'll just be asked to explain the acronym. Alright, so you're going to get moved up here. You did type it out earlier? Did I miss it? I mean, I'm sorry if I missed it. You know, focusing on flying, I must have overlooked it, sorry. Yeah, so needless to say, this one, I mean, actually it's more than I thought. So let's go here. I'm going to temporarily add another stage here. Then we're going to take our liquid boosters and put them in that stage. And the reason I want to do this, I want to see the solid rocket boosters. Oh no, it was way earlier? Gotcha. Yeah, so that I'm not worried about being a little bit over our TWR we want. Because when these drop off, it'll drop to about 1. But what that does tell me is don't even bother throttling these up at all until that's already done. So that should help give me a little bit more go. And we'll save that now. And we'll try again. Craft is too heavy. One moment, please. Oh, right, because this is before we did our upgrade. That's fine. Upgrade. That's fine. I was just like, I don't have to upgrade another time? No. It was we reverted back to before we did the upgrade. Let's make sure we actually have the contract real fast. Which is we needed to pick up a thing. Oh, we still have our temperature stuff. I may have reverted back farther than we want, because we only reverted back like 3 in-game days. Because we're at 7.5, and we were on 7.8. Sorry, we were on 7.9. But 7.8 was when we had just gotten to orbit, so we did lose a couple of days. That's kind of a bummer. But what that does tell me... I'm trying to make a decision before we commit, because it does suck that we can't revert that flight. But I don't have the ability to dock stuff up. We'll leave the science there, and I will have to send a whole separate rocket to just land, and it will need to have even more capacity to bring people on without having the science recovered. You get the idea. Because this would have been back a little ways. Do we have... Yeah, that's too far back. That's too far back. That would be basically undoing everything we've done today. That's too far back. So we're gonna load our game. So this is the one where Are We Doomed is the one there. We can go to that one is while they're in space, and then this is the one we're on now. Alright. So this means we have them launched, but they haven't gotten to the moon. So we're probably just going to bring it back and just, you know... Yeah, so this is when we were going to the Intercept 4 on the moon. So all we're going to do is just go, boom, retrograde. And just bring it down. And we'll just build it again. So we're going to lose money on this one. But that was going to happen regardless, because if we landed on the moon, they got stranded on the moon, and they had to leave the lander on the moon, and had to bring all of the stuff over to do like a whole nother round trip, that's still just going to be a loss on its own. But yeah. I was also realizing I don't actually need Bob along with us because I'm going to land the rocket there and I'm going to run... Oh, this also lets me fix a couple other things. One of the other things we wanted to do, which is part of why we wanted to bring Bob with us, is I need to put the little things on our lander here, the little storage things, so we can set up our little compound there with an antenna on all that, so that we can run tests on the surface of the moon and get science from it. So it's actually good that we're kind of undoing this all. Okay. And I've got multiple stages here to like get us practically pointing straight down, and then we got a very light capsule here and everything, so it should all land very easily. I mean, I'll go like this. Burning all of the fuel off. Okay. It's already be coming down real fast. This should be switching to that way soon. Yeah, we are starting to switch. As we rob ourselves of more and more lateral speed. Which will effectively help reduce our drags for burning up in the atmosphere in the first place. By just slowing ourselves down so we're not even hitting the atmosphere that fast. Because I have no illusion that the lander's going to survive beyond this top part. No, you can land on a ton of different planets. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Yeah, no, you can land on effectively equivalents to almost every planet in our solar system that is, you know, has something to land on. They do have some minor differences, like Kerbal has 2 moons instead of 1, but broadly speaking, it's very similar to our solar system. Let's see. Okay, after witnessing the RCS thrusters not being enough, you had to do something. What has changed on the rocket? Oh, so this is just... we reverted to a little bit earlier. I wasn't able to revert back to landing, so we haven't changed the rocket. I'm literally just bringing the rocket back home to Kerbal so that we can take it back to the shop to make changes. There's actually quite a few changes I want to make. You know what? Actually, you might be able to pull off landing here. Okay. It's probably more weight than the one parachute can manage, but I still do have lots of thrust left. Yeah, it's a little more than this can handle, but that's okay. It does mean I'll recover a little bit more of the rocket, so at least the money I'm wasting on launching this and not getting anything for and bringing it back won't be as bad a hit to the old pocketbook. Alright. And at least it got recovered fine. Okay. So, what we're going to want to do is take this back over. We had multiple design flaws that need to be addressed. And things we could just make better for actually getting what we want on the other side, too. Yeah, so we just burned some money launching that. We did get some of our money back, but ultimately, it was a colossal waste of everyone's time. Let's also see if there's any more contracts, because you never know when there'll be, like, a second contract that's like, oh, land on the moon, get some data. And there's a lot of cases you can double-dip contracts, which is one of the better ways of making money, is to just double-dip as many contracts as possible. So no new contracts, that's fine. Okay, so let's try this again with corrections. So, lots of corrections we want to make. First, let's open the ship, grab it, load. Okay, so this is after we already corrected the RCS and the Science Junior, which were two things I meant to bring with me and then promptly forgot. The next thing I want to do is go to cargo, grab these things, get a pair of these, and chuck them pretty near the bottom where they should be accessible. And we're going to go with this. So you're going to want the experimental control station. And you're going to want the photovoltaic panels. And that's that one full. We're going to go over to this one. And the goo ed monitor. Cool. And then we'll do the experiment kits. A whole bunch of them. Just in case. And the EVA repair kits shouldn't be necessary, but we'll chuck those in there because, again, why not? Alright, so we added storage on here as well, so that way when we get there we can set up the little kits on the ground, and those little kits will have everything we need. Make sure we're actually bringing our scientist, and not our engineer. Okay, so this gave us our extra boost, but we did add more weight. So the big question we have here, is there a place I can score myself just a little bit more uppies? This might be enough, but it might not be. Because we did come up pretty short on being able to do our landing and takeoff. Now, one thing I can do as kind of a really crappy way of making this work, or making it better, I should say, for the lander takeoff, is what we could do is do some like kind of onion attachment here. Which is right here and here. Put you on there. And not the big tanks. A little extra fuel here. Obviously, this is going to be horrifically inefficient from a lot of standpoints. But then the plan here... Where are you at? There. The plan here is grab you two. And then we can use these to get ourselves to landing. We kick them off. And then we have more fuel for going up. Now, that is going to cost me more weight, which is going to make it harder for me to reach the moon. We did add the extra solid rocket boosters to help mitigate that. I don't know where we're actually going to land in the long point of, did we get ourselves better prepared to get to the moon, or did we take ourselves away from the moon? We got ourselves in a better position when we get to the moon, but the actual journey to the moon, I don't know exactly where things landed, where we added weight, added more thrust, added more fuel, all that kind of stuff. Where does it all settle in the long run? But we could figure that out, or we could hit spacebar. Okay. This thing looks cool. I'm a little concerned when it comes time to do the pivot over here. But we'll see. Bring it over gradually. Not too fast. Just little by little. We do have what's effectively a giant wind barrier on the front of this thing. So, you know... Expected to put up a bit of a fight. You can still use struts. They're not... Basically, the thing with struts is they're not as neat as you used to. Like, this rocket back here with the struts. Like, I really should have struts going the length there, because it is a really long rocket. But we're not getting much of the, not much of the wobble. Which is the whole thing you needed struts for before, is where it'd start flexing and wobbling all over the place. We've got a little wobble. It's not gone. It's not a problem, but it's not the problem it used to be. Here, doing relatively good on this one. Okay, we're backing off a bit. We have tons of fuel left. The thing is, I'm burning it way too early. And that's going to cause me problems. Like, our apoapsis is already much higher than we necessarily want it. Just need to bring that periapsis up, hopefully with some of this stage left. It's okay if we don't have that. Yeah, no, a lot of the engines I'm using don't have the throttle to get away with that close to the 45. When I switch from this one to the Terrier just does not have the power. I have to, like, use it way ahead of time. It looks like we're gonna almost be fully in orbit before we switch over to our next stage. Not quite, almost. But as you can see here, we start burning almost 2 minutes ahead of time, and we're still trying to get ourselves into orbit. Okay. Like, we've got the fuel to get this into orbit. I'm just trying to avoid running into the problem where we did last time we burned up all of our fuel orbiting here. Come on. That's about 30 degrees above the prograde. Yeah, so we're trading apoapsis for periapsis. That's actually pretty good for right now. All right. Yeah, so we're burning more of this than we want. I don't know if we're doing better or worse than the last time. Like, very genuinely, I don't remember exactly where we were trying to take off from. It's feeling like it's worse, but at the same time, I also do have almost an extra 850 Delta V on our lander. So, we do have a lot more fuel on our lander, which would explain also having a lot less fuel getting there. We did add more boosters, but definitely feels like we could have improved that a lot. Yeah, it definitely feels like this is not a clean takeoff, that we could certainly have done this way better. We'll see. We'll see if I can get to the moon and have it clean. No, we'll definitely get there. The question is, get there and back. That's the key question in all this. Because there's definitely less fuel this time than last time so far as in this stage. But we do also have more fuel in the next stage by quite a bit. So let's go around here. Okay. That might work out perfectly. We're gonna burn a little bit into our next stage, which I don't love. So warp here. But we can do that where, like, literally we're gonna go outside and then we'd land on it. That'll probably work out really well for us. Okay. If we can manage to pull that off, that's perfect. Because I don't need to move it around a whole bunch. We just have to, like, kind of slow ourselves down on our descent. Nowhere near as much lateral motion. But I am going to have to stage over to my lander stage and burn some of my lander stage. But if I'm descending and we're still not in that stage, that means I'm ahead. All right. Our timing's definitely going to be off, but the question is, how bad is the impact going to be? The Terrier's just not good for quick maneuvers. You're not making it home? Probably not. It's actually surprisingly little to get from leaving the moon. Like, once you break the moon's orbit, you practically just fall into Kerbin. But the catch is, you know, getting off the moon, like having enough fuel to do that after landing. Well, the thing is, if we don't get back off the planet, we don't get to have our science. The science sits on the ship. Oh, that's not true. I've got the, I'm gonna be putting down the little base stuff. Don't get to keep that. Maybe it's time for a rescue mission? Well, realistically, if this doesn't work, there's no point in doing the rescue mission in the first place, and the reason I'm saying that is because the rescue mission will be harder than the initial mission without any advancement in technology to make it more viable. At that point, you might as well just reset. You're just going to trap more and more Kerbals down there. He's about 580 to land and about 1800 to get back up. Gross. That would mean we're not even remotely close. Okay. We'll see. All right. So bring this back around. I'm definitely burning way too much in this stage. Come on. And ideally we want to land around here. That'll do. All right. Please stop, please stop. Line it up. Okay. So see how this goes, we gotta rest a lot of lateral motion. We are technically speeding up right now because of gravity. That's because we're slowing ourselves on our horizontal motion, while not really doing much for our up and down motion. Okay. Do you like fish? I mean, like to fish or to eat fish? I like eating fish. Build a fish? Nah, I don't think I will. I think we're coming down way too fast. I think I needed to kick my thrusters in way earlier than I did. Okay. Are the outer tanks empty already? Yes. Yeah, we definitely don't want to hover. All right. Landed successfully. Not as much fuel as we'd like. So, Bob, we can go ahead and do this. We've got our experiment from there. Close the doors. Open these doors. Log the temperature. Observe the goo. Get the barometer. Close the doors. Get our crew report. You climb on out here. Get the EVA report. Take the surface sample. Whee! Stop having this on my screen. So pin you. Trying to figure out how I can... Oh, I might be able to swap them places. Okay, we can go over here and plant our flag. We landed here because we were paid to. Alright, you can place the part there. Okay. All right. Alright, so we've got all these things here. They should be powered. Let me try... Getting it at the distance it's happy with is the whole catch. Oh my god, please. Why is it saying power state unpowered when you are a solar panel in the sun? Module enable and deployed. Power units produced 0. Low voltage needed. Total power available 1. Not enough sun? Maybe. I mean, that's saying it's not producing power at all. I figured one solar panel would be enough to power up like 1 or 2 little things here. Okay. So you're working. So total power available, total power required. So it looks like I can run one or the other. Power state controller disabled. Don't tell me that I have to have a second one of these panels, because it definitely feels like that's something you should be aware of going into this. Yeah, because it's saying I don't have quite enough power, but we can't really get more power. Huh. I mean, I guess we're not, like, the ideal sunlight, but we're relatively in the sunlight. Can you pick it up and put it back down? Do all devices need to run at the same time? The controller doesn't need to, or sorry, this science thing doesn't need to run for the controller to work, but the controller needs to work for that to work. So those both have to be at the same time for that to work. So let's try turning it that way. I don't imagine it'll make a difference because it does seem to rotate the direction of the sun. Yeah, it's still making just 1 power. Which is a big bummer, because without the power for both of these to run, neither of them do anything for me. Because this makes science and that transmits the science. So... yeah. You should go to Eve next? I am definitely not going to go Eve at all because people are, you know, you're telling me how to play the game. Go to Duna? We'll go ahead and just not go to Air Planets. We're going to stay on Kerbal. Or Kerbin. No, you can go ahead and let me how they work. Let me know how these work. Because this is very unintuitive right now. That you would need more solar panels to do this. And did not give you any type of information on the lead up. Because one would expect to, like, here's the science building, here's the controller, and here's the power. That you need one of each for your very basic. And obviously adding more makes sense that it would be more complicated, need more stuff. But, like, the bare minimum, you would imagine they would give you just what you need, the bare minimum to have it work. My assumption is, if people are able to use it elsewhere, if I was landed over here more, where we're more in the sun, they would work better. I just won't be able to do that because we don't have the fuel to get over there, nor am I walking any meaningful difference. Well, no, this is the actual module. It's not like Factorio where you get the upgrade because, okay, your solar panels are 10% better. You just get a different module. So this is the solar module for running these. Each solar power gives 1 by default. If an engineer deploys it, it gives more up to 4 depending on the engineer's skill. That is not intuitive at all. Well, regardless, that is extra weight. Then, unfortunately, reality is, because you don't function unless you're powered, and it looks like I won't be able to, like, remotely turn them on and off, so I can't, like, turn that off, let this run and build up science, and then turn this on to, like, submit it. Like, I can't turn them on and off. At least it doesn't appear to be that way. Yeah, because it says controller power state is turned off. Yeah, it's producing 0 science per hour. Well, so where I brought the scientists, because it's like, we should bring the scientists because they're going to be doing science things. Well, shows me. Alright. Scientist makes more sense, to be frank. Absolutely. I agree. So let's go in here. Okay. And so we're going to do here. We're going to put all our science in there. I'm going to close that. Alright, so our new goal is home. If we go straight up, we will go away from the moon. I don't think we have enough fuel to do it, but we're going to find out. So I'm going to turn you on. Okay. And it might be what I actually need to do is go sideways, achieve an orbit, and then launch off from the orbit. That'll likely be better. I am trying to just brute force it of just, if we shove hard enough this way. We just need just enough to break lunar orbit. Which we are slowing down, but not very fast. Okay. Because we are basically launching directly away from the way, not quite directly, but pretty close to directly away. How much RCS do we have? We have quite a bit, actually. I have 4 of those containers this size. We are burning through it slowly, but we actually do have a pretty significant amount of RCS. Okay. And the rate we're able to climb is getting better and better because the farther and farther we are going to get away from the moon, the less effect its gravity is going to have on us. The faster, like, the more distance we get out of our RCS going. So I think I'm actually feeling pretty good that we will be able to get away from the moon. It's the question is, once we clear that, what does our orbit look like? Will it be an orbit that I can bring at least within the under 70 that would deorbit us or not? We're pretty straight to directly against the movement of the moon, though, so I'm feeling pretty okay that we'll at least have a close orbit. I just don't know how far we have to get from the moon before we break. Because I feel like it should be escaping its gravity pretty soon. Like, this way I'd have to go a lot farther because the moon would be catching up to me as I'm going. Versus this one, the moon's going to be getting away from me their way. Yeah, no, I feel like we're definitely going to escape the moon. That part I'm very, very confident in. It's a matter of, can I escape the moon and get home? Oh, I've gone home from the moon using RCS alone, because a lot of times you can drop from the moon where you literally will go to Kerbin directly. Like, you'll have a decaying orbit that goes straight into Kerbin. I've definitely done that. But that's usually, again, leaving the opposite direction of the moon. So that you land somewhere in between. You have, like, a really long orbit that would go into Kerbin directly. That's all I'm curious, is I don't know exactly what angle we're going to get out of here. Come on, let me out. We've only used about 25% of our RCS so far. Come on, Moon. I'm getting over 700 kilometers away. Yeah, no, Sindelash, we're trying to just shoot straight away from the reverse direction the moon is going to break orbit. Because the moment I get far enough away that its gravity is not going to be as strong as Kerbin's, we'll start arcing towards over there. Which should be soon. We should see that breakaway any time now. Because we're going to get to 725 kilometers off of the moon. Because if I'm going enough where I'm slow enough behind the moon's gravity won't be able to pull me back in before I get pulled down. That's kind of what we're hoping for exactly to happen, is to have just enough that the moon drops us. Alright, bear with me, chat. We're in an ad break, and I have to use the restroom really bad, so I'm going to do that. That way no one misses when we do the flip over. So I'll be right back in just a minute. Okay. Now we got just a couple more seconds till the ad break is over. I just didn't want people to miss, like, having that payoff of, like, watching all this go, and then, like, you get put in the ad break, and then just suddenly I'm on my way to Kirby, and you're like, wait, what happened? I mean, obviously you'd know what happened, but... Okay, so ad break is over. Come on, there's no way you hold this much longer. Problem is we're running through a lot of RCS fluid really fast. We landed on the moon today, ran out of fuel on the way back, ended up in orbit in Kerbin, 260 kilometers away, needed 2 or 3 more seconds of fuel to make it. Yep. Well, and that's what we're testing right now, is I'm trying to run an RCS. And I got a lot of RCS. But RCS isn't exactly, you know, an actual form of proper throttle. It works when you're light enough. You can always get out pushed. Yes, you can. We might end up doing that here. I don't see how we haven't broken the moon's gravity yet. Having no fuel shown stresses you out. Come on. You're getting ready to hit 1,000 kilometers away. We're still just a little over half of our RCS thing. I was long since expecting this to have dropped us out of the orbit by now. Because the moon doesn't have that much gravity to it. Like, I've definitely I've done the thing on the moon where you have just like the little thuds or whatever, you just go like, poof, like towards Kerbin, as opposed to in reverse, and then just dropped in real easy. Or sorry, that one doesn't drop you in as easy this way. But like you break orbit so fast because you are breaking moon gravity towards another body of gravity. Okay, we're at about 40-ish% mono propulsion left. Well, the problem is it'll show when we'll break gravity. Yeah, no, we're definitely getting there. I'm pretty sure we're still going to get out of there. It's just a matter of if when I break, will I have slowed myself down enough that using monopropulsion will be able to drag the atmosphere? Because that's the question. Because the ideal angle is this way, to be like exactly opposite the rotation of the moon. That way, when you're pushing away from the moon, you're basically taking whatever the moon's orbital speed is, you're kind of like cutting it in half or whatever to drop in. And if you do it right, you can get practically to almost a direct landing onto Kerbin from there. Almost. Okay, we're still at a little over 30%, maybe like 35%-ish monopropulsion left. In this case, because I am blasting straight away, I don't think it'll matter when I do it along this. If I was trying to make this into an actual circle, I'd want to do it at the apoapsis. but we are just trying to shoot straight out. Yeah, and when you have the moon chasing you, it's that much more force you need, because you have, like, you're going, and the moon's following behind you, and it's got gravity pulling back on you. So it's kind of like chasing you and pulling you in, versus if you leave the other direction, then, you know, yeah, it's got its gravity, but it's also drifting away from you at the same time. So as you pick up speed relative to it going the other way, it's easier to break away. Come on, when you hit, like, 2,000, you really should just break. Come on. Like, it's just flying up there in the distance now, like, just absolutely zipping out here. That is a pretty crap orbit for us. That is going to be pretty much probably not going to happen. Yeah, that's more than likely that's going to be a dud. Alright, warp all the way around here. You have about 25% left. And it's not looking too good. Well, the only problem with the rescue is I don't have a docking port, so moving the science over and all that is kind of a not thing. Yeah, no, I got about 15-20% of my RCS left. Do you have an engineer that can attach one? Not here, but you are correct. I could go and get an engineer to come up to attach it on there, to dock it, to move it over and all that. I always forget that the engineers can even do that. Alright. Can engineer attach a port to refuel? I believe so, yeah. I have no idea about the scientist being able to grab the science, because it's not a thing I've ever done before. Honestly, that's lasting a lot longer than I thought it would. I still don't think we're going to get it all the way down to the 70,000 we need. But we are bringing this down a lot. Do we have a mission that demands that we land the same craft? No. At least I don't believe so. Oh, I take that back. We might need to, we have a sample on there. I don't believe the two Kerbals have enough RCS to deorbit this another 3,600 kilometers. What do you mean by pushing? You get a Kerbal out there, you put the RCS, and then you start flying against the direction, or you fly whichever way you want the thing to go. You don't have much fuel in there. You laugh, but it works. I mean, we did manage to shave off like 2 million off the periapsis using RCS alone. But sadly, it appears we are spent. You have an engineer on board? I do not. I have a scientist and a pilot. Okay, so you are facing retrograde. So let's... Yeah, so that's facing the way we would go faster. This faces us retrograde. So if I got out and I pushed the heat shield, we would see that. I don't imagine this is going to be meaningful at all, but I am curious to see what we can do. We are going to want to pin this. But yeah, and that's what we found out was like that, that doesn't seem to be using... Alright. Let's see how much burning a bunch of this monopropellant does. Okay, that does not update steadily. Alright. We're not going to go to 0 because I got to get him back in the ship. We're going to go down to 1. Okay, so how much did burning an entire thing set us? It did take off almost 250,000 kilometers, but that's nowhere near enough. So this is going to be a rescue mission. I do think we are going to do a rescue mission on this one. I do think this is worth rescue missioning. Okay, so we want to get this thing down. For the rescue mission, alright, so we don't need the whole big setup we got for the current rocket for the rescue mission. Because I don't need the lander, I don't think that. You'd all have some RCS fuel tanks and weld on. Yeah, so this whole nonsense up here can go away. So let's go ahead and rip you off. We don't need all of this. Let's rip those fins off for a moment. Let's grab you and switch you to 3. Okay. Detach you. And just chuck you all as a big thing into the bin. And we'll grab you. Alright. So, what I need to figure out is how I want to approach this. I'm thinking rather than docking, what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to set you up for the usual getting back down and not dying. And didn't say TWR check? Yeah, we'll do that. Let me get the rest of this on here because it won't do me any good to do the TWR check before I have the things that are going to add weight to it in place. Okay, so you don't need any of the science stuff. You've got this. We will want power. I'm assuming your little batteries. Yeah, we don't want those. We're just going to chuck some batteries right here. And some solar right there. Okay. So honestly, that should be sufficient to get us in here. So let's go ahead and add the heat shield. And that's their return vehicle. So let's add a coupler here real fast. Okay, so we got all this nonsense. Should be able to get there. We check the TWR, we're at 2. But I'll be throttling down those a lot. So we could actually go ahead and do this. Grab you down here. What's your TWR? You're at 1. So I'd want to run the throttle just a little bit. Then we pop those per the usual. Then we got the thing. Oh, we actually will already have it. It's right there. So, the thing I'm going to want to do is... just because I haven't done enough of this to really know, let's grab the fuel tanks for the RCS. I'm going to bring way more than I probably could need. That's going to be way more to get us home. Are we docking? We are not docking. We're going to go up here, we're going to detach those, and attach them on the other ship, and then just RCS the way back home. So make sure we actually have the engineer on board. Good. And if that doesn't work, we're going to poke. And probably not have that go well. Just in case it resorts to poking, let's have that as a option available. So for poking, honestly, that's a good shape, because we can get it, catch their nose and our nose. All right, this seems cursed. Let's do it. Might want a 1-star engineer. That's actually worth checking. So let's just, as a test. Hey, Bill. Oh, wait. Well, I'm glad we didn't leave. We already have a mistake. Revert the flight. Revert to the assembly. I blocked their door with the legs. All right. I just want to see if Bill can detach the RCS things. If Bill can detach the RCS things, we're good. Why were there legs? In case he couldn't move the RCS things, that it could use the legs to capture the other vehicle's front and just shove it. I forget how you even would do this. Does anyone recall how you detach stuff? Oh, there was a... was it this button? Okay. So it does say it just exceeds the weight they can do in this gravity. So we might actually be okay. Because it's not telling us no because we can't, like because we're incapable. It's telling us no because it's too heavy. Let's go back in here. Let's just double check, because I don't want to get up there, get everything lined up, get our orbit set up, and then realize I can't do anything. Do you tell me... effects. Resource, converter, efficiency, drill efficiency, power generator, is also capable of repairing broken parts, if at all possible. Okay. Let's, that just saved over our moon or bust. Rip. That's what I get for not naming my rockets regularly. Let's see if we look at the not administration building. Which building we're looking for? The astronaut complex. Okay, so you don't... Okay. So you can provide repairs, repackage parachutes, increase resource converter, repair failures, deploy generators. Okay. Right. Okay, so it looks like that's fine either way. Either one will have the same capabilities. Try to grab a thermometer? What would I be grabbing a thermometer for? We're going to be recovering the ship that's up there, and we've already checked all the stuff in space and all that, and immediately around Kerbin. But yeah, just as a precaution, we will go ahead and take you. To see how it moves. To see how the thermometer moves? Oh, I see what you're saying. To yank off something and chuck it around. I see. Yeah. I got you. I'm not going to worry about that. Okay. So we're going to want to try and get the two ships nearby each other. And then what's going to happen is Melody here is going to be taking all of the RCS things off of this ship and then putting them on the other ship to give it all the RCS fuel it could need. And then we're just going to RCS it back home. Because honestly, we got pretty close with just only having like a quarter of what was left in there. All right. Inch it over little by little. Yeah. No, this ship should have way more than enough fuel to get home when it's done. Because we're not trying to lift nearly as much. Nor is it having to go nearly as far. Oh, that's the damage one. We want this one. You do EVA reports to these guys too? We've already done EVA reports in space. I don't seem to get more science for doing it. Because I've already done it like in Kerbin orbit, deep Kerbin orbit, that kind of thing. Or high Kerbin orbit. That's part of the reason I wanted to make the time to go to the moon. Is just the fact that, we've done like most of the science we can get up here. I want more science that I'm gonna have to go get to like the moon, go to Eve. Those kind of things are gonna need to be my science sources from now. Yeah, so we got a little bit of a funky orbit here, but that's okay. Yeah, still got 2 containers for my my space travel stuff at almost 4,000 Delta V. So we should have plenty of fuel for that. Reach that funky music. Reach that funky orbit, white boy. It happens. You love changing the words of songs? Yep. Okay, let's bring that up about 30 degrees. Just trying to get to that orbit as soon as we can. Without wasting any more than we need to. This orbit will take a little, like, getting our orbits matched up with the target's gonna take a little finagling to make happen. Okay. We are burning quite a bit more fuel than I would have liked for getting ourselves into a stable orbit. We definitely need to make some improvements in our design for getting ourselves into orbit here. But it's okay. I'm actually surprised we're still gaining on our apoapsis. Oh, we're actually well past... We're not past our apoapsis. I'm just wasting fuel right now. Yeah, let's get our periapsis up here. And once that's to 70, we'll set the maneuver to try and get ourselves sorted out. Alright. Specific 7, just over 70. Alright, so start here. Add maneuver. Wrong direction. Okay. So it puts us at about the right angle and a little bit under its orbit. We're going to start with that maneuver, which is going to spend a lot of our fuel. Like, a lot of our fuel. If you start at the other side... I mean, either way, we have to match up both of them. We can go over here. Okay, and we'll want to go like this. Making it higher. Okay, so that's about 13,000 kilometers. We can start by bringing it out here. Well, I'm still going to need the Delta V to get out to this side. Like, I'm not actually saving myself much Delta V here because I still have to get that full ring. But, still. Doesn't really matter. I'm going to bring it around here. Either way, I've got a really big orbit to go. That should be relatively... Oh, no, it's not, because we're going to be fighting really... Yeah, no, it's going to be tough. Well, I mean, so part of the thing that's causing me is I'm rotating the whole plane. I don't have to rotate the plane. That's actually several hundred of this Delta V is that rotation. I don't have to rotate it to get it back. We just hit Kerbin anywhere and we're good. But we are going to be spending a lot to get out there. You are not wrong. Alright, let's get closer. But if it doesn't work, we revert the flight and we try again. Like, we'll make adjustments. Because that's the big thing, is that our orbits are about 5 degrees off from each other, so I am having to rotate the entire orbit. That's very, very fuel costly. In a lot of ways, it's harder to get to your poles here than in some cases just getting out to the moon. Because one, you just follow it out and you just keep going out till you meet it. The other one, you gotta try and, like, laterally turn the whole thing. If it's not just directly north from where you take off, that is. Like, if, say, I'm taking off here and I need to go this way around, you know, I gotta get out to orbit and kind of, like, slowly twist it into position. Okay. Yeah, so that's a considerable ways off. We'll add a maneuver here. That'll bring you down to 2,000 on the next pass. Okay. Come back around here. Yeah, it puts us at about 2,000, which is relatively close. Even though now it's saying a completely different number. Unfortunately, our planes are still not quite right. But yeah, no, definitely going to want to orbit till they're relatively close. But I can make it a bit larger, because if it's that small, it's just going to fly past me while I'm going to fly past it while we're trying to get the spot. Okay, that's at 13,000 there. So that is 3,000 kilometers, which is still a chunk away. I am going to need to... Okay. We'll get to that spot and correct our plane to make sure we're on the same plane. That's just a little bitty baby tap. So it won't do us any good to like try and be matching up everything if we're like cattywampus to each other. And then we're going to want to keep trying to widen this orbit out. But hopefully such that we're going to align with it. Okay. Yep, so we're pretty close. Alright, so that's 3,000 off. Okay. So if we go around here... So that's going to bring us pretty close for a first pass, where we're going to be slightly behind it. So I want to bring this in just a little bit, so that we start catching up on it across there. Yeah, that'll be almost perfect. 23 kilometers on that side. Okay, just a touch back here. 46. 7 kilometers. I think that's perfect. I think that is precisely what I want. 7 kilometers right there, going into where we'll be on the flat about the same thing. That'll let me adjust to match its speed, and we should be able to get to where the next one over there will be right where we want it. Okay. Then we get this one to 7. We adjust it so that we match over here, wherever this one ends up to be around the same. And at that point, we should be on the same orbit and very close, and then we just do, like, the slow the relative, move towards, slow the relative, move towards. And these are going to have to get pretty close for what we're going to be doing. Closer than we've needed to on some of these other ones we've done. But this is our first time rescuing our own ship. All the other rescues have been just go to random ship in space and, you know, do the thing. Alright, so we're off by a little. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's basically like as far as you can click and drag right nearby. Need just the tiniest little baby tap here. Perfect. Separation of 37 kilometers. Okay, we'll leave it alone. Okay, so warp all the way over there. Alright, so we want to go retrograde relative to the other ship. And you'll notice on the other side of our intersection, that's getting farther apart, and our apoapsis is starting to go up to where it's at. Because if we get this one to be almost the same as this one, we'll be really good. Okay. We're going to bring that separation here as low as we possibly can. Point 0.6. So we warp over here. Alright, and again, retrograde relative to our ship. What we care about is what's over here. To 11 and 0.5. Point 3, 0.4. So they have a relative movement of 0 to each other. So at this stage, what I should be able to do is we're not moving at all towards relative to each other. We want to go over here and take ourselves from having a relative movement of 0 give ourselves a couple of meters a second directly towards it relative to everything else. So go for about 10, I think. It might actually be faster than we want. So retrograde there. So what we want to do is get ourselves a bit closer, and we'll keep slowing down and slowing down and slowing down till we're practically on top of each other. And at that stage, we should be pretty much on the same orbit. As you can notice, there's barely a difference over there. Our periapsis and our apoapsis are almost exactly the same. But we just need to slap as many of these RCSs over on the other ship. And then we should be able to get that ship out of here. It's just we're going to have to be right on top of them. That'd be a little easier for me to move around. Okay. We shouldn't be on a collision course, but we will be close. Okay, we need to be a little bit closer than that. Gotta be careful, because I can thwack it turning it, because it's not the actual distance between our ships. It's the distance between, like, the part of the ship it considers the main part. So we're just gonna go here real fast and give it the tiniest little touch. Why can I not choose retrograde? Oh, we're too close to choose retrograde, I guess. Where's my retrograde? There you are. All right. We're just trying to drift close. Now, what I might be able to do is, even if we don't have this part of the ship close to that part of the ship, I might be able to get away with, like, grabbing this. You can, I believe you can grab it, drop it, drop it. It's just you need to be close enough to actually do that. All right. I think will be perfect because I think we go right over the top of it, which is perfect. That wasn't intended. I was just aiming for it. But with the fact that we are still orbiting and we're not quite absolutely perfectly aligned, it means as long as I'm not like really close aiming straight at it, I'm most likely going to miss by just a little bit here and there, as our slight differences in orbit takes us slightly askant of each other. But in this case, that's a good thing. And normally it'd switch to docking mode and you'd line the ports and all that, but we don't have those. And we're not worried about any balance or elegance of where we shove these things on it. We are just going to strap them where it lets me lock them in. If it lets me put one there, it's fine. Because this has enough parachutes to get home, I just need it to be able to get there. Okay, let's keep drifting. I want to get these as close to there as that as possible, because that will make my life easier. Come on, ad breaks. Why do you always have to happen right when we're about to do cool stuff? Quick save here. Yeah, we'll pause for the ad break, because again, out of all like the getting into orbit and all that, I wouldn't have minded just running the ad break during that, because there's a lot of just, you know, fast forward and wait, fast forward and wait, fast forward and wait. Whereas this is the moment where we're actually doing things. So I'm just gonna kind of get us stabilized right next to this thing, and then we'll pause for a minute. Ah, this is perfect. Ad break, oh hey, we're home, good job. I could see trolling that way, like not literally doing it, but just switching back to the VAB. Okay. Alright. It's nice to see so many KSP streams on Twitch. Yeah, so we're pausing real fast because there's an ad break and all that. I do apologize. I just don't want people to feel left out in that moment. But yeah, no, with Artemis 2 going, it's been a while since we've had like, don't get me wrong, there's science going on in space exploration and all that kind of stuff all the time. But there isn't those things that are like very tangible to get yourself around easily. It's usually like, oh, we put a satellite up, it's slightly better than the previous satellite. And a lot of that iterative science is important. But, you know, it's been a long time since that we're going to go around the moon. Why? F you, we're going to go around the moon. Because science. You know, we want to tinker with stuff. We want to figure stuff out. We want to try stuff. And so very much Artemis has like kind of brought attention back to Kerbal Space Program, which is good because Kerbal Space Program as a category on Twitch practically died when Kerbal Space Program 2 absolutely just tanked hard. And the same thing happened to Cities Skylines. Cities Skylines had the exact same issue where Cities Skylines 2 came out and had a really rough go of it. Not nearly as bad as KSP2. Like Kerbal Space Program 2, like, is probably one of the largest failures we've ever had for a sequel. You know, from what was an indie darling. But you know, Cities Skylines 2 is a very rocky and rough launch in its own right, and it was the same thing that you looked at Cities Skylines 1, the category before 2 dropped, and it just kind of went like this into the gutter. And then when Cities Skylines 2 dropped, it didn't come back. Like, it's not that no one plays it, but it utterly sucked the wind out of sails, which was sad because there was actually people who were like real life civil engineers who that was the category we're streaming. It was kind of cool to have them go in and they're playing the game and like, oh yeah, no, in real life we do all this, and you know, in this we would plan around this, and oh, we're gonna make our roadways. Well, we could just add more lanes, but that doesn't solve the problem with the traffic flow. So you need your feeder roads and your arterial roads and all these kind of things. We can use roundabouts here and like, you know, genuinely do the circle around and all that. But also other transportation methods other than cars is always the big victory. Yada yada. You had all that stuff. But say Skylines 2 had so many issues, they couldn't really get in to do that. The economy was broken, like non-functionally broken when it released. And it's much better now. Still problematic, but at least it's doing a much better job. City Skylines basically took the torch. SimCity threw in the dirt. Yep. And then City Skylines 2 was like, what if we just didn't bother trying? That's not fair. there was a lot of stuff that went into that. My understanding was they were doing an ambitious rewrite of the engine and all that kind of stuff, and they were trying to go for a scope that we've never seen in City Builders, and it was too ambitious. And so they just weren't able to deliver on their ambitions, which happens. It's very easy to, like, you know, be optimistic in your capabilities and need, like, you can get there, but there's a work up to it. But doing that on a budget and a timeline, that's a different story. Okay, so we did pause where we got our things, next to each other. I didn't want people to miss me actually doing that stuff for people who didn't have ad-free experience. So you're going to EVA. So my hope is, I don't actually know how to detach. Oh, is this? That's right. It doesn't have to look good. It just has to be there. All right. That is all of our RCS. So let's go ahead and toggle the map. They get turn retrograde. RCS on. Not yet. Cancel this. We want to do this at the apoapsis. Let's make sure we're not going to collide here. Are we drifting apart from each other? I'm going to tell it there's a maneuver there. We're not actually doing a maneuver there. SimCity straight up lied about needing to be always on. Some dude with a small patch made it offline and they were pissed. Yeah, no, that was the whole thing with the thing there. Curse tanks, curse center of thrust might be acceptable with RCS. Well, the center of thrust should be the same. The center of weight would be wrong, but all our thrusters are in the same place. Okay, so it doesn't look like we're going to collide. It looks like this one's ever going to slightly drift away. That's all I wanted to make sure. Even if they collided at those speeds, it'd probably be fine. Yep. Alright. SAS on. Turn you retrograde. RCS on. Bringing her home. And if that's not enough, then that'd be really sad. Needless to say, RCS is not what you're intended on bringing it home in. I just need to bring this in below 70. If we're below 70, it'll eventually deorbit. If I can get closer to 55, all the better. That means it'll be deorbiting much quicker. Yeah, now it's going to drift farther and farther and farther away as we are pulling ourselves out of orbit. In hindsight, I could have yoinked these other ones off, and it would spared me a little bit of weight. Probably not enough to matter. But still. Yeah, we should be good. At the rate our periapsis is coming down and the rate our RCS fuel is going down, or monopropellant. Yeah, no, it's just looking like we're only dropping about one every minute and a half, 2 minutes almost, versus we're dropping one here at just slightly lower, or slightly longer. So this is probably taking 2 minutes to drop by one, and this is taking a bit over a minute and a half to drop by one, and I only got 2 there. So this will be around 15 or so when we have our periapsis basically where we want it. Yeah, no, we're absolutely solidly in the good. Like I said, we're gonna try and drop this around, I would say 60 or so, and then once we start getting close, we'll start RCSing again to try and bring down the other side as we're going into atmosphere. And Bob's like, we get to go home. I thought we were gonna die out here. And we're photosynthetic, and it goes against our beliefs to, you know, unmake ourselves, which means we'll live in here forever. In eternity, Jebediah and Bob trapped in a tiny little package where they can't even walk around. They would stay there until they lose all feeling in their arms and legs and just float there and photosynthesize. You gotta go to bed so badly, but there's zero way you're going before both these crafts are home. Well, the other craft's gonna have an easy time getting home. It's just reverse thrust at the apoapsis, and it comes down nice and clean, just like any other rocket. This one's definitely a whole thing. You like to think they bought RimWorld and a copy to complete a Steam mod list. They'll be fine for a few millennia. I don't know, I really love me some RimWorld. It's one of my most played games of all time. But even as much as I love RimWorld, if that's what you had to do, and you were doing that for literally thousands of hours with nothing else to do but, like, sleep and RimWorld, you would definitely hit some number of thousand of hours where you're like, you know what? I'm over this. I'm done with this game. Now, if they had their whole Steam library and they could play that, that would last them for a good 2 or 3 years before whatever computer they were using it for broke down, because again, we're talking that's literally all they're doing. I mean, I guess with internet access, you could probably entertain yourself for a pretty long time, assuming your hardware held up. Cough, 6,000 hours of Factorio and counting? Right. But counter-argument, Burning Sun, was it 6,000 hours without interruption of other games? Oh, sorry, their computer can't handle modding. All the development tools are not compatible. In their world, they have Lindos. Or no, Lindos is an actual product. Kindos. Man, Lindos, that brings me back. For those who don't know what Lindos is, that's going back like, early 2000s? It was basically, it was Linux, I believe, but like just dressed up to look like Windows, but not like actually elegantly done. Like it wasn't like Ubuntu and those that came later. It was just seriously like someone just took Linux and just slapped a UI over top of it and went like this. I want to say that's where it came. Either way, it was a cursed, awful operating system. But for a very short minute when it was like budget computers like netbooks and all that, you would get like the cheapest model of stuff and they would come with Lindos, which didn't run anything. Because it wasn't like you just had Linux on it. It was this special special distro that was cursed, that the first step was you blew it out and put something respectable on there. Even if it was like another version of Linux. I want to say, someone can look that up. I probably have details wrong, because this is going back like 20 plus years. If anyone can find out what Windows actually was. And it's just Windows with a W replaced with an L. Any game gets old no matter how much you like it. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, no, absolutely pandemic, but that's the whole thing, is that's playing RimWorld where you're probably playing RimWorld for a couple hundred hours, and then doing something else, and then playing RimWorld a bunch more, and then, you know, doing some other games and coming back to RimWorld. You can get some serious, serious time in a game if it's on and off. But I can't think of a single game where they're like, this is the only game you have installed, and you can't install others. Linspire, formerly Lindows. I've never heard of it called Linspire. But yeah, no, it was a not Windows that, like I said, back then, it was just like if you got the cheapest of the cheapest of the cheapest model computer, you would get that on it instead of Windows. Basically, you bought it that way if you're going to blow it out and put Linux on there. That's the only reason I could think of you buying it that. Or you just didn't look and you bought it. They've been obsessing over Book of Hours, but you don't think you can play it for 1,000 hours. Yeah. I have a lot of games that I've got a number of hours that people be like, oh my god, that is not reasonable number of hours. But at the same time, that's with having a lot of games interrupting. Let's see, Windows OS was a commercial Linux distribution developed in 2001 to bridge the gap between Windows users by enabling them to run Windows application via Wine, famously leading to a trademark lawsuit from Microsoft. It was rebranded to Linspire after the settlement. It is currently owned by PC Open Systems LLC, offering modern desktop Linux solutions. Gotcha. That is definitely one of the ones. And where usually when it comes to a lot of trademark disputes, it's like, come on, man, really? You know, like, there was a, well, this is before Mint. I'm pretty sure I don't know when Mint came out. Windows was like one of the earlier attempts to making a, Microsoft paid $20 million but got control of the name. Oh, really? Microsoft paid that much? That's surprising. Because we had recently, not far from us, I don't remember the name of it. It was like Amazonico or something like that. But it was like a restaurant. And Amazon tried to put a lawsuit against them, being like, hey, you're infringing on our trademark. Luckily the local judge was just like, no. Like, it's a different name. The Amazon is an actual thing. You can't trademark the existence of a real thing. They're very clearly not in the same industry and not ever. They're like serving food locally. No. The judge apparently said, nah, you named yourself after windowing software and let's see, and it had been around before your OS. Other people are allowed to do that. Gotcha. You know what? That's fair enough. I can agree to that. That seems an entirely reasonable stance. It's a Mint works out of the box, and you never even have to touch the terminal, period. The best distros like that. The question there is, when did Mint come to be? Because we're talking 2001, and me seeing Windows offered on computers lasted for maybe 2 or 3 years. It was a very brief section of time. It was just like right then when the netbooks and like the super duper like $200 budget computers were all the rage. Because it was just that to get that like extra $20 off to not have to pay for the Windows license. But yeah, again, what you'd do is you'd buy the one with Windows and you'd blow it out and put whatever distro of Linux you wanted on it. Because you weren't paying a license. 2006 apparently? Gotcha, yeah. Yeah, so Windows predate. That's probably the reason Windows disappeared. Is you would have, what, Ubuntu and Knoppix and Mint and all the other ones would show up that just probably utterly ate Windows alive. Because I remember working in IT, we would make fun of people running Windows because it was terrible. Not because it was Linux. There was really good Linux. But because for Linux, it was a very bad distribution. Let's see, though you don't know how stable Mint was back then, you just know how it's been for the past handful of years. And we got Panorex. You ended up with Fedora for a long time on your Linux deck. Yeah, so I used a bunch around late college, because again, netbooks were all the rage and I was a broke college student. So it's not that I wanted a netbook for going to class. It was an actual decent laptop, was not in the budget. And that little netbook coming with Vista was not going to fly. It barely ran. What did I use on it for long? Because I used a micro version of a Linux distro. I don't remember. It might have been Ubuntu. It was either Ubuntu or Knoppix. I don't remember which one. And I basically just used it for, I forget what the note-taking app that was big, Evernote. It ran Evernote. That's what that thing did. It ran Evernote and not well. Because even like using the micro version of, I think it was Knoppix, with Evernote ran slow because netbooks were like seriously like a potato, like a physical potato, probably had more computational power. And B-Man, thank you so much for the 50 biddies. The current mission is to get home successfully. We landed on the moon and we didn't quite get back. And so we just had our friends go and drop off a bunch of RCS fuel that we just welded all over the side of this thing. So that's the reason why it's all smashed on one side, is we had an engineer do their best job in space. And we are just bringing ourselves home. Let's see. I mean, you say that, but they renamed it to Windows. No. Saying Vista got renamed to Windows 11 is being very unfair. That is being very, very unfair. By all means, there is a lot of valid criticisms to give for Vista, but there has been many iterations between Vista and Windows 11. Now, saying Windows 10 got renamed to Windows 11, that's still a little unfair, but it's very, very close to same. Like, there was work they did between there, but at least those ones are mostly overlap. This is actually taking quite a bit more RCS than I thought it would. I think the rate we're bringing our periapsis down is going down a lot. But they added ChatGPT thing. Oh, man. Pilot can go die in a fire. Go, Pilot. Let's see. Welded them to the doors to seal the Kerbal in for the trip. Yep. Your deadbeam is terribly complex, but to be frank, I think that's just installing it. Not sure. It's, yeah, no, it's, let's see, at least Windows 10 was coded with in mind of no bloatware. Well, that's kind of one of the catches, is like the regular home and professional editions of Windows you get, sadly, just come with all the bloat in them. These days, when you get, like, the commercial versions, they'll all have, like, registry keys and all that kind of stuff to disable half of that crap. Now, that's part of why a lot of complaints came out, is this was the first time some of the things they roped in didn't have registry keys or whatever to turn off their garbage. But yeah. You just hope all those articles about Microsoft turning down their API stuff and move back to native apps instead of PWAs are true. I don't know about the moving to native versus PWAs is true. But I do know, while Copilot is still absolutely in Windows, they are cutting it back a lot. It's still there. Okay, and there's the 55K we wanted. So what'll end up happening here is we go way over to this area. I'm going to go ahead and do this before everyone dies horrifically. I'm going to go way over here. I'm going to warp to here. One heck of an arrow break. Well, we're going to get down here and we're going to start blasting the RCS some more because I've got the fuel. We might as well burn it. Let's see, Windows 8 was great optimization-wise. The design was weird. Even faster. Yeah, that's when people make a big stink about Windows 8. It's like, okay, to be fair, yeah, the tablet UI, hot garbo. Hot garbo. There was a reason it was very unpopular in that regard. But, on the other hand, there was a lot of really good stuff they did under the hood. And honestly, the most reviled versions of Windows with Vista and 8, to a lesser degree ME, but mostly Vista and 8 for this ME's kind of the counter-argument, let's be fair. They did a lot of really good stuff under the hood, like a lot of our security functionality that we depend on that was partially what led to a reduction in viruses hitting Windows came with Vista. Actually making software developers be better about not throwing files literally everywhere on your operating system where they all got left behind constantly. That still is a problem, but not like it used to be. That was Vista. A lot of your improved permissions were Vista. Being able to have more control over your systems and what what got CPU and RAM and all that also came in Vista. It also was bloated as all get out because they expected computers to get more powerful and they didn't read the market. So that was the really big miss that made it run like crap, which is the miss, which is why people hate it. But it did come with a lot of good under the hood. And 8, on the other hand, 8 did a lot for optimization, a lot for accessibility, a lot of good stuff there, but they had that tablet UI. So underneath, behind the tablet UI, a lot of really good stuff happened. The problem, though, is they slap you in the face of the tablet UI, and you're immediately like, what the F? Get this out of here. You miss XP? Yeah, no, when people bring up the missing XP, it's like, you miss XP Service Pack 2. You don't miss XP. You miss XP Service Pack 2. XP was rough when it launched. Service Pack 1, it was okay. Service Pack 2, it was pretty solid. It's like when people say they miss Windows 98, they miss Windows 98 SE. They don't miss Windows 98. Windows 98 literally crashed when they were previewing it on stage. Windows 8, 8.1 fixed the UI problem at least. Yeah, no, it definitely massively improved it. Alright, so we got about 1 minute till we, Yeah, Windows 98 was a pain. No, that's the thing. For as much flack as I'll give ME, you literally just flew past something? Probably. But as much flack as I'll give ME, it did fix the network stack in Windows a lot. You're the rare Windows 64-bit user? Oh yeah, I was an early adopter of 64-bit. Also, you had the pleasure of having a Windows phone. Oh, I am still crabby that Windows phone is gone. Very genuinely, I will still, I can still grab my old Lumia in the other room, and it still runs better than my current Android phone that is, what, 5, 6, 7 generations later? For all the negative that Windows Phone got, it was mostly they just couldn't get the apps on there. But as far as an optimized operating system, Windows Phone made Android seem like a sack of garbage. And Android makes, in a lot of times, I'm gonna upset people. Android I like more than iPhone because of the walled garden thing of iPhone. Android is worse optimization in a lot of cases. You can get it running better than the iPhone, but out of box, it's pretty rough. You remember when Microsoft asked the next customization option and supposedly blue screen of death was the top vote? Yeah, people like to troll Microsoft, which is fair. Well, and the other thing that frustrates me about Microsoft basically abandoning Windows Phone is, sure, in the US, Windows Phone never got big. But it was, at one point, if I'm remembering correctly, in Italy, Windows Phone, I want to say, overtook iPhone. Because I believe at the time, Apple was not very popular in Italy. Android was the second biggest one. And I want to say the similar in Brazil, that Windows Phone moved up to second place. I want to say... I can't remember if the iPhone or Android was in first there. So, it was starting to actually pick up market share in a lot of other countries, just not in the US. And Microsoft was like, nope, didn't get in the US. Throw it away. It's not worth it. Abandon ship. Get it out of here. But yeah, no, I was salty. I was salty when they got rid of that. And it's like, okay, fine. They can get rid of whatever they want. But I had gone from, I had used the iPhone and I had used Android. And then I got to Windows Phone. I was like, this is a nice phone. I like this. Even though my first Windows Phone was an HTC Surround, which is just a gimmick phone. It had the stupid speaker that no one cared about. You'd slide it out to expose the speaker. So like the hardware on that phone was kind of whatever, garbage. Let's see, you're losing massive orbit change effectiveness. I have no idea what you mean. Yeah, no, I mean, I've got so much monopropellant, I am just burning it to drop us down. I'm mostly doing it so I'm doing something. This actually is completely and entirely unnecessary. That periapsis will drag us out in 1 or 2 orbits. You don't think you've ever seen a Windows Phone? They were a lot snappier. Yeah, this is literally just going to be landing. So I'm wasting stuff because I don't care. But yeah, no, I was very happy with that. So fun random thing. Let's see, you can probably go 40 kilometers per hour with that heat shield. Yeah, no, we can get going. Buddy had one, he still says he misses it. Oh yeah, I don't think I ran into a single person who was unhappy with the Windows Phone, like, hardware. Like, the Lumias were, like, kind of, like... To this day, I think the Lumias that came out for Windows Phone were the best hardware phones so far as, like, quality phones I've ever seen. Like, those things, you could slap that thing into a brick wall, and 50-50 on if the wall is the one that gives or the phone. Those things were basically indestructible. Yeah, I should probably be backing off at this point. Come back around. All right. If the phone drops, back cover and battery flies to the back rooms, no actual damage. I didn't have that happen, like, popping out. Because the a lot of the Lumias were the kind where it's like, you want to change your battery? Ha, good luck. Which I'm not a big fan of that side of it. But the polycarbonate cases, like, very, very genuinely, those things were borderline indestructible. Yeah, the lower end Lumias, I'd believe it. I mostly had the nicer ones. I will say... Which did have replaceable batteries? Yeah. To be fair, most of those phones I never end up having to replace the battery. You had hoped for Buwantu phone to pick up. It was among the fastest funded and highest funded projects on the crowdfunding at the time, but it got discontinued. I guess separate development was just too much. And free phone is far from being able to compete nowadays. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's, it's tricky. Let's see, your grandma's 625 and you're 630 and your mom's 640 all did that. Let's see, and those were all snappy and never needed anything fancier, to be honest. Yeah, so I did development, so I actually had more than one Windows Phone for development because I was doing the applications and all that where you do them cross where they could do all that sort of stuff. And honestly, even like the really low-end Windows Phone still felt incredibly snappy. And yeah, you'd boot up some game, and if you're on like the really low end, the game wouldn't run super amazing. But that's no different than if I get a low-end Android phone. Like I had the blue whatever Android phone. I can't think of its name off the top of my head. And you know, it was like an upper low end, very low mid end, kind of like is on that fence. And it would run everything I needed fine. The UI wasn't nearly as snappy as my Windows Phone was, but it was fine. Windows Phone was the most secure phone at the time. No app installed without asking. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And when you went to like restore your phone and give you the list of everything, be like, what do you want? That was the other nice thing is you'd get, you know, if you had to switch phones, you just boot up the other one, open up your account, and be like, okay, here's the things you had. Do you want those all back? Yes, 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 no, no, no. Cool. And you could just not do the account as well. But yeah. No, that's a thing. So I'm still salty. Microsoft just loves to get something, finally get to a point where it's like actually picking up and people are starting to like it, and then get rid of it. Like XNA was the same thing. That a lot of like the big resurgence of indie games that happened in like the early 2000s with like Stardew Valley and Terraria and all those, and like Fez and the many other ones, a lot of that came thanks to XNA, which is a framework that Microsoft came out with for game development to make it far more accessible and all that. Because this is before Unity was doing their whole making it accessible and all that. And then when it ultimately ended up happening with that is they discontinued it. And then it was so beloved that you got Monogame. Monogame is a re-implementation of XNA. And I know I could cut this off, but I'm trying to just continue doing stuff. So you played Asphalt 8 on your 630, and that thing had 512 megabytes of RAM and wasn't exactly fast in any other aspects. But it honestly, you couldn't tell because the little OS leached the operating system. Yeah. I remember getting into a debate as being kind. I remember getting into a disagreement with a coworker who was he was someone who just hated on Microsoft to hate on Microsoft. Like, he was very much a Google fanboy. If it was Google, it didn't matter. Google could do no wrong. Didn't matter, like, it could be the dumbest idea that ever is. Google put its stamp on there, absolutely on board. And there are things I feel like Google did extremely well, and there's things I feel like Google did hot garbage. And especially when they said, we're going to get rid of our do no evil slogan. I was like, uh-huh. Why would you get rid of that? The Google Tech Graveyard is real? Oh, yeah. No, honestly, if you look at a lot of the big tech companies, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, and all them, pretty much all of them have a giant pile of dead projects. I'll bring it around again. But yeah, no, and it's the whole thing. And I remember him just like crapping on, like I was like, oh yeah, I got a Windows phone and all that. He was just crapping on it constantly. I was like, all right, hold the hell up. Okay, you know, it's like, let's compare how long it takes to boot up our phones. And my phone booted up in like just a matter of seconds. And he had the Samsung Galaxy, whatever the latest one was at the time. And just like, okay, well, that's not real use. Fair enough. Let's pull up our browser and open something. My phone popped up in seconds compared to his, and he was waiting for like a bunch of time. It's like, all right, well, that's not the same. You're not going to sit there and it's okay. Well, what else do you want? We pulled up the email, and again, mine outperformed the crap out of his, despite his being like a whole generation ahead, a better processor and everything. It's like, oh, well, we can boot up a game. That got challenging because we had to find a game that both of us could install, and I think it was like Angry Birds or something we came up with. Or maybe it's Flappy Bird, I don't remember. And again, just mind it as ever, it's like, yeah, and I got less processor and everything in there. He still tried to make excuses like, hey man, it's okay that your favorite company's phone isn't quite as good. It's fine. You should just complain to them about how poorly optimized, because especially back then, Androids were rough. Because your phone is snappier to use than the Galaxy S7, which was very fast phone. Yeah. All right, so let's go over here. And I can use the last of the RCS because why the heck not? It feels like I'm doing something versus just fast forwarding. Honestly, Windows, if they want, they can make it a performant OS, but because Windows currently really like showing trash tech to OS, yeah, well, that's the thing that's kind of the rumblings I'm hearing from the people I know who have been working at Microsoft, because I worked in a lot of Microsoft tech stacks in the past, it was just one of those things that they've been getting a lot of flack because of Copilot and just ramming more stuff in it. So there's a lot of rumbling of Microsoft trying to put a real effort into kind of decrapifying their operating system, because we're finally actually seeing people be like, no, really, I'm getting off Windows and putting actions to Word. Like, one of the announcements was the French government is no longer going to be using Windows on its computers, it's going to be using Linux. I don't remember what distro and all that. You've got a whole lot of people who I wouldn't necessarily call the most tech savvy of people, who are genuinely taking their chances, figuring out a distro of Linux and installing Linux, and good for them. But, that's the thing that scares Microsoft, because for as much as they want, AI to be their next bread and butter, it just ain't there. Nor is it realistically going to get there. They do primarily make a lot of their money from stuff like Azure and all these other machine learning type technologies and all that these days is honestly bigger money for them in a lot of cases than Windows itself is. You can just scale it better for getting a lot more sales out of your business-to-business clients and all that. But Windows is still a big thing, and a lot of the machine learning and all that, depends on Windows remaining dominant. Now, granted, is it realistically that, in the next year or two, Windows is going to fall from the major operating system? No. No, absolutely not. There is way too much momentum to knock down. But they introduced a remote cold execution vulnerability in Notepad? Yep, because they shoved AI into it. But yeah, so it's sounding like they're getting rumblings inside the company about they've got these investments in AI that if AI doesn't pan out, is gonna hurt them really badly. And spoiler, it's probably not gonna work out. AI is still gonna be around, but they have overinvested, broadly speaking, it's been overinvested way beyond even the wildest expectations for what it's going to make. It's very much .com boom of just chucking money into the bin and hoping money comes out, and then realizing you're getting in too far. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. What's your opinion on the agentic stuff? To me, it's more gimmicky than useful. It has its use cases. It has its place. I think the idea that everyone is going to be using it and that you're going to want to just sit at the computer and be like, computer, could you do XYZ for me? Thank you, computer. Star Trek stuff. I am less convinced of. I think there will be some people who want to use their computers that way, and that's fair. I think there is definitely an accessibility argument to be made there. Absolutely. But it's the same kind of thing if you go to the even predating AI, but the agent things like Cirrus and all that. Cortana for the Windows version. It's just kind of a layer higher than that. And it just don't see a thing. Yeah, the A bubble is like the .com boom. But we should remember 90% or so of the .com stuff burned and died, but 10% that survived now dominate. Yep. Clippy. Let's see, the EU governments, it's less performance or AI in an operating system. They're switching to open source systems because it means IoT watchdogs can make sure it's easier. There's no backdoors in there. Same goes for the individual software. They're switching. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of reasons. But yeah, no, you're not wrong. It's not so much the performance side of it. But yeah, no, it's depending very heavily on US based operating systems, because spoiler alert, you can't really trust the US right now. It's just the way it is. If I was operating outside the US right now and be like, hey, do you want to depend on US tech? It'd be like, God, no. Right now, with current events, we don't need to get into politics on a real level, but right now, I would not trust it. I would not trust it at all. Let's see, for Star Trek computer open kitchen door, I want a simple speech to text, then automate based on predefined commands, not full AI agent. Yeah, no, I don't want to try to interpret it and do all that stuff. The thing you gotta realize, no matter what system you have, it's going to not be perfect. If you have decision-making system, it's going to have false positives, false negatives. and it's also going to have positives and negatives. And what I mean by that is you're going to say, hey, you know, is this a virus? And it's going to go, yes, it's a virus, and it is a virus, and it deletes it. Cool. No, it's not a virus, but it is a virus. And it does delete, and you have a virus. And you're going to go over there and have like, okay, yes, it's a virus, but it's not a virus, and it deletes it. And you're also going to have, no, it's not a virus, but it's not a virus. You have your 4 possible outcome paths. Now, when you're talking about these things about like, open this file, do this thing, it's still going to have those. Now, obviously, it's a little bit different in the outcomes when it gets it wrong. But anytime it gets it wrong, any benefit you would have gotten from going faster, it will be slower than if you did it yourself normally. Now, the question is, does the number of times it gets it wrong outweigh the number, or sorry, does the number of times it gets it right outweigh the number of times it gets it wrong sufficient to make up for it? And that gets into like the benefit of automation and all that kind of stuff. Because we've had these kind of systems in academia, they worked well, but no one picked them up to give them a wide market share because that needs a lot of money and will. Yeah. They also had plans for 4 or 5 years now. You're surprised it took so long? Oh, for the switchover? Yeah. Reddit said Windows System 32 is a virus, so you delete it. There's that side, is the human error side. Like I said, I think there will be a place for the agent AI stuff. I personally wouldn't use it, but I can see the person who just really doesn't want to learn tech at all. And just being like, computer, can you print this for me? And then it prints out pictures of, you know, a cat laughing. And it's like, why is it not animated? That kind of thing. But as far as like power users and all that, I think it's going to be more of a gimmick that you'll have kind of that gimmick. It's fun at first. And you'll have some people who use it because they just really like it. But I think broadly speaking, people just go back to using shortcut keys or whatever their current methodology is. You haven't decided a distro in case that didn't get through. It was a follow-up message to that. Yeah. Right, like, don't get me wrong, like, it is the complication of discussing AI these days. Like, there's generative AI, which 95% of the time is being used to replace people, and I personally think is absolutely terrible, like the LLMs and all that kind of stuff. Then you've got, like, the AI more in lines of trying to do, like there's stuff like Claude. Claude is a very complicated one to approach with an AI discussion because it's not strictly an AI as well. It's got generative AI components. It's got hard-coded templating things. It's got scripted templating stuff. It's got, you know, stuff they've actually gone in the code to create commands and do all that kind of stuff as well. And so it's definitely one of those ones that's super hard to go, well, is it this? And it's like, well, no, it's kind of a bunch of different things. Which we only found out a lot of that because they were presenting it all like it was generative AI. We only found a lot of that because they got their source code leaked. And when that happened, we saw, oh, they've just flat out hard-coded some of this stuff. Like, all the better stuff is just scripted templates. And scripted templates is totally good tech. That's just good, solid tech. When you type in a thing, it's like, hey, man, I see that you're trying to make a web controller. Do you just want me to fill in the rest of it? Yeah, man, because I'm going to type the same thing in 1,000 times, just hit the button and make it appear for me. That's just a win all around. They're jumping in here, but definitely felt that way until recently. You got access to Claude Cowork. Building tactic knowledge databases and genetic based off that has been very helpful, at least in finance. Yeah, the thing you gotta keep in mind with that, Jaywalkers, like I was just saying, is Claude Code is really a weird animal because it's not strictly generative AI and the agentic AI and all that. It's a hodgepodge of a bunch of different things. And so a lot of the tech that's actually slick and doing the good stuff in there isn't even the AI components of it. And so it's very much this big, you know, like very ambiguous thing where a lot of times they'll be like, it's AI. It's like, well, actually that part that I really liked isn't the AI part. That's the part that some developers sat down and put a lot of work into making work really well. That has nothing to do with AI. And to be fair, some of the generative AI there is probably good too, but you get the idea. It also makes it so no new devs get trained and able to do that later. Yeah, well, there's been a lot of problems going on the software dev thing that, like, open source is taking an absolute licking right now because people are submitting absolutely terrible code, and that it's actually wasting resources for the people running open source, that they get all these non-functional garbage, generative AI spat out code things, that it's just tying them up from doing actual real work. And then on top of that, you've also got, like, the code quality coming through is much lower with the generative AI tools and all that. You also have on top of that, because no one actually went in and knew that code to a real depth to begin with, that all code introduced using generative AI is effectively legacy code upon creation, because the person here who wrote the code, who knew how it worked, never existed. And so it comes with all the pains of having to learn code that's unfamiliar to you. Let's see, the coworker who always asks AI to do market research for him and present it as a PowerPoint with graphs, every time he has to tell it to cite its sources, and then he reads the sources and completely reworks the PowerPoint graphs. Yep. So he tricks himself into doing a whole lot of research presentation, then talks about how much effort he saved. Oh yeah, no, they did an entire study around, it was software development side of it. That what they did is they took people who were using generative AI and they're like, okay, here's the deal. We're going to have you estimate how much effort it would take you, like how much time it would take you to do this with AI and how much time it would take you to do this without AI. In each individual task, they flip a coin, and depending on the results, like heads or tails, you use the AI or you don't, and then it would see how much off of the amount of time you estimated it would take you were. And doing that study, they found they underestimated the amount of time it would take to do with AI substantially more than it would for them to just do it. And in many cases, using the AI actually ended up taking significantly longer than not using the AI in the first place. So the point was, they didn't see any measurable improvement by using an AI, and in most cases, they actually saw a reduction in effectiveness by using AI. It feels like you're getting more done, but the reality is, most of the time, that's not the case. And there's exceptions. There are use cases that broadly the AI outperforms. Spitting out a bunch of math, sure. Let's see, you thought AI was supposed to excel at protein folding? You've been waiting for the major breakthrough for that. That's not AI, that's machine learning. Which is, again, the challenge here, is AI has become this ubiquitous term to mean all sorts of technologies, whether something's an algorithm, machine learning, AI, generative AI, like all these people are just using AI to mean all of these things. And out of those ones I listed, none of those are AI, actually. None of those are actual AI. Because LLMs aren't AI. Generative AI isn't actually AI. It's pattern matching, it's a lot of cool stuff, but it's not AI. Not really. And that's just kind of been the thing. Okay, so this is the last one, then we're coming down. I'm just writing that. Buddy of mine who works at AWS told you a couple of AWS crashes were due to a programmer pushing AI code to production that wasn't checked well enough? Yep. No, I've already got everything ready. Literally, I don't have anything I need to do at this point. They will land, and it'll be fine. Or they won't. 50-50, that's the odds, right? There's only two possible outcomes. One, we land. Two, we don't. No fast forward? Well, we fast forward on and off. I mean, we actually are fast forward. We are at 3 times fast forward right now. All right. And technically, this whole stranded rescue and everything supposedly in the game was 14 days. Which is one of the things that Kerbal does not get close to right with real life. Because everything's scaled down. In real life, you'd launch someone up there, getting another rocket built from scratch to go up there and everything. Those Kerbals would be like desecrated from just time up there, because it would be months. You don't just slap together a rocket and fire it off the next day. Now get the other one home. The other one home's nice and easy. It's got a rocket, it's got plenty of fuel. So that should be no problem whatsoever. This is the one we carry out. This is the one carrying like hundreds of science. And, you know, things for like 2 or 3 contracts. You thought it was out of fuel? It had, I mean, it's not super full of fuel. Like, it didn't have another stage, but it has a pretty good amount. Unless I'm forgetting. What are those growths on the capsule? That was our rescue mission. All these ones on this side, we ran out of RCS fuel. Oh, that's gonna hit pretty hard. Don't break.
Thank you, Frick, for subscribing for 1 month.
Alright. And thank you, Defract, for the Primate Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. And I do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Alright, bring it back. But yeah, that's always the difficult thing when talking about AI, is just, again, it's being used for everything. And to be fair, 9 out of 10 things are calling AI are not AI in any definition beyond marketing. Alright, 422 science.
Thank you, Infinity Simplex, for subscribing for 22 months. If we're at it, Danky and at Randall Thor 1812 for main Jeshank sub.
And thank you, Infinity Simplex, for the tier 1. For the 22 months we've been subbed. And just for those who don't speak German, basically Infinity Simplex is saying thank you, Randall Thor, for the gifty sub. The word for sub in German always throws me. I never remember it. The rest of those words are easy words. Let's see, that's what gets you so streamed about anti-AI sentiments. Lots of people getting canceled for using tools that aren't in any way related to the AI that people have problems with. Yeah, no, that's the thing. The AI that I actually have problems with, the one I have problems with, is generative AI. The other ones, there's a lot of things where it's like, yeah, there's lots of bad happening for them, but there's lots of good potential as well. But generative AI is the one I'm like, this is being like 95+% of the use case is basically to not, like, to replace people. Replace people by effectively stealing from them. And so it's definitely one of those things that it's like, that is something I got a hard no on. Like, we were supposed to play a different game today. There was another game that I was given a key by one of our viewers. As a game I was like, hey, I might be interested in this. And at the time, they didn't have a generative AI, like, flag on it saying, hey, there's generative AI in this game. Unfortunately, from the time that they gave me the key to me attempting to stream it, I looked at the store page today, and it has generative AI listed. It probably had it the whole time, but they just forgot to disclose it. I don't know. I don't remember 100% if I checked as thoroughly as maybe I should have. Either way, it is a thing that, since I haven't played it hardly at all, I'm hoping after stream I can figure out if I'm able to refund it so they can get their money back, or at least get the key back to do what they want with. But I do have a very hard... I do not play anything with generative AI on the channel. There's only been one time I did, and I kind of regret it. Because it was like optional generative AI, and I gave it a pass because it's a competitor for The Sims, and The Sims, you know, like, incredibly hostile monetization. I kind of let it slide when I shouldn't have. And that was Inzoi. And yeah. That's like, it's like the only game on the channel I kind of regret streaming. Because, like, there's been one or two that I've gotten okie doke that had undisclosed generative AI. I don't regret streaming it because I didn't know. And then, like, the one I kind of, like, on the stream was like, this is BS that this has generative AI, and, like, shut it down, and we switched games. So I was upset about it because it was undisclosed and all that, and that was before Steam had the thing where you could just refund anything that fails to disclose it. But at the same time, like, you can't act on information you don't have. The Sims has over 2,000, and right, and that's kind of the reason I gave myself like a little bit of a, you know what, it's optional, you don't have to do it. I turned it all off before I started streaming it. You know, The Sims is particularly kind of crappy in its monetization, so lesser of evils, yada yada. And like I said, it's one of those ones that kind of was like, you know what, I really wish I hadn't. But it's fine, it's not that big a deal, it's not like I'm losing sleep over it. It's just kind of one of those ones like, you know what, kind of wish I had. Let's see. You use AI in your search engine angry response. Wait. We use semantic analysis neural networks to do synonym enhancement. That's all. Response confusion. Oh yeah. So speaking of Inzoi, Crafted should never bought Unknown Worlds. Agreed. It's actually interesting. I don't know if it's changed. I did hear that in the last couple days, if you look at Subnautica 2, Crafton's no longer listed as its publisher. Now, we don't know if there's some settlement that's happened in court that's not been announced yet or whatever, because the first part of the court case, Crafton got absolutely wrecked over. Absolutely just wrecked over. So I'm curious if there was some discussion outside of the court thing to get like a settlement and they'll get announced or whatever. How much is Stellaris? Stellaris' DLC is pretty high up there. Still a flight sim, but train control sims. Oh, there was one. I want to say Train Simulator. Was that the one that had the highest amount of DLC of any game of all time right now? It was one of those that, like, not one you normally hear about being particularly nasty for the amount of DLC. Warhammer Total War? Really? I mean, settlement with Unknown Worlds to, you know, basically give it back to the devs. Well, the owner, I guess it's not technically the devs. The devs work for that team, but whatever. As for those who didn't hear, the long story short, we don't know all the details. But basically what ended up happening is Unknown Worlds, the creator of Subnautica, got acquired by Crafton. And they were supposed to make Subnautica 2. Well, I mean, they are making Subnautica 2. And then ultimately what ends up happening is part of the deal was Crafton made an absolutely crap deal that said, hey, if you sell more than, I'm going to get the number wrong, like 1.5 million copies, you get yourself a bonus of like $200 million, whatever it was. I have the numbers probably wrong. But the point was, if you sell over a certain number of copies, you get a boatload of money. Well, the thing is, both the previous times that, like both Subnautica 1 and Below Zero sold massively over that amount they set for. And so Crafton's CEO was like, we're absolutely going to have to pay this money. I don't want to pay this money. Why should I pay this money? And so went to their lawyer and said, hey, lawyer, how do I get out of paying this money? And the lawyer said, you don't. You made a deal. Leave it alone. Take it to the chin. It is what it is. And the CEO was like, I don't like that answer. I'm going to go check with ChatGPT. And that's not a joke. Actually did that. And goes to ChatGPT and says, hey, ChatGPT, how do I get out of like, you know, paying these people this money? And ChatGPT is like, well, you fire them with cause. Here's how you do it. And the CEO fired them supposedly with cause, which led them to suing. And it was very, very shady at the beginning, but at that point, you know, they had been accused of, like, not working on the game and working on other projects and not doing that and whatever. And then, of course, the people who got fired accused them of basically just firing them to get out of having to pay this money for getting the sales and yada yada. And ultimately it went to court. And my understanding from what I was reading from, like, the Cliff Notes, is by and large, the judge was pretty reasonable up until the point where it became clear that the CEO asked their legal counsel what to do and got an answer, and then when they didn't like the answer, went to ChatGPT for legal advice, and then went with what ChatGPT said. And at that point, the judge was just like, abso-effing-lutely no. And basically slapped him with the book. And was like, okay, you have to bring these people back on board. You are not allowed to retaliate. We are extending the deadline for them to hit that sales amount. You cannot interfere in any way with them delivering this on whatever day they choose. And they control completely everything about the game now. Basically said, Unknown Worlds has full control of the game. You can't do anything, and you got to pay out if they hit that mark. And we reserve the right to extend the deadline because of your shenanigans. How did they even know they used ChatGPT that way? Did the CEO tell them? No, during discovery in the court case, they pulled the logs with ChatGPT. Like, when you have a court, they do discovery and all that kind of stuff. And for some reason, they knew to check ChatGPT, because that was like all reported in the courtroom and all that stuff. So it was one of those things that it came out that the CEO just used ChatGPT for important business decisions. And then, yeah, and that was the first part of the case. And then there's supposed to be a second court date where they're going to decide, does Crafton owe Unknown Worlds and these individuals working there a boatload of money for damages, which we hadn't gotten to that part yet. That was the part yet to come. Twitch seems to be fine on my end. Zuckerberg is training an AI to interact with his staff. I don't think it's going to replace him as CEO so much as going to replace the PR side of CEO. The interfacing with his staff. Which is dystopian as all get out in its own right. Yeah, apparently Crafton set the release date despite not being able to do that recently. Yep, and that's why I'm guessing where it's now listed as Crafton is no longer the publisher is my assumption. My assumption of what's happened is we haven't heard anything yet. My assumption is that happened, and then the Crafton was like, oh, our bad, we already did it. And my assumption of what happened is then Unknown Worlds went to the judge and said, hey, they've already violated our agreement, per the terms of this court case, and that some settlement is happening behind the scenes that we'll likely get an announcement if that is the case. Zuckerberg tells the AI to do something shady, AI does it, people get pissed, Zuckerberg shrugs. Yep. Now, it's also, Laguma, there's also a lot of times when you're getting into court cases and all that, if you can put forward a reasonable suspicion that there is potentially evidence of stuff in things, you can get during discovery to be like, hey, we have a fairly high level of certainty that we can find evidence here for this case, that we believe this is the thing. And if you can convince the judge that, yes, in fact, there's probably evidence there that is applicable to this case, then they'll move forward. I wouldn't be surprised if ChatGPT and some of these other LLMs and all these things come up almost every court case now. Because just the same as people can, would ask for search results, because there's a lot of times when you'll hear like, oh, this person bombed this place. Oh, we found their search history and they looked up how to make a bomb. Like, that happens every time. That's because that all happens by law enforcement during discovery for the court cases quite often. That it's just kind of routine now where it's like, oh, this person did an illegal thing. Let's just go ahead. I thought I'd already queued those. Thanks for mentioning it. I thought I had queued those up before we even hit atmosphere, because I usually do that. You wonder if ChatGPT can run solo D&D campaign? The problem is ChatGPT won't remember your context past, like, any real length of time. So you'd have to retell ChatGPT, like, what's happening in the world and all that. Like, in the small form, it'll remember the keynotes and all that going on. But once you get enough length of there, it starts forgetting stuff, because that's how it works. So you could do it, but it'd be more like to give you ideas you might be able to use it, but as far as like running the whole campaign, it's just going to constantly hallucinate and all that stuff. Right. Yeah, no, like you could have ChatGPT come up with the idea for a city or whatever, but as far as like actually running things. And so you tried throwing Pathfinder rules at a few LLMs, but they didn't have the memory for it at all. They kept using the rules from different games. Yeah, that's kind of just they don't have a long time retention and all that. That's one of the reasons why you have to be careful with using it for anything of substance. It's just not designed. It's not the right technology to tackle like that. The one I've heard people say is you shouldn't trust AI. Let's see, you shouldn't trust AI with anything you wouldn't trust an unsupervised 3-year-old. If you would trust an unsupervised 3-year-old with it, tear the AI loose on it. Anything over that, probably shouldn't. Isn't it a hallucination already? No, you're talking imagination like non-fiction Luxray versus hallucination is just randomly going off into the weeds unrelated to anything. That's where you go and you sit there and you tell your AI, go, give me a picture of a dog. Okay, give me a picture of a dog with white fur. Okay, give me a picture of a dog with a pointy nose, and then a cat shows up. And you go... That's when you get into the hallucination where AI just kind of goes into a different direction. You're like... Alright. And recovered. Like you could build a system, like a technology system that underneath had all the rules for your game and everything, and have maybe an AI sitting on top of that purpose built, and maybe it could do that, like run your campaign. But that's really the underlying stuff that's really doing that. It's still trying to force a tool to fill a need that's not really its strength. Let's see, it'll tax the rich because that's what's needed. Oh, if you put decisions on... Yeah. Yeah, we don't need to dig into that, speed unit and all that. But, yeah, no, that's just kind of a thing. It's a bit nuts going on about AI rule. Yeah, we don't need to go like into like talking about assassinations and all that stuff. Speed unit, I'm gonna ask you to chill, man. Because like that's just getting wildly in the weeds. Let's see, docking on the moon is stepping one step. We literally just dock. Oh, sorry, docking on or around the moon. We already did this. Oh, no, we didn't dock. We didn't dock. We rendezvoused and then moved people between ships. We didn't dock. We didn't connect two ships. That's got a... I'm assuming that's a forever. Because it doesn't mention a timeline. Speed unit? This is officially getting to the warning side of drop it, man. You're getting out in the weeds here. Yeah, it's fine. 10-minute cooldown. If you come back and immediately jump back in, that'll be a gone forever. I realize you might be memeing, but keep in mind, you can't tell in text. Yeah, docking means connecting two ships, something that would get you banned from Twitch chat, probably. Okay. Ferry 3 tourists safely to their destination. You want to go in orbit around the moon, land on the moon. How many years? You're going to give me 9 years. I'm going to accept it, even though I shouldn't. Alright, so we got 500 science to work with that we got to make decisions with. I think we need to be leaning in towards getting our rocketry caught up. Because That's becoming a genuine problem now. We also have the lander. Okay. So we would be able to go up 2 levels on the rocketry. We wouldn't be able to get to the very heavy rocketry. Turns out you're stuck in the hospital for at least 2 more days. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Luxury. Well, hopefully they get you all patched up and all that. Because that what you're dealing with does not sound like a good time. You understate it wildly. They've got all sorts of survey modules and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so before we get tempted by other things, more rocket. Okay, and I still have 246 to go. So propulsion systems. A small but packs a big punch, yada yada. Yeah, these are lander kind of propulsion systems. Hi.
My husband.
Hi, wifey.
Why'd you look at the time?
I was just figuring it's like, alright, is she likely going to bed or not? I'm guessing you're likely going to bed.
Yes, I'm going to bed, device.
Yeah.
My son.
I do have the docking things. Yep. And check out the ins. Yeah, we actually got the shout out, but it's all good. Check out the ins. Plain Slime Ranter. Good times.
But yes, happy. I am going to the Betty Bice.
Go to the Betty Bice.
Hi, Uzi Gooseborn. It's a funny name. Hi, Infinity Simplex. Hi, the Ings. Night, night. I'll sleep tight.
I won't let the bed bugs bite.
That's good.
Hi, Panderific. Yeah, if I let the bed bugs bite, that'd be ouchies.
Mm-hmm. Wifey is doing a flyby.
That's.
Make good streamies.
Doing my best. Yeah, no, it's totally understood, Luxray. Absolutely. With what you got going on, it would not surprise me. Alright, so we still got 250-ish science left. So the choices I can go with is I'm 3.3 science shy of being able to get both this and these later propulsion systems. Ooh, you know what? Or this. So these are giant RCS containers. This one gives me those fuel tanks.
Thank you Paul_Harvey for subscribing for 23 months.
Thank you, Paul Harvey, for the tier 1 sub. And that's 23 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I really do appreciate it. So thank you so much for that. Yeah, no, you missed Toon by like 2 seconds. Like a literal 2 seconds, not a figurative 2 seconds. We have the reaction wheel, the fly-by-wire, the Venner engine. And for those that don't know, Treacle, absolutely fantastic. Does play a variety of games, but playing RimWorld recently. Definitely someone to check out. If you like the content here, you'll probably like it over there. Chill vibes, good times, all that good stuff. So definitely recommend. So this will give me a weather analyzer.
Thank you Trickle for subscribing for 9 months. Boop.
And thank you, Treacle, for the tier 1 sub. That's 9 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I appreciate that as well. So thank you. Alright, so we've got decisions to make. So with the decisions, I can go here and grab the weather analyzer, and we can set up a place on the moon where we can do all our scanning. Where we can go and set it up, put multiple of the solar panels in there, put one of each of the machines in there, and getting all that stuff. So we got that. Or I can get this, which will help me with the landing, because I get the external tanks on here, which will be a little bit better for you know, popping those off as I need. They're nice small light tanks. We can get the little thruster here. I don't think we get the advanced controls. I don't think we need that. Or I can try really fast to get 3 more science. If we get 3 more science, I can grab the propulsion systems, and then it's a matter of whether I get the precision engineering for the weather analyzer. That'll let me do a bunch of stuff on the planet research-wise. Or we get the precision propulsion. Space Center overtime? That's exactly what I was thinking. Well, we already got a rocket upgrade. Actually, 2 rocket upgrades. So we've already upgraded our rockets. I can't afford the last upgrade over here. It's way outside my budget. I feel like we want the propulsion systems, because I think this will be irrelevant for my rocket, but this will be good for my lander, because we got the small baguette tanks, and we got the spark here, which are little tiny efficient. Or sorry, it's a little tiny yeah, fairly efficient engine that we can put on there. So it'll be a good one for a little lander because it's nice and light and everything. Alright, so let's grab you. And I need 3.3 research. Have you collected all? No, I've collected most. I don't think we've collected all. So let's really quickly make ourselves another one of these like dirty little rover we could just zip on over. I'm trying to remember what we didn't scan. I also wonder if I literally put down all the systems equipment on Kerbal or Kerbin, do I get anything from just chucking this stuff on Kerbin? I've never tried. Regardless though, let's go in here. There's our command module. We can go here and get science. There's the science junior. There's a barometer. There's the slime. There's the thermometer. Does anyone happen to know if I put this stuff on the ground, you can check if you did scan in one of the menus? You forgot which one it was? There's only one way to find out. The only problem, and I can show you what that is going on here. The only problem with using, because it's the Research and Development's Archive tab, is it will hide the things you haven't checked. So if we go to Kerbin, and then we do Astronaut Complex. So the Astronaut Complex is saying I'm actually missing 106 different researches are, hidden. So we've got the 7, well actually, that's not necessarily clear. Oh, I see. So administration... So the VAB is missing one. Alright, so which one are we missing for the VAB? So we're missing materials at the VAB. And materials at the admin building. Alright, fair enough. So VAB and admin building, I need materials. So what we're going to go ahead and do here real fast is going to go 1, 2, 3. So I can potentially check one new area, and then the VAB, and I already forgot what the other building was. Someone I'm sure will remember, and if not, well, then that's not amazing. So I'm going to chunk some batteries on here. Yeah, admin building, right. Admin building and VAB. So I'm going to put you there, put you here. And then we can go down here to our wheels. And I know there's a way to place those where you can kind of just mirror them a bunch of times, or like where you place it and it just gets the next one set up. Shift click. I think I tried shift click already. We'll try it again. Yeah, shift click doesn't do it. Well, I get copy paste. Oh, do you mean like literally? I mean, I was looking for more that you could like just shift click or whatever. It's fine. So there is our absolute nightmare fuel of environment. Oh wait, 1 second. Before we do that, let's science this. So what we're gonna go ahead and do here is we're gonna go cargo. Side ladder, I can do that here in a moment. And we can go to utility. All right. The island pad is probably another place we can do scans. So we can do the admin building in the VAB here. I already got the 2 solar panel things. Because one, I want to see if I deploy it, will it do anything at all? Yeah, you're not very fast, are you? That's okay. I mean, actually, that's not terrible, all things considered. But yeah, we're just trying to get 3.3 science, because that's what I need to be able to get the next technology we unlock. Needs more flame decals? Yeah, and it needs spiny, like, spiky bits. But yeah, I want to see if we chuck, because even if it gives us, like, one science per day or something, like, truly pathetic, that's still 1 science per day. Paint it red, go faster. Yep. Alright. So what I don't remember is which building is the admin building. That might be... Oh. We might need to drive over there. Yes, this is the VAB without question. Keep that. This is probably the admin building. Nope. We'll check over here with, this is, I believe, the spaceplane hangar. Nope. We checked that building. I'll just pin that so I don't have to find it again and again. We'll check over here, see if one of these is considered the admin building. Probably this building. That's R&D. Check this building over here. Nope. Was that also R&D? Come on. Well, we'll just climb out. Never mind, we're good. So which one's the admin? Well, we checked that building, we checked these buildings. Think we checked that one? And this is the tracking building. We went a little too much gusto on that one. All right. Yeah, but I mean, we still want to get that other science. All right. You can go to the view of the launch complex. I also wonder, we did upgrade this, I think. What, doesn't make any difference? Nah, it shouldn't have. You take back needing the flame decals. Yes, that's the plane hangar, that's the VAB. So the VAB we can recognize because it looks like the real-life VAB. That's the tracking building over there. That's R&D over there. I thought this is the admin building. Let's try going to the other side of the building here and see if it counts. Because it's kind of hard to tell like where these buildings start and stop for purposes of science. There's the menu. All right, once we come to a stop, we can. Oh, you know what? I think it's this little guy right here is, I'm pretty sure, what we're looking for. Be a little bit more careful when we're hitting these bumps. So think you right here. That's admin. We already got the flag. That's probably the astronaut complex. That's R&D. That's tracking over there. We got whatever that building was, I don't remember. We got the plane hangar. The VAB also has stuff. We already did the launch pad. We did the runway. I think that might be all the areas here. So far as the complex going. I've already done shore and all that. So just grab the VAB here. Slam the brakes. And I might as well push all these buttons a bunch of times. And just say keep it all no matter how little it actually is. Alright, so EVA. Take a sample from the surface. EVA report. So pin you. Continue. I will trade my parachute for this thing, for that thing. Built a multi-million-dollar complex or admin building as a trailer. Funnily enough, that kind of stuff does actually happen. Okay. You are producing 0.00421875 science per hour. Ooh. Ooh. Lot of science happening there. Perform EVA science. Explodes. Good enough for me. Oh, you're so silly with how your ladders work. Well, no, climbed up the ladder properly, reached the top, and then turned around for whatever reason. Okay. Alright. And let's bring our science home. Because we only needed 3.3, and I'm now going to get the slowest imaginable collection of science from some random tech I just dumped on the ground at the Space Center. But technically, infinite science. Alright. So if we get this thing, I also get a weather analyzer. Which also requires 1 power. So you only work when there is an atmosphere. Which does imply if I drop it on the moon, it probably isn't going to do anything. So before we go too far, is there any other sciencey things I can do? So there is the arm if we make a rover for the moon. I'm not quite there yet. We'll work on it. Yeah, like some of these other things will help me make a moon rover and all that. But we can get stuff in this stack that's available. I don't think we get the monopropellant tanks and all this kind of stuff. I don't think we worry about the advanced avionics. The advanced fuel systems would let me get a much, much, much larger monopropellant tank, because that has 400 monopropellant in it, as opposed to the one I've got here somewhere is what, under control? Whereas the one I've got here is 20. So 20 times as much. Yeah, so we could get a bigger fuel tank here. And all that. We can get the the RCS ones. You don't think you've ever needed 400 monopropellant? No. To be fair, that's a big rocket one. But being able to get a better monopropellant one would be good. We can also get these ones here for the literal landers, though. The made for huge ships, yeah. So monopropellant fuel engine. Refueling station gas tank. I could also see that as being a good reason to have it. Just one big thing there. Yeah, and these are the really big fuel tanks. So there's an argument to be made for this. So this makes better landers. This gives me much more efficient moving around in space. We are getting the bigger rockets. And we do get one bigger tank. I think we do get the fuel tank. Because as much as I'd really, really like there, we can also get nuclear propulsion, which is an interesting one. Well, what's our next mission? So that's actually an excellent question that has an answer. So we look at our stuff. We're probably going back to the moon. So we can dock 2 vessels around the moon. We can land, or we can orbit the moon. I do have a thing where it's just a lot of people. The thing is, it's a lot of people who want to land on the moon. Like, a lot of people who want to land on the moon. We'd have 1, 2, 3 landing on the moon. 1, 2, 3, 4 who want to fly by the moon. 5 if we do a rescue. 6. We could have a full. So giant moon lander, we got it. We could potentially try and go for it. Regardless, this makes it so we can go to the moon easier. So far as that. Plus docking in moon orbit. I mean, if we're doing this correctly, I would send down a thing with 3 Kerbals on it. Well, 4 to have the actual person flying or whatever. Do a lander, do the science down there, pack it up, launch back up, meet up with another ship, Apollo style, and go home. That would be the correct solution for it. Because honestly, landing that many people is gonna be tough. Because how many are we talking about loading up on this thing if we were to try and do all of those at once, which is my inclination. So 1, let's say our pilot, a second person. I don't think we're getting the saved person here. Let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We would need to be able to handle 8 people. So 3, 7, 8, and that's the passengers. That's not even my people. So we'd have the command pod. Isn't there a crew module that holds 5 or 6? If there is, it's news to me. Okay, wait a second. Crew capacity 4. Can I get more versions of that? So that's 8 people. Not all going to the moon? Well, all of them need to get to orbit, but is 4 of them, I think, need to land there. No, 3 of them need to land there. Okay, so it's almost exactly double the weight. And that's even heavier. So we don't actually save much weight doing these. In fact, it's actually slightly worse on weight. Very slightly worse on weight. Very, very slightly. Granted... Oh no, they're about the same. I'm a little concerned about this mentioning lifting surface. I'm a little concerned it is going to create lift. Because if that happens, that is going to be it trying to jerk me in one way. And that's not going to work. That could be good coming back, but not going out. Like, coming back, yeah, we could potentially do a... Oh, like, go here... Do something like that. I don't think that'll actually work the way we want it to. But... I'm curious how that will work, because that'll be our 8 people plus our 2. And this time we'll make the thing where we do not put... Okay, the engineer we want in there. You can stay here. Melly comes. Tourist, 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 tourist. Isn't the cockpit of that still only holds 2? That is an excellent question. I thought it said it held 4. No, that's 4. Or are you talking about... This one's also 2 and weighs the same amount there. You're also 2 and weigh the 2 ton. That's 1. That's 1. Yeah, so that holds 2 and that holds 2, but it weighs 2 tons. So it weighs the same amount as... Oh, you're saying... I see what you're saying. Alright. So I wasn't planning on making a space plane of any kind. I'm also very concerned about doing a space shuttle style system of like slapping a plane on a rocket and just shoving it into space. But we are here now. The curiosity, though, is if we do attach that onto a rocket, it's going to be doing lift to pull the rocket over, which is an issue. But maybe an issue we can resolve, or handle. Now, one thing we could actually do... I haven't actually done this in the game before, which is honestly surprising to me. So we're going to need rocket fuel. Because I will need to be able to take this... Well, we have to land. We still have to land on the moon. And I am not feeling like we're going to be able to take a space shuttle and land on our wheels on the moon. I don't think we can pull that off. I'm very tempted to try it. I'm very concerned about takeoff, though, because I still don't have good wheels. This is a terrible idea. So we're going to hit F5, and I'm going to actually... One second. Before we start this, let's get out of here and save this. Let me do an actual save before we try this cursed idea. I am going to try and make a moon lander that is effectively a jet. Lunar plane idea. So we are going to try and make a lunar lander plane. Now the thing is, lift doesn't matter on the moon. There's no atmosphere. So I'm not going to be able to like pull up and like slow down. So we are going to effectively need reverse thrust. Right, that's exactly what we're going to need, is we are just going to straight up need reverse thrust. So, I'm going to need a couple things here. How am I going to take off? Because there's no lift, I can't just fly forward and go up. How am I taking off and landing this thing? Because landing, if I can manage to not slap it into the ground at 100 meters a second. I mean, it's low gravity on the moon, so you could land vertically and just flip right before you touch down. Yeah, I could, very genuinely, I could do that. Let's see if I put a rocket engine on here. Okay. No lift, but if you blast horizontally hard enough, you can still take off. Right, if I can get off the ground, then we're good. But solid rocket booster, solid. So there's the spark. So you have very, very little thrust. What is your efficiency? So in vacuum, you're 320. If I put you here... Oh, that's not going to be adequate. Hang on. So 310, 350, you're too... I mean, you're actually not that too big, but that's okay. 320, that's a big one there. 330 in vacuum, 305 in vacuum, 310 in vacuum, 300 in vacuum, 355 in vacuum. $355 in vacuum. That only gets me 641 delta V with that fuel tank. It would end up doing something like this, honestly. But yeah, you get the idea. So that's not going to be nearly enough delta V. That's the thing I'm thinking, is this is going to be a lot of weight we're trying to land with, and then take off again with. This might not work for other reasons than that. So you are fuel, so that's the rocket fuel. I can get one of these for monopropellant too, which we will add. How much mono? So that's the 400 monopropellant. Okay. Granted, this is getting a little beefy for monopropellant landing. Though, I could stage this section. So for final approach, we just have like a little glider here. and it just has no engines or whatever, and we just kick all of this off. It's probably what we'd end up needing to do. Right now, I'm just trying to see 800. So adding, how much do you weigh? If I move you out of there, that gives me another 200. We're probably not using monopropellant for anything meaningful this time. Now, granted, I could use a little monopropellant to try and, like, use the monopropellant to force the nose up. Because that is a thing I could do, is I could have the wheels here, you have monopropellant on the top and the bottom, and so when we get there, push down on the ship to, like, slow us down faster. It's also possible we land just pointing straight up and down, and don't even worry about using it like a plane. But 1,000 is not enough fuel. That gives us 1,600. And over 1 TMR, or TWR. 1,600 is probably enough. Do you have the bicoupler unlocked? If you mean the thing where it's where it takes one middle spot and makes it into 2 separate spots, I don't believe so. We can check that. That'll be under structure. Yeah, no, I don't have that here. There's a fuel tank of that style that splits into 2 parts. Okay, we can check here. Oh, there it is. We do have that. And it does have the liquid, so it is set up for rocket stuff too. So with these, we would want to tone those down a lot, because 2 is way too high for what we're doing here. We need, like, yeah, that's almost pretty good right there. So then you can take 2 more, turn them 90 degrees, and make 4 legs. So that would give us 1,100. Which is probably not enough. This is a terrible idea. So it gives us our 1,600. We would want to probably bring the limiter up a little bit there. I want it to probably be around half. So, try the Terrier engine on the legs? Yeah, we can try the Terrier. Only 600. Why would you drop by 1,000? What? That doesn't make sense. So you're telling me you get 1,600 with 2 of these, but only 600 if I use the Terriers. That's not right, because you're more efficient. Oh, you know what? 1 second. 1 second. Vacuum. There. 2,700. Right. Cool. So now we go to Kerbin, sea level. Okay. So we've got this. Yeah, TWR. That's 1.7. That's not enough. Oh wait, 1 second. The moon, vacuum. Oh, 4. That's more than enough. That's power for days. 4 is straight up nimble. Okay. Even though the wings are probably not going to matter and will probably make this worse, and I shouldn't add them at all, it bothers me too much to just have, like, no wings on this whatsoever. Eh. It's just gonna arrow into the ground. I have no idea how I should make any of the anything so far as this thing coming in. You can remove a lot of fuel for the moon stage now. You are correct. Yeah, so that'd be 2,000. I'm not sure if 2,000 is enough for us to land and take off with this. Granted, I could put 2 fuel tanks on here, we land on the moon, we kick them off, and then we go back up. The big question is using this for re-entry. Because right now we're making a space shuttle. That wasn't the plan to start with, but it is where we are now. Yeah, does it have any heat shields where you can land carefully? Or do we have to land carefully? That's the next concern. I don't have heat shields like the actual shuttle would have. We could certainly do something like... let's see. We could certainly do something like this. Or some, like, cursed type of, like, bleeding off temperature. I mean, the lift arrow is right behind, granted. You know, the way I could do this is switch our editor. All right, so let's see what we can do here. Right. So first, get all these things. So yeah, actually, our lift is in the right place. I don't think we have enough lift to do anything on this. But the concern is if I have too much lift and then we have the rocket, the lift is now pulling the rocket. So we've got to find a balance there where the rocket can handle keeping the thing in the right direction while it's got something on its back trying to pull it away. It's more for landing to keep you up in atmosphere while aero braking instead of nosediving. Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is we need just enough lift to make it so we don't just smash through the atmosphere. That I got like a little bit of steering here. Keep it farther back for... We're going to be draining fuel. Well, actually, when we drain fuel, it'll actually move our weight forward. Also, set your fuel tanks to empty-ish to see the actual center mass. Yeah, so that should be... Yeah, so coming back, we'll probably want to burn off most, if not all, of our fuel anyways. And we can put some tail fins on here. Okay. So pitch is up and down, so you should not pitch. And you should not... You should not yaw. You should not pitch. Okay, grab you, move, do this, drag you back, shove you in there a little bit so you're not quite as cursed. Now go here, put the fuel back in it, before I forget. Alright. So now... Not that I expect to land it on its wheels so much. Okay, so let's grab you. You don't have retractable wheels yet? Nope. So we're not taking off with the wheels. So in this case, I might actually want the wheels to nose down a little. Because that means we'll be pushing the plane down into the ground if we were to try and land as a plane. I don't think we're going to. But, just in case. And in the meantime, we're going to go utility, drag chutes. Why are you being weird about this? There you go. Oh, I see what's happening here. Okay. So, if we do try and land it, the idea there is we just blow all the parachutes out the back and hope for the best. I don't feel super great about this. I was actually thinking about doing it this way. Here. Grabbing this and doing it like this. So that it just sits straight down on its wheels. So all the drag in the world, and then do that. I am very dubious on this plane and anything we've got going on for it. Now, I don't have a reason to fly it on the ground here to test it because it's not designed to fly. It's designed to not die while falling. So let's go ahead and switch back over here. Wherever that plane disappeared to. Alright. So I'm not sure how this will work for me setting up the rest of this. We're going to start by having our big fuel tank. Need any ladders for science? We'll probably just RCS on top of here, I think. Oh, but we do need the science. What is going to be my best way of bringing the science on board? Well, the Science Junior, well, this is the thing that's going to land on the planet, in theory. And we definitely want all our science stuff on here. We do have the cargo carrier. Well, these can carry items within their own right, correct? Yeah, so we have plenty of cargo carrier in the passenger space. What I don't have is a place to store my science and room for the Science Junior. We can leave the science instruments on the ground if we need to. But it's this thing. This thing for storing our science. I just don't have a great place to shove you. You laugh, but I am actually tempted to do something like this and then add the little cone on the front of it. I'm very tempted to just slap that on front. It's probably okay. It's probably fine. Definitely nothing gonna go wrong with that. Alright, so, the bigger question though is where the Science Junior goes. Because that's when I can't really do much to change its size. So like, all this stuff, we can just put the goo thing on here, whatnot. But this thing here is gonna be what size it's gonna be. How much do you weigh? 0.2 tons. So it's actually a decent weight. The barometer's no weight at all. Thermometer's no weight at all. Those are all fine. But it's this thing. This is the one there. You also have the goo. The goo's fine. The Science Junior... That's the messy one. I'm leaning towards doing this. Which is not the correct decision. How much do you cost me in fuel efficiency? About 58 Delta V. Because ideally I'd want to get rid of this after I do the science. We'd store it and we'd want to punt that. Need some reaction wheels? Yeah, we can add the reaction wheels down here. Yeah, it cost me about 28 Delta V. You're also going to need a means of getting power. And a bit of battery. Oh no, one side reaction wheel, one side science sounds like a way to just corkscrew. Yeah, All that mass will affect the final stage, center of mass. This is true. So what we can do here is let's move you back. As long as the lift's behind, we should be okay. Alright, now what I don't know how to do is how I switch it so that I have my main fuel tank over here, where this is coupled to my main fuel tank and I can break this away. Yeah, this is a terrible idea, but I started messing with stuff and now there's no going back. Okay, so we're looking... So you are, let's see, 720, 1400. There you go, the big one. Two tanks mirrored? That's gonna be rough to have that. Oh no, there's parachutes on this. Don't worry, there's a lot of parachutes on that thing. I got 3 parachutes on the top and like 8 drag chutes on the back. We have parachutes covered. I'm a little concerned on breakaway that we're just gonna explode. It is landing vertically on the moon. That is the intention. How it works in practice, we'll see. I'm concerned about this. Well, I mean, I need the gas to go up. I'm just concerned this is going to hit that at some point and destroy everything. The one thing I am going to need to do is grab the move and shift you on down here a bit. They recommend some landing leg on, but this is fair. That is a fair call. Those seem wildly inadequate. Okay, that should be reasonably close to the same. You don't know if it'll survive re-entry. It's already a thing we're going, okay, I'm not sure how this works. Because in real life, the space shuttle has like a whole thing of ceramic panels on the bottom. And I don't have much of the solution. I got radiators and thermal control systems, which are both just radiators. The heat shieldings The heat shieldings aren't going to do a whole lot for me. To be honest, if the wings survive re-entry, you won't need the parachutes. Just food for thought, save a bit of weight. Oh no, but I'm planning on trying to take advantage of the parachutes, because I don't expect this thing to land okay. The re-entry I'm very concerned about. To be entirely clear, I'm very concerned about the re-entry. If we go light enough on the re-entry, I might be able to just slowly bring it down, but I'm not confident. This is the first time I've done something like this, and everything in me tells me that this is not going to end well. But I've started doing it, and now I want to see it through. Alright, so let's look at what we've got here. So, you got 280... The 285 taking off. 280, 285, and 300. So 285 and 310 is so far we got for the best there. You have a really, really good vacuum engine, but not as good on the actual takeoff. So this is our main sail engine. So I might try and get away. Oh, you're only a medium. Okay. So what would be your TWR? You actually have an okay TWR. Right now, that is an acceptable TWR. Oh, do I have a nose cone that's even the right size? Alright, hang on. So I'm going to need an adapter. And for the record, I think I have one here. That's got an interesting consideration. Where it's angled up like that. Probably don't want to do that with what we're doing, though. So now I can go to aerodynamic and put a nose cone on it. The only thing I can think on this is that we would yell, "Whoa, Nelly," when we pop that off there. Alright. So we actually have a lot of delta... 1 second. What are we set for a delta V? I mean, that's still a lot of delta V. That's actually a lot of delta V. 3,000 delta V is substantial, and then this one has several thousand once we're in space. So it's actually not looking bad. All things considered, I was expecting this to be much, much, much worse. Okay, so I think we do here... Oh, I'm expecting just to fall over on the launch pad. Oh, you're bigger than that. How good are you at this game? You're very bad on it? I am decent. I am rusty. You're adding more? Yes. Oh, the cheetahs are the one good in space. That's right. The cheetahs are the ones who are good in space. Right, because you're the medium one. The skippers are bigger. You're bigger. Bobcats. So what are the bobcats? So bobcats are basically the same thing. They have more vectoring. So I'm hoping they're going to save my day on controlling this monstrosity. Now, if I leave you just the way you are, your TWR is going to be utterly obnoxious and useless. Yeah, I'm going to go tear those off. Alright. I don't think that's enough to get us to the moon by itself, but I'm down to find out. So let's grab you, because you're going to need a little help. I feel like I need a counterweight here. Like, I almost want to put one more rocket on this side just to counter, but I know juggling that's going to be a whole thing. Alright. It has no hope. For the record, my expectation is it's just going to go like this. A random thought, added a coupler to your plane's engines with a small tank, and the engine will just launch the pad stability. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So put like almost like a solid rocket boost or whatever on a decoupler to help with the launch, so there's thrust coming from this side, and then just punt it off. Well, I'm still going to test what we got here. So we're just going to go... I don't remember. Were you 2? Oh, no, you're just about what I need. Alright, so we are going to see if you can manage to hold this. I do not have expectations. Oh, yeah, that's pretty much exactly what I was expecting. Pretty much exactly what I was expecting. Because, shocker, that's not a balanced ship. Gotta fire the other engines too? Yeah, oh, okay. If we're gonna fire the other engines, this actually makes me think about something we can do regardless. That way... One second, I think we actually have to take it from the bottom tank. And apparently put the fuel into the passenger cabin. I also didn't put people in there. Okay, so we've got the fuel there, but I get what you're saying here. So decouplers, 12. And honestly, if we put the hammers on here, just put a second mainsail on the opposite side of the ship. Oh, just sandwich it in there? I mean, we could. I don't think we want to go that far. Let's try going here and get a pair of hammers. And so what we want to do is thrust. So the hammers go off at the same time. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Instead of that, we can go here. We'll put like 2 tiny little fuel things just for the simplicity of it. And then connect this up here. And then for the engines here, we need something that we can go. We can put the swivels here. I don't think we got better small engines. Okay. So that does not move the thrust too far from here. Anything close to the thrust of the main engine? So the main sail's thrust is going to be around, we'll say 1400. 240. Yeah, no vectoring I think we can do with fine. Bobcat's about 400. These other ones that require much bigger size. Can have both mainsail and spaceplane engines run, but have fuel to feed in there? Well, oh, actually, our center of mass is actually not far over. We might actually be able to get away with just doing the swivels. Yeah, that's almost perfectly in line there. That's actually almost right along right there. I think that might be perfect for what we're looking at. Because we look at our center of mass, it's almost exactly over that. One thing that would help is you. Give it a little bit more control up there. I also need power. Okay, and you are correct. So now you got them in there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tourists. The other thing I need to do before we leave. So we've got you. You're getting off. Melody is getting on. Too weak to counter lean. I mean, but the center of lift is around the center of mass as well. And then we have vectoring on here to help a little bit. Oh, the terriers. Yeah, these aren't terriers. Yeah, the terriers are here. Those aren't going to come into play until we're ready to kick all this off. Yeah, and we've got both of these staged to kick all that. I mean, if this works, I'm going to be very, very ecstatic. I'm still expecting this, when we deploy that, bad things to happen. Okay, so the other thing I need to do is go into the cargo on these. I see why you mentioned the ladder, because originally we were going to land on our wheels. But I'm going to have difficulty, well, we're going to have a lot of difficulty grabbing stuff out of here. I'm going to just try and make it work. So we got the crew cabin. You highly doubt that doesn't flop over. Yeah, I agree. Is this changing anything about its performance at all? It's changing our delta V by single digits. Even with the feat? Yeah, no, it's very unlikely this is going to stand up. If I have to stand up absolutely perfectly, and yeah, the confidence is not there. Sure. Now, that said, if we land and we tip it over, I might still be able to salvage it. Do we have some really tiny solid rocket boosters? I thought we got some. Oh, maybe they're under control? No. Because my thought is if I put some RCS in the front, we can RCS and just throttle up. And then just make it work. Yeah, but I need a hill without dying trying to hit the hill. So we can put... couple of ports there. And then the idea is, if we turn on the RCS, it's going to be blasting those RCS to try and tip it up. And it should cushion its fall. That does mean, though, I need some RCS fuel tanks. I have no idea what the effect's going to be on that ability to fly. I imagine bad. Because I shouldn't need much RCS, it's just going to need just a little bit for that last little fall. If there was a good way I could do the decouplers, I'd potentially consider it. But honestly, I think at this point that's probably not going to be neither here nor there. I don't think it's going to matter. Because I could put the RCS in here, but that's 400 units of RCS. That's way more it's going to be relevant. Alright. So, attempt 2, to see if we can even launch it. Unintentionally making space shuttle. This is true. This is true. We have an engineer on board. They can just yoink them out when we get there. Let's double check. Yeah, we got all our people on board. Now, as we go, it should slowly start tipping this way. As we drain the center of gravity, drain the mass here, the center of gravity is going to move this way. That should be okay, because it should pull me in the direction I want to go towards orbit. The question is, do we get far enough up here before we start having a problem? So we're actually going too fast. We're getting lots of wind resistance I don't need. F12, but we would ruin the majesticness that is this launch. Oh, that was... yeah, I knew that was coming. Alright, 1 second. Revert that. So I want to begin the pivot. I don't know how we do that elegantly. It could be a thing... yeah, no, I was kind of worried about that. We've got plenty of fuel in here. This could be one we just go up until we're, you know, out of atmosphere, and then fix our orbit. This has a ton of fuel in it. Like, a ton of fuel in it. And I'm going to be so confident on this one. We are going to the moon. Not because it is easy, but because it's my requirement by contract. Chill off a little bit, because when we see that wind rippling, that means we're just losing go to hitting atmosphere. This was not intentional. We were trying to figure out how I could put enough people in this thing, and we ended up here. I am not very confident on our lander, by the way. We're going to do all this cool stuff, and then we're not going to be able to land it. I didn't touch anything. Kill the thrust. Let it flip. We're fighting it, fighting it, fighting it, leveling it out. We need to bring it over this way. This is the direction we need to go. Okay, so we're having problems where the thrust is very unbalanced now for the center of weight. So I'm just going to have to manually vector this a lot. That's about the limit of what we can handle before it forces itself. Limiter. Bring you down. Bring you up, 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 okay. Alright, so I gotta find... This has been a very sloppy thing. So we got some stuff to shop there. So you are running into a problem where I'm having a little bit of unbalancedness with this, which is causing me some grief. It is trying to ever so slightly pull up. Okay, looks like we've stabilized. Unfortunately, we are chewing this up way too fast. Because it's supposed to be the stage that we land and everything. So we're going to need to revert that. We lost almost all of our go fighting with the rocket up in the space. Yeah, it almost feels like I need an extra tank over here. Yeah, it almost feels like I need an extra tank here, not because I need the fuel, but as a counterweight, so as it drains, you can, like, we'll have it drain into that tank and burn that off last. And you said, like, priority draining? Yes. So right now we have this drains into this ship. So we look at this, it'll drain that tank and this tank. So that's actually what we could do, is I could put another set of fuel tanks over here, and then we leave those turned off until this is starting to drain, and then I would turn it on. So that it drains these mostly first, then it starts to drain that one, and only after all that do we get this to being just the counterbalance. I'm basically adjusting my throttle on the mainsail itself to keep it behaving. Okay, rotate. Get you over here. All right. What I might need to do as well... Actually, can I fix this right now? Do this. Grab you. Okay. Because you're going to run out slightly before those run out. Okay, I do think we actually need the extra fuel tank as is. We have a lot of Delta V, but it seems like I'm going to be burning a lot of my fuel I need for the moon well before we're ready for it. Let's revert this flight back to the vehicle assembly, and let's make a tank as a counterweight to this here. Because I think what's happened is by adding these Reliance, it's telling... Wait, are you set right? Sea level. Yeah, it's weird that saying I had that much. How's the orbit look? We would be able to make orbit, we would just be using too much fuel too early. So in this particular case, I'm probably going to want that fuel tank to stay on the whole time, because it's a counterweight. So we probably don't need it to decouple. Now, the downside is it is going to need its own thruster as well to counteract my thrusters here, unless we don't turn on these thrusters. Alright, so let's grab our coupler. Let's turn on our center thrust and wait. So, what we want to do is we want to bring that center of gravity back towards the middle, which is going to probably be adding, probably not that exact same style of fuel tank. Maybe this style might be enough. Go. Let's see, you'd pull the fuel from the lander to balance the weight. Then, when the fuel all fits in the lander, move it over and dump the booster. Oh, so you're saying, okay. So you're saying put a fuel line here, and then have the fuel line going back. We can pause this fuel line. That just ripped it off. That's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, so if you say, like, pause this fuel line here. Just don't even know how I do that. Yeah, I think I'll leave it alone. I'll just chuck some stuff over here. Okay, that's almost perfectly balanced there. Thinking priority on the tanks themselves. I have no idea how I do that though. Then go here. You'll be at the same time as the rest of this. I mean, that doesn't really matter, but okay. And these exhaust seconds later. But the other thing is I could put larger fuel tanks here. So that these run a little bit longer before we are reliant on the rest of this. So the thrust is on. About solid rocket boosters like Real Space Shuttle? That would be the next thing for more, is to put solid rocket boosters along the side here. Right now I'm just trying to counter my weight here is what I'm trying to do. And it looks like we basically got the weight and all that sorted there for the moment. Let's go ahead and honestly, I'm going to do the solid rocket boosters. But first, let's go here, because the solid rocket boosters shouldn't affect this way and that way. It should actually center us a little bit better. So let's go to the structure. Get ourselves a nose cone. All right. So I've got that. We've got the thumper. Did we get another solid rocket booster? How does arrow look? It's in the right place. There's not a big arrow, like there's not a big amount going on for it, luckily. You're not even. Still not even. I think it's one of these ones that we're just gonna have to... kind of eyeball it, unfortunately. Try in mirror mode. Much better. Okay. So let's go ahead and grab the nose cones. Yeah, those actually have fuel in them, the adapters that go up here. Not really what I'm hoping for, but we can make that work. So we can do here. Is that. Little cursed looking, but sure. This is certainly reasonable. Put you here to go off at the same time. Don't decouple there, please. So all rockets and everything goes off the same time. We're gonna put you back in place. Okay. I should have checked what the TWR was on that. I'm assuming we're going to need a non-zero amount of thrust to support the heavy rocket boosters to get the TWR we want. I just don't know how much. But that's okay. The point is we've had a lot more fuel, a lot more thrust. A little bit of counterweight. You... I think we actually need struts this time. I think it broke the coupler. Okay. Let's try that again. Because I think it actually snapped the coupler. And I'm like, you know what? I don't think I'm gonna like what happens when we fire this. In all of this, we have no idea if the lander's even gonna have a chance of coming in. Okay, so we're hitting the size that the couplers are not the couplers, the struts are becoming necessary. We're playing with some It goes well. Okay. I see a space shuttle thing. It wasn't the plan. It is where we've gotten now. We were experimenting, and I'm like, okay, this is not the right way of doing this, but we're gonna try it anyways. Because not only are we doing a space shuttle, it's a moon lander. So that's a great decision. That's not one that I'm going to regret immediately doing. I do want to see it through. I'm not confident it's gonna get where we need it to go. All right. We have tamed the Kraken. Okay. Got a little wibbly wobbly because the throttle isn't quite even here. I didn't even look at our Delta V we had on all that. I mean, that still says we got about 3,000 and all that. Something ain't right here. All right, we are now in space. We're getting up to space. And bring it right around here. I think my Reliants are getting a lot more force behind them. Which is causing me grief. I also don't want to fuss with setting their limiters and all that to fix it. Just because of how much I'm going to have to fight with it. Split the staging for the plane engines. Like... we did last time, a bit more fuel. Yeah, we will. They still have the fuel stage and all that. We're just gonna go ahead and burn out the fuel here. And then these two will pop off. Hmm. We have a design flaw. Can you guess what my design flaw is? Can't happen to be able to reverse that fuel tank, can I? Okay. So the problem is, this still has fuel in it. That ran out. And I don't believe I could push... Yeah, that stops it from going there. But the issue is I can't get the fuel back this way. If you pin the source... I see. So for right now, what I can do is say in to the main tank. And that'll solve my problem for now. You have no fuel. Oh, 1 second. How are you running? You have no fuel. Alright. So, with all that, my destination is there. They'll probably want to go around here, add maneuver. Alright, don't know if we'll be able to pull off that maneuver. But if we can, that means we'll literally make contact with the moon. So I shouldn't have to do anything fancy there. Let's warp to here. Alright. We're still 5 minutes out. Let's get to the point where we're getting pretty close to, like... Not a minute, because I'm fully expecting to have to fight this thing the whole way around. I don't think I could do the 16-second burn and stay in control. Alright. Get settled in. We'll try and split the difference here, so as we start tipping. We'll grab your limiter. If I have to adjust the limiter as we go, we adjust the limiter as we go. Seems to be holding. All right. Perfect. Pristine. Perfection. And we still have the tiniest amount of fuel left in here. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and pin you, unpin you, pin you. Wait, where's that fuel at? Wait, where is that fuel at? You still have 32 fuel in this stage. Oh, I guess it's in there. It's fine. So let's warp over here. What about the nose cone? Nope. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure where it is. It's fine. Why did you change that much? You literally just showed me doing a really cool loop right onto the moon, which would be like, not a deal, but pretty dang close. Oh yeah, would you look at that? I literally am already on a landing course for the moon. So I'm going to say retrograde to the moon's orbit. Oh, I see. In this case, in. Top her off real fast. And that basically doubled the delta V we got out of it, which wasn't much. Some say landing course, others say call it litho braking course. Yeah, okay. So the catch is we've got a lot of lateral speed coming into this thing. And I got some choices. One is I could attempt to deal with some of this lateral motion so that we bring this arc straight at the moon. The other is we just keep slowing and it should pull it towards the moon. But I do need to be mindful about how much fuel I am using. I am taking a fairly heavy ship up. I do have 1500 delta V, but this time we don't have the assistance of just a ton of monopropellant. I've got these ones here to try and avoid smashing the nose into the ground. But if we do run out of fuel, it is going to be the case I am going to have to find some other way to bring it in here. Hey Tanker, how's it going? Yeah, it's a shuttle that my confidence in it is not great. Admittedly, it's pretty bad. I'm also noticing we have one major flaw here that I need to deal with. Before we do anything, I need to equalize these, at least close. About as close as we're going to get it for right now. Yeah, it's about as close as they're going to get. Otherwise, there's going to be one engine burning. Okay, so I am leaning towards just letting this continue to drift towards the moon. Gravity will start pulling it in closer. We can go ahead and just start thrusting somewhere around here. I'm trying to avoid quick saving. So, like, well, I mean, we can so I'm trying to avoid quick saving because if we can, like, revert back, I don't want to be committed to where we're at now because we've got, like, 10 people on here. If this gets stranded, it is not going to be a thing I can handle with any reasonable thing. We also don't have docking ports. We don't have the ability to steer with RCS on a meaningful capacity. I think this is we are committing. We're either going to make it or not. If I do launch it and I have enough... So if I launch it and I have a decent amount of Delta V left that I can get home, then I might quick save. Because I'm willing to take multiple attempts at trying to land this thing back home. I mean, if it can't get landed back home, that's its own problem. I don't know how I'd even deal with that. My hope is that I could just skim the atmosphere and just burn off speed and just keep burning it off until we can actually get into atmosphere without burning up. I have no idea. Right. I do feel like we can figure that up. Let's wait till we get much closer to ground, because we're only going about 500 meters a second in orbit, which sounds like a lot, because it is a lot. But I am hoping that as we get closer... we could bleed that off before we just implant ourselves onto the surface of the planet. One downside is I'm going to set up all this solar stuff and be on the wrong side of the moon, and all that science is going to go to waste. But we're also not even sure if I'll be able to set it up in the first place, depending on how we land and how all this goes. Very slow burn. Yeah, this is a fuel tank here, that's a fuel tank here, and then I got two engines hidden in here. But I wanted to slowly rob ourselves of a little bit of speed and trying to get it so we're also slowly like getting rid of our lateral speed over here, so we can hopefully start aiming ourselves down onto the moon's surface without like wrapping around where I have to suddenly fight tons and tons. We're just gonna let it continue to burn. All right. Let's see, orbit is 280 delta V, landing is 580 delta V, takeoff is 580 delta V, 206. Which sums up to a bit more than he has for a two-way trip. Yeah. No, that's the thing, is that's one of the reasons I didn't quick save, is I'm not very confident we're going to be able to pull off the landing and all that stuff. Manned moon impactor? We'll see. Yeah, so I'm a little concerned we don't have the Delta V for the moon stuff. Especially since I believe the way we're landing on the moon... Well, I mean... Yeah, the way we're landing on the moon, I would need to wait till we're on this end of things. To take off, so I'm going reverse direction of the moon. Or if we go down the thing. Yeah, but I don't have nearly as much RCS on this one. And plus my RCS is only pointing up on the nose. It's not going to be able to... I mean, nah, if I tried to use it to go, we'd just probably spin. Okay, we're officially going to be landing at this point soon. So trying to see a spacecraft with more luxuries than the flying Amazon delivery vans you make. To be fair, that's because this is intended on landing back there. I don't think we got the Delta V for it. I just don't. It'd be fun. Worst case, I can bring a separate rescue ship up with a docking port, slap a docking port on here, and just fill a bunch of fuel in. But that's assuming we get there. At the moment, we're just doing the slowest burn I can. Just trying to bring this down so that we actually land here. Real cryptonauts use space chairs and overcomplicated robotics. Yeah, like, for the record, I didn't go in with the intent on making a space shuttle at the beginning. I was trying to figure out how I could fit this many Kerbals in here, because we got 8 people on board. No, I'm sorry, 10 people on board. And I only had 2 options for putting 4 people in versus making this giant long noodle, because I don't have the thing to split it off as elegantly. And so with that, I mean, actually, you know, in hindsight, I could have gone and put 2 rows of stuff there. So that ended up making this happen. And then once I got this set up, it's like, okay, you know, I have to. Alright. So we are now slowly accelerating towards the moon, even with my light thrust. I am going to continue to let it drop us down. I am going to need to thrust up eventually, though. And that's going to be when things go bad, because when things go bad there, we're going to be burning off fuel rapidly. I'll need to touch down. We are not perfectly balanced. We actually have a bunch of weight on this side that we don't on that side. So this is going to want to tip over. And I'm suddenly looking at this, realizing my... Alright, this is for if we flattened out. Right, this is if we were to tip over this way, I could turn on my RCS and try and keep it from smashing the nose down. Was the intent there. But the reality is I think we're going to actually flip the other way, which we don't have any measures there to help us out at all. Ever tried building a relay in orbit of EVA construction? Nice way to get used to cargo space. Not specific to that, but I have built like large spanning space stations so that you can like refuel and all that. Not on stream, because those kind of projects take a ridiculous amount of time. But where you take up like one segment, you dock it up to the next one, then you bring up the next segment, then you dock it onto the next one, and then you have, you know, like a bunch of fuel canisters, so you can take like a full-blown rocket, get it up there, put it all together, refuel the whole thing for whatever shenanigans you want to get up to. It ends up being a whole process of like launching one rocket to put a piece on, and just launching the exact same rocket again to put the next piece on. And even that can get really, really physics wonky after a while. You dragged a replica of your first rocket to Minma's base with a shuttle? Yeah. Alright. You let that drop down a lot more. Then we're going to be throttling up a lot more. Mostly because I don't want to sit here for the next, like, 10 minutes with this little baby throttle. By the way, the batteries are physicsless, so they don't behave how you'd expect them. They add mass and or drag or whatever attached. Yeah, and there's lots of weird quirks with KSP's physics. Wish I had a better estimate on when this is going to hit 0 versus this hit 0. Because this will slow that down. So I do want this to be going a bit faster than that, but not too much, because otherwise I won't be able to salvage it at the end. I'm burning more fuel than I need to. Which is definitely not something I can spare right now. Okay. Feel like I'm coming a little hotter than I should be. Been a while since I've done like this kind of gradual burn-in landing. Okay, I think we're on an okay pace here. I definitely really need that to be pointing down, though, more. We still have way too much lateral motion. Okay. So, I feel like we get the landing. I don't think we're leaving. I think we're gonna be a bit short on the takeoff here. Let alone achieving orbit. No. I generally don't mod my games. So I haven't tried any multiplayer mods or anything like that. Hey, y'all wanted to land on the moon, right? How long were you looking on staying? Because we can go way over that if you like. We can go over that if you don't like either. Need to be picking this up a lot at this stage. Need picking this up a lot at this stage. A little bit too much picking up there. You've definitely done this way more efficiently the whole way around. Yeah. Yep. However long you think you want to stay, we can make it longer. Okay, we just got one last little flare when we go to make contact with the ground. But we're definitely way short on the fuel to get back up. Yeah, so what we can possibly do to make this work is we do have an engineer on board. I could bring a robot-controlled ship to come pick them up. And by that I mean just drop it down, get a docking port, Did they say anything about coming back to their contract? They did. All of them do say, like, you know, get them to their tour location and back, or like complete their itinerary, is I think the word they use. I wish you were not wibbly-wobbling nearly as much. Also, It is looking like we're going to be landing on a curb. A very steep one, so we are going to be nosing down onto our wheels. It's not settled yet. It's undecided what it's got going on. So I can't keep it like that forever, where it's using the wheels to stay up. It is going to need to go down onto its wheels. The brakes, they do nothing. I can steer these ones, but yeah. Yeah, I know they don't have brakes. Well, it rolls fine. Honestly, it rolls really fine. It's got places to be. This thing is just gliding forever. Like, I've long since completely cut off our thrust. And we are just going. We are losing so very little momentum. Even going up and downhill, it's not really costing me hardly anything. Alright, so what'll end up needing to happen is ultimately we're going to have to send a rescue ship, and it's going to need to bring its own docking port, a separate docking port. The docking port will probably go here, would be my guess, on that crew hatch area. But I'm going to shove it wherever I can. And then we dock it up, dump fuel into this thing, and leave again. That's going to be really hard to pull off, though. Because with the tourists, I do have to get them back in this ship, I believe. Plus, very selfishly, I want to get this ship back anyways. On a matter of principle. Because it does have... About 150 left in it. I'm trying to turn sideways to the hill so that we don't roll back up. It doesn't go up or down, that it just kind of comes to a stop. So that we could potentially science. Okay, we stationary? We good? No? Okay. Are you moving? You say you're moving. There. Okay, we are settled. Alright. And we might as well go ahead and do this nonsense. Hop on out, little buddy. You got science to do. EVA report. Sample the ground. Jump on off. Plant the flag. Was it worth it? Alright, and let's go to your stuff and your stuff. Okay. And this is the same science running, so I probably shouldn't be doing it. But I mean, it's not like I'm going to another biome. I have no idea how far that would be. We're just chucking stuff on the ground. My favorite part is how we're not on the side of the planet that has light on it. So none of this probably works. Luckily, I don't think that, well, actually, no, there is a part of the moon that's on the dark side. I don't think we're on the side that stays permanently dark. I think we're dealing with a matter of, like, where Kerbin is and all that. If not, well, that's a problem. And it's not like it's going to be bringing all this junk home anyway, so whatever. Power available 4. Power needed 2. That's just working. That's actually an okay amount of science considering we're just sitting here. Oop, I have underestimated the jumping height. I know. I've moved it. Beach on the flag. Yeah. Oh. Why are you so incredibly... Okay. Alright. That said, though, chat, would you stop moving? I know you can take the wheels off, but then I'm worried I can't put them back on. Alright, scooch on down the hill. Get it over with. It's the fact that this thing glides so smoothly. I did not anticipate that being a problem. I figured that at least have some friction on these things. Okay. We're settled. We're good. We're good. Alright, so we are going to save. Save. We live here now. Alright. So, with that said though, chat, it is getting to be about that time. I've already gone well over what I should have. But, you know, I wanted to see that through. Obviously, with 161 Delta V, this ain't leaving the moon. It's gonna need a rescue mission of its own. The plan when we go to play this next is effectively going to be get a robot-controlled rocket, bring it over with 2 docking ports, one already on it. Well, actually, we can just not even worry about where it's on it. But 2 docking ports, bring it here, land it somewhere in the area, and the intent is going to be to put a docking port on here and somehow refuel this thing. I am not super confident how that. Can you fuel tube without docking ports? Can you fuel tube without docking ports? I wonder if you can detach and attach a fuel tube. Because we can do that, that'll make life much easier. I'll bring the docking ports just in case. But we'll also just put a fuel tube on it somewhere that's useless that I can pull off and just shove on something else, maybe. But yeah. If you have a grabber arm, you can attach yourself that way. I don't think I have the grabber arm, but we can figure out there. But either way, the intention will be that we'll do a rescue mission, because right now there are 10 Kerbals stranded on this planet. 10. As well as a boatload of science and a bunch of other good stuff. So just on principle, I want to try and get this home. Now, to be clear, when we're talking about trying to get this home, we also have the problem of, I don't know if it could survive re-entry. I think with re-entry, if I can go just shallow enough, so we can go like right at like 70, like right at the tippy top, and try and make as much as possible to have like 70 going around, that we can just graze the outer edge, that we might be able to just burn off speed, and be able to survive the heat we build up on re-entry. Maybe. I'm not confident on that. If we can get past burning up, with what I've got here, we'll survive just fine. That said, though, with all that said, let's see, at 70, you are practically in vacuum. It'll still take years to deorbit. Right, but the plan would be to bring the 70 in on each side, so we just keep burning all that. Well, I think if we go in at 50, we are dead, because we don't have any heat handling on here at all. The hose gripper will be easier. Yeah, but we can figure that out. With all that said, though, again, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find a way back here in the future. So with that said, I will probably be streaming tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST to 4 a.m. EST, even though it is technically my day off just because of all the scheduled chaos we've had this past week. I'm not going to 100% promise that because I haven't, run that past Tomb, and plus I have unspecified things going on outside of stream that I don't want to get into right now. Family health kind of stuff that, could end up being a whole thing. With all that said, though, again, thank you so much for tuning in. If you're over watching on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I do not have a host ready, but thanks so much for tuning in. And for everyone here on Twitch, don't go anywhere because I am going to go ahead and see who we can find to drop a raid on because it should be